This is Audible.
Bioshock, Rapture, by John Shirley. Narrated by Jeffrey Kafer. 12. Artemis Suites, 1955. I was working in the lighthouse today, Sam said glumly. Sam Lutz was tired. His back ached as he sat beside his wife and watched their daughter play beside the family bunk beds. Sam and Mariska Lutz were sitting on their bottom bunk in the crowded number 6 of Artemis Suites, a suite intended for a few people, but which the Lutzes shared with 9 other families. They ignored the argument and bustle and jostling from the rest of the apartment, and watched Masha playing on the floor by the bunk with 2 stiff little dolls Sam had made for her from scrapwood. One of the dolls was a boy, one a girl, and little Masha, a pale black-haired child with flashing black eyes like her mother, was making them dance together. La, 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 the rapture of rapture, your heart it will capture, oh la, 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 she sang, her reedy voice providing the music for the dance. Some song she'd heard piped over the public address in one of the atriums. It was good you could get the work, Sam, Mariska said as she watched Masha. Her diction was good, she'd taught English in Prague, but her accent was thick. They'd met when Sam was stationed in Eastern Europe after World War II. Circumstances had made it almost impossible for her to marry him and go back to the States. But in 1948 they were approached by a recruiter from Rapture looking for Atlantic Express laborers. It was a way out of the wreckage that was left after the war, a way out of the United States Army. Only Rapture wasn't an out. He felt trapped here. The work had finished up and Sam got laid off, and he'd been summarily informed he wasn't allowed to leave the underwater colony. There was beauty in Rapture, sure, but people like Sam didn't have much chance to appreciate it. It was like Sophia Lamb said, most people here were like the backstairs servants in a palace. Yeah, I needed the work, sure, Sam admitted. But it was just 2 days' worth, not enough to get us out of here. Need enough to get our own place in Sinclair Deluxe, at least. There are some rooms they don't use behind Fighting McDonough's. Elaine told me about them. Maybe they would let us have them cheap. The McDonough's are nice. He grunted. Maybe, but not sure I'd want the girl there. McDonough's night manager hires out those rooms to women from Pauper's Drop. Desperate women, if you know what I mean. And is it so much better here? No. Then realizing that gloom could be catching, he smiled and patted her hand, leaning close to whisper, Someday I'll take you home to Colorado. You'd like Colorado. Maybe someday. She twined her fingers with his, looking around nervously. Best not to speak of such here. We have food and shelter now. Sam snorted. He looked at the other people shuffling back and forth in the close, malodorous suite, and all the other rooms and suites in the Artemis building were just as crowded, just as prone to tension. Little Toby Griggs appeared to be arguing with big, chunky Babcock again. Something odd about those two. It was as if in a moment they'd transform into 2 cats arching their backs and hissing. Then Babcock turned and walked away between the bunk beds. Griggs followed. There were 2 rows of bunk beds in what should have been the living room. 7 more against the 2 long walls in the bedroom. Junk piled in the corner. Not enough storage. He hoped the toilet wasn't plugged up again. Smelled like it might be. And someone had been putting graffiti on the walls. Ryan doesn't own us, it said. Become the body of the lamb. That would have to come down before the constable saw it. Oh, if you were up in the lighthouse, Mariska said suddenly, you saw the sky. That must have been nice. Her eyes were wide at the thought of seeing the sky again. Yes, I only had a few seconds to look at it. They had us busy fixing the entry bathysphere. We had to bouse up 300 yards of steel spool and set it in place. Not easy with just 3 of us and only a hand-cranked winch, and it was cold up in that lighthouse shaft. It's winter on the surface. I remember crossing this ocean in a troop ship this time of year, cold as hell and the waves higher than the ship, all of us seasick. He made a mental effort to force memories of the war out of his mind. It was helped by Toby Griggs and Babcock arguing loudly on the other side of the bunks. He tried to ignore them. You had to screen most people out in these conditions if you wanted to stay sane. "Did you hear anything up there in the lighthouse?" she asked. "I mean, maybe ships passing or gulls or—" "You know what I heard up there? Icebergs. We heard one of them banging on the lighthouse. Boom, big old clanging, echoing sound. What a noise." "I'd like to go up and look sometime," she said wistfully, "if they allowed it." "Ah, Jesus, I'm sorry I brought you down here. They made it sound so good." She kissed him on the cheek. Her lips seemed deliciously soft to him, after dealing with cold, hard metal all day. "Milliette," she whispered. "Check for I love you." "Me too, kid," he said, putting an arm around her shoulders. She was a small woman nestling easily against him. Around the crowded bunk room, people muttered and argued and bitched in 3, maybe 4 different languages, the sing-song of Chinese, the bubbling flow of Spanish, and especially the sarcastic brassiness of Brooklyn English. "What are you doing with your boots under my bunk overhead? I look like I got room for your shit under my bunk, for crying out loud? Someone fucking stole the last of my scented fucking soap. You know how hard it is to get that shit? It's probably you, Maury." "The fuck it was? Somebody got into my lockbox. I had my last Eve hypo in there and it's gone." "What are you talking about? You're the one who stole my plasmids. I had the new skills and I was going to inject for the job tomorrow." Frightened by the shouting, Masha came to sit with her back against her dad's legs. She made the little dolls clack together, singing loudly to drown out the sound of all those heated voices. "La, la, la, the rapture of rapture. Your heart it will capture. Oh, la, 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 la." Someone in the far corner shouted, but Sam couldn't make out what they said. He caught a flash, heard a crackle, smelled ozone, a shout of pain and a flare of blue light. A ball of fire sizzled across the room, between the bunks, and charred the wall on the left. "Mama, Daddy," Masha whimpered, climbing up on the bed behind them to peek over her mother's shoulder. "What is it?" "Someone's messing with those plasmids," Mariska whispered, her voice choked with fear. "They're way over there, little one, on the other side of the room. We'll be safe here." "Stay at the bunk," Sam told her firmly. Mariska tried to hold him back, but he pulled away. He had to know what was going on. If they were throwing fireballs, the whole place could catch. Plenty of flammables in Artemis. They were a ways from the doors to the suite and could surely burn alive before they got out. A mighty peculiar way to die considering they were deep underwater, but he'd heard of men burning alive in submarines in the war. He moved carefully to steal a look around the corner of the Ming family's double bunk and saw the 2 men quarreling in the far corner of the room near the row of circular blue-lit ports looking out into the sea. "Just get out of my face or the next one will toast you, Griggs!" Babcock shouted, jabbing an angry finger at the smaller man. Babcock was a tall man with fat cheeks and patchy hair, greasy coveralls. He had one of the odd skin reactions people got from plasmid use, this one on his scalp, making an ugly mesh of red welts. Part of his hair had fallen out around it. Toby Griggs was squared off with him, a puny fox-faced fellow, hair slicked back. He had a tart way of talking and a lively sense of humor. Sam had always kind of liked Toby for his spunk. Toby worked as a salesman in one of the shops off Fort Frolic and still had his wrinkly green and black checked suit on. "Back off or I'll electrocute you, Babcock," Toby crowed as energy crackled between the fingers of his raised right hand. "I'll strap you in the electric chair standing up." Sam wasn't surprised that Toby had spent his paycheck on a plasmid from Fontaine Futuristics. Toby had been talking about how a good plasmid could be an equalizer. He was a little guy and didn't like to be bullied. But Babcock had always seemed level-headed, and he had 2 small girls to think of, plump little twins. Yet there was Babcock using incinerate, making a ball of fire appear in his hands. Toby Griggs had a look in his eyes that made Sam think of a rooster back home on the ranch about to jab a rival with its beak, that mean glitter in its little eyeballs. As for Babcock, it looked to Sam like the mesh of red welts on his head was pulsing in rhythm with his angry panting. A wavery column of hot air rose from the fire flickering over Babcock's hands. Strange that the flames emanating from his fingers didn't burn them. But plasmids were like that. It seemed to Sam that heavy plasmid use made people into something like rattlesnakes, not hurt by their own venom. Toby and Babcock danced around each other, teeth bared, wild-eyed, drool running from the corners of their mouths, energy simmering in their raised hands. To Sam, their threats sounded like babbling, like they were barely aware of what they were saying. "Threatening me, Babcock?" Toby howled. "Is that right? Is it? I'm tired of you big slobs pushing me around. Why do you think I pay good money for this plasmid? I may not eat for a week, but I have power to keep plug uglies like you from throwing your weight around. I'm a new man. I can feel it. I'm no one to screw with now, Babcock. Back off or die." "Die? Me? I can burn you to a cinder. I swore I'd defend my family against anyone who threatened them, and I'll do it." "No one's threatening your family. You've been getting nutty from the moment you got that plasmid," Toby snarled. "You can't handle it. Maybe you took too much Eve and not enough Adam. You don't know what you're doing. You're nuts, Babcock. Batty crack is crazy. Back off or I'll put a charge in you that'll turn your head into a 1,000-watt light bulb." "How you gonna do that when you're a burned-up cinder, Griggs, huh? Answer me that." Fire whirled restlessly in Babcock's hands, as if it were eager to destroy. Toby Griggs growled to himself and took the offensive. He twisted his shoulders about, grimacing with insane concentration. Electricity writhed from his fingers, crackling through the air at Babcock, just as Babcock's wife, a pudgy, mousy-haired woman in slippers and a loose blue frock, came rushing up to him on her short legs, throwing her stubby arms around him. "No, Harold!" she yelled. "Don't do that! You'll get us killed!" Then she let out a pealing shriek as the electro-bolt struck her and Babcock at once, an extra big bolt of blue-white lightning, everything Toby Griggs could summon up. Onlookers screamed as Babcock and his wife went rigid. The two of them were doing an absurd little dance together, locked in a fatal embrace as the current raged through them, sparking blue from their bared teeth. Mrs. Babcock's hair stood on end. Her dress caught fire. Their eyes smoked and then boiled out of their heads, their faces contorted. The charge burst, and sparks flew into the walls and floor as Mr. and Mrs. Babcock, flesh fused in a grotesque mock of marriage, fell in a limp, smoldering heap. "Oh, my God!" Sam muttered, staring at them. "They're dead! Toby Griggs, what have you done?" You all saw it," Toby said shrilly, backing away from the gathering crowd between the bunks. "He threw a fireball at my head. He was raving completely out of his gourd. He was on the plasmid high. He can't handle his plasmids, and he tried to kill me. Then Toby bolted, dodging past grasping hands out the front door of the suites. Two little girls, the 5-year-old Babcock twins, came tiptoeing up together, clutching each other in life as their parents clutched each other in death. "Mommy?" quavered one little girl. "Daddy?" quavered the other. Two little girls, all alone now, orphans, two little sisters. Fontaine Futuristics, Rapture, 1955. "We have too few sea slugs," said Bridget Tenenbaum, squinting into a microscope at a dead gastropod, as Frank Fontaine entered Lab 23. These new research digs were bigger, roomier, with ports and windows, levels, and a balcony walk looking down on the central concourse of Fontaine Futuristics. Tenenbaum turned, frowning thoughtfully to Fontaine. "Only special gastropods works for Adam mutagen and base for Eve, and these all gone." "We'll have to cut back plasmid production," Fontaine said gloomily, looking at the remaining sea slugs squirming in the aquarium. Ugly little fuckers. "Couldn't we breed the little bastards, create more sea slugs with, animal husbandry?" "Perhaps in time, but very slow process, much experimentation, maybe years. Better is to increase individual sea slug production of mutagen, of Adam. This can be done more quickly if we use host." "A host? Oh, maybe we can hijack a ship, send you down the sailors." "We try adults already, 2 subjects. They sickened and died, screaming, very noisy, irritating. One of them reached to me." She looked in wonder at her hand. "Tried to hold onto my hand, begging, take it out of me. But children, it likes to be in children. The sea slug is happy there." "It's happy in children? Well, how's it work exactly?" We implant sea slug in lining of child's stomach. The sea slug bonds with cells, becomes symbiotic with human host. After host feeds, we induce regurgitation, and then we have 20, 30 times more yield of usable atom. And how do you know it works so good on kids? Dr. Suchong answered him as he pushed a gurney into the room. Suchong and Tenenbaum experiment on this child. Stretched out on the gurney was what appeared to be a sleeping child, a rather ordinary little white girl in a dressing gown, strapped to the wheeled hospital bed. She was perhaps 6 years old. Her eyes opened. She looked up at him sleepily, gave him a distant fuzzy smile. Drugged. Where in the hell you get that kid? Child was sick, Tenenbaum said. Brain tumor. We tell parents maybe we heal. We implant sea slug in her abdomen inside. It cures her tumor. We keep her tranquilized. She talks in her mind to sea slug. As if in response, the little girl lifted a hand and touched her own belly caressingly. Tenenbaum gave a little satisfied grunt. Yes, she will be productive. You intend to use this child to create a new plasmid base? Fontaine shook his head. One child? Will it be enough? The market for it is exploding. People are going wild for this stuff. I was going to start major marketing, stores, maybe even vending machines. This is tester child, Suchong said. We need more, many more. Implant, feed, induce regurgitation. Much mutagen produced, much atom. Better if not tranquilized. We must prepare hosts for this. Condition them. How come it likes children? Fontaine asked. He could almost feel a sea slug squirming in his own belly. Sheer imagination, but the thought nauseated him. Tenenbaum shrugged. Child stem cells are more malleable, more responsive. They bond with the sea slug. We need children, Frank. Many children. Fontaine snorted. And where are we supposed to get those? From a mail-order catalog? Dr. Suchong frowned and shook his head. Suchong has not seen such catalog. Not needed. 2 children available already. Orphan girls. Babcock twins. They stay with people in Artemis suites. Their parents dead. Both parents killed by plasmid attack. And they are girls. The right age. Perfect. We pay to bring them here. Okay, they've got to be kids, but why girls? Fontaine asked. People are even more protective about little girls. Tenenbaum winced and turned back to the microscope, muttering. For some reason, girls take sea slug implant better than boys. Fontaine wondered what little boy they'd experimented on to determine that, and what had become of him. But he didn't really care. He didn't. And in fact, there was one place that could supply children for all sorts of things. So, just girls, eh? That's okay. That'll just be fewer bunks in the orphanage. Orphanage? Tenenbaum blinked in puzzlement. There is an orphanage in Rapture? Fontaine grinned. No, but there will be. You just gave me the idea with this thing about the Babcock orphans. I'll donate the money for the orphanage. Yeah. The Little Sisters Orphanage. We'll get our adorable little plasmid farms, and we'll train 'em up right. We've got to do this soon. I've got more orders for plasmids than I can fill in a year. Something about the idea energized him. He felt a kind of shudder, almost a release go through him as he thought about it. Orphanages, like where he'd grown up. Orphanages leading to money, and money leading to power. Money and power, Bridget, money and power. It's all right there, low-hanging fruit for the plucking, in a gatherer's garden. He heard the door open and turned to see his bodyguard coming in, grimacing. He'd left Reggie standing at the door outside Fontaine Futuristics. Now his hand was clasping his right biceps, blood streaming from his fingers. Say, anybody got any bandages here? Reggie! Fontaine stepped to the door, looked down the concourse. Saw no one. What happened? You hurt bad? Suchong was already methodically sponging off the wound on Reggie's arm. Ouch! Oh, I'm not hurt bad, but I'll tell you what, somebody shot at me. Kind of at random, seemed like. The prick. I shot back, but I think I missed him. He took off. Shot at you? You mean a constable? Fontaine asked. Don't think so. I wasn't doing anything to make a constable shoot at me. And he didn't have a badge. Loopy-looking plasmid head with a pistol. Spots all over his face. It's been like this lately. Random shooting. Ryan started putting in those security turrets to keep these guys in check. You'll want to get one of those babies for this place. Camera with a machine gun that picks out targets. I don't know how it... Ouch, dog shit!
Suchong is so sorry,
Dr. Suchong said, not sounding sorry as he wound a bandage tightly around the wound. Like I was saying, I don't know how the turret thing keeps from killing the wrong people. All I know is, on and off all day there's been gunfire. Plasmids. That's the reason I don't use that stuff. I don't like firing my gun without a goddamn reason. He winced again. Waste of good bullets. Andrew Ryan's office, 1955. Andrew Ryan was standing at the window, looking broodingly out at the lights of Rapture shimmering through the sea, thinking, steps will have to be taken. I have tolerated too much. You wanted to see Poole? Sullivan asked, coming in with the rat-like little reporter. Ryan nodded and sat at his desk. Stanley Poole and Sullivan sat across from him. Well, Poole, what's your report about this topside character? People are talking about him as if he's a hero, but he's an outsider as I understand it. Sullivan frowned. I could have got you the dirt on him, Mr. Ryan. I know, Chief, but your men are sometimes too obvious. Poole here has a strange gift for being ignored. Well, Poole? Stanley Poole licked his lips nervously. Yes, sir. Well, near as I can find out, this guy they're calling Johnny Topside, he is a deep-sea diver. There were some snoopers out here, you remember. Our subs made sure they stopped snooping. When they went missing, why, he came out to see what was going on. Went down at the main lighthouse and found a way in. One of the airlocks, I guess. People are pretty impressed with him, making his way here. Acts like he's on his own, just wants to help. He's asking about missing girls, seems like. Is he? What's his real name? I'm sorry, he's being cagey about that. Seems like he prefers an alias. Changes him around. Sounds like a secret agent type to me. G-Man is what I figure. Well, how'd he get all that info on boats missing in this area, all that stuff, if he didn't have connections? Ryan pinched the bridge of his nose. He was having small, annoying headaches, more and more often. Hearing that there might be a government agent in Rapture made his head redouble its throbbing. You got anything on him, Chief? Sullivan shook his head. Same impression. I haven't found out his name either. Easy enough to do. I can take him over to the new facility. Ryan snapped his fingers. Precisely what I had in mind. He's an outsider. Who knows who he's affiliated with? We cannot let a random outsider wander about in here, asking questions. Arrest him immediately, Sullivan, and while you're at it, bring in that wretched Lamb woman. Poole here reports she may be connected to our confetti bomber. I've had enough of her Marxist babbling. She's turned half the maintenance workers against me. You want her charged with something? Sullivan asked. No, I want her to simply disappear into Persephone. Let her followers feel abandoned. Sullivan nodded. You got it, Mr. Ryan. Lamb's got a daughter, Poole pointed out. Girl named Eleanor. Does she? Well, find a home for the girl, Sullivan. Poole shrugged. That colored woman, Grace Holloway, looks after her sometimes. She'll take the kid. Fine, Ryan said, with a dismissive wave. Let her take the kid, for now. The child may be of use later. Apollo Square, 1955. Spider splicers, that's what they are, Greavy said. Spider what? Bill asked. Splicers, Bill, Reuben Greavy repeated. Splicers, that's the common term for real plasmid addicts. Fascinated, Bill watched the two splicers, a man and a woman, moving on all fours along the sides of a tramcar. They were crawling on the wall like bugs, defying gravity. Seen my share of plasmid users, Bill allowed, but this sticking to things like bloody bugs, going too far, maybe. Going too far is the splicer way, Greavy said dryly. They all go rogue in time. They've gotten obsessed, this bunch. They're all about their plasmid splicing, injecting Fontaine's mutagens, looking for Eve to activate it. Bill McDonough and Reuben Greavy were standing by the tram tracks in Apollo Square, watching the tram go by. Adhering like geckos to the metal sides of the slowly moving trams, the spider-slicer couple was ordinarily dressed, but their heads and cheeks were knobbed with ugly reddish welts, growths from abusing Adam and Eve. Shifting his heavy toolbox from his left hand to his right, Bill reflected on how tempting plasmids were. He could use that wall-climbing power for getting it difficult to fix places in Rapture. He could use the new telekinesis plasmid to move objects about, adding an extra pair of invisible hands to a job. One man could do the work it would normally take 3 to do. But Bill knew better. Some could take them and stay more or less sane for a while, but keep taking them, and you eventually went barking mad. He watched as the male spider-splicer grinned clownishly into the tramcar from its roof, head dipping to stare upside down in a window, leering at the passengers cringing back from him. "You lovely snuggle ducks," he yelled hoarsely. "You little chocolates in this chocolate box of steel." He cackled something more that Bill couldn't hear as the tram trundled away from him and Greavy, but he could see the giggling woman reaching in through a window, clutching for someone's arm. A gunshot cracked from inside the tram and smoke drifted out the open window as the female spider-splicer jerked her arm back. She screeched in pain and fury, and her splicer partner fired his own gun into the window while clinging upside down. Then the tramcar slipped from sight beyond the kiosks. Bill sighed and shook his head. "Out of their ever-bloody minds they are." "Yes, I suppose so," Greavy said thoughtfully. "But I think of it as part of a Darwinian process. This madness, these side effects, they'll die of it eventually, fighting each other perhaps. A possibly necessary winnowing in Rapture. Ryan and I knew something of the sort would come, some vector of purging. Eventually plasmids will be developed with fewer side effects. These early users are like guinea pigs." Bill glanced at Greavy. He never liked the man much, and that sort of comment was one of the reasons. "We best get to that inspection. You think we should call the constables about that gunfight?" Greavy shrugged. "There are so many gunfights now, so much antagonism, the constables can't deal with most of it. Ryan's attitude is that if 2 consenting adults want to duel, let them." Troubled, Bill led the way across the tracks and down a short stairway. Workers hoisted a big sign into place at the entrance to a new institution built into a leased space. The sign with silvery metal lettering read, "Fontaine's Center for the Poor." Framing the lettering was a relief sculpture, one on each side, of hands reaching down to pull other hands upward. "Never thought I'd see that in Rapture," Bill muttered, as they paused to watch. "A charity." "Shouldn't be here at all," Greavy said, frowning. "Just makes things worse. Charity trains people to be dependent. It's in the natural order of things for people to strive and fail, for a good number of them to fall by the wayside and, just die. Fontaine's Center for the Poor." He snorted skeptically. "What's that a front for?" "Anybody else, I'd give him the benefit of the doubt," Bill said. "With Fontaine, I've got to wonder what the bastard is up to." "Politics," Greavy murmured. "Political allies, maybe his own little army, the army of the poor." "He'll have no shortage of poor to draw on," Bill said as they moved off. "Artemis Sweets and Papa's Drop are stuffed with blokes out of work, and if they work, they still feel crowded and underpaid. Not everyone can start their own business, and if they do, who'll clean the toilets?" "You know where Fontaine gets the money for that charity?" asked Greavy with rhetorical pompousness. "From selling Adam. And why are a lot of the poor impoverished? Because they're addicted to Adam. They're spending all their money on it. The irony is naturally lost on the hoi polloi." They walked to the nearest wall not far from the entrance to an apartment complex, and almost immediately Bill felt cold water dripping on his head. He looked up, saw the discoloration high on the wall where it met the big, heavily framed windows arching over the room, several stories up. He admired the Wales brothers' vision, building big public spaces like this one. The high glass ceiling eased the sense of confinement, gave people access to something like sky. Infused by light-filtering green-blue from the surface, the sea was directly overhead. The windows curved down to meet the walls, and through the glass near the ceiling was a rippling vista of other Rapture buildings, lights streaming up their towering facades, neon signs blinking. Another drop of water fell from the ceiling and splashed his shoulder. "Pressure crack," Bill guessed. "From the look of the puddle, it's been here a while. Wish I could climb walls like those spider-splicer bastards, get a closer look. Well, I think we'll have a team go out in the diving suits, apply some sealant, and then we'll see if—" He broke off, staring as a wrench floated up from his toolkit, as if weightless, and bobbed in the air in front of him. What the bloody hell is that? The floating wrench suddenly darted at his head, and only good reflexes and a quick duck saved Bill from being struck down. The tool flashed by him, and he turned to see it spinning along, stopping in mid-air, turning to swish viciously at him again. What the blue blazes? Bill grabbed the wrench with his left hand, bruising his palm. It seemed to jump about in his hand like a live but rigid metal fish before it simply stopped. It was chucking tools at me. There's your tool chucker, Greavy said, grimly amused, pointing at a woman about 10 yards away, standing by the doorway into Artemis Suites. She was a petite, smirking waif-like woman in black pedal pushers and a ragged, blood-spattered blouse, the left sleeve ripped entirely away, her left arm scratched and bloody. She wore coal smeared around her eyes, so they looked like a panda's, and her bleached hair was teased up over her head, almost writhing around like Medusa's snakes. Bill supposed a side effect of the telekinetic plasmid she was using was affecting her hair. One side of her face was striped with red welts. Her eyes had the demented glimmer of the hardcore plasmid user. She was crazily stoned. She raised a grimy hand and pointed it at his toolkit, which jerked from his hand and spun away from him, scattering its contents across the room. People dodged out of the way of flying tools, now under the control of her telekinetic powers. "Hey, you, stop throwing your tools!" shouted a glaring, bald-headed constable in a checked suit, stalking toward Bill. A star-shaped badge was pinned on his chest. "Isn't me," he yelled back. "It's our constable, the splicer over at Artemis." The constable turned to look, reaching into his coat pocket for a gun. But as soon as he did, his badge tore itself off his coat, spun around his head, and then buried itself between his eyes. The constable screamed in agony and fell to his knees, clutching at his blood-spurting forehead. "That'll show you, pricks!" the little female splicer screeched, pointing a finger at Bill and Greavy. "I saw you poking around here, you official types, Ryan's little puppets. Well, we don't want you round Artemis, or your bald-headed cops neither." She made a sudden gesture, and his tools, scattered across the intervening floor, leaped into the air and came spinning at him. Bill threw himself flat as they flashed over him. Greavy shrieked, and Bill turned to see a screwdriver driven through Greavy's chest, the screwdriver blade dripping crimson. Greavy wobbled. "Jesus, Greavy!" Bill got to his feet just in time to catch Greavy as he fell, lowering the man's quivering body to the floor. Greavy was sputtering, dribbling blood, his eyes glazing, dying. Maybe if they could get some Adam to him in time, they could heal him. But there was no time. In moments, Greavy was dead. Bill looked in shock over at Artemis Suites, but the telekinetic splicer was gone. He heard someone cackling from the shadowy corners of the ceiling. And then an announcement echoed from the public address system, Diane McClintock's recorded voice. "Remember that here in Rapture we're all individuals, but we're also part of the great chain. Welded together by the free market, we are becoming one happy family." Andrew Ryan's office, 1955. "Mr. Ryan, something I've got to ask about." Bill McDonough was nervous, demanding an explanation from Andrew Ryan. He had countless other things to do, but he was too troubled to work until he cleared this up. Worry, burning like an acid stomach, had been building up in him. "Yes, Bill," Ryan said, looking up from a small box of audio tapes, seeming only vaguely curious about Bill's errand. He was at his desk, sorting through labeled recordings of his speeches and debates. An AccuVox recorder was set up beside the box. Ryan was wearing a caramel-colored double-breasted suit and a blue tie. Bill wondered how he could function in a buttoned-up suit all day long. "Mr. Ryan, I've got to keep the heat evenly circulating in Rapture. I've got to keep the pipes from freezing. I've got to be able to control water pressure. Part of the engineering of this place. I can't do it when there's a big drain, a sudden drop in heat and pressure, and it comes unpredictable-like, and no one will let me inspect the source of it." Ryan set the box aside. "Come to the point. What does this enigmatic monologue refer to?" "There's a whole section of Rapture I'm not even allowed in now. Sinclair's got his own people running it. Place he's calling Persephone. I knew they were building something, but I thought it was a hotel. Only it's too secretive for that. I can't be responsible for hydraulic engineering when a whole section of the city is sealed off for me. Seems like it's been functional for a long time, more than a year. It's no hotel." Ryan made a small growl of grim amusement in his throat. "Depends on what you mean by hotel. Persephone. Yes, I've been meaning to talk to you about that." Ryan leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling as if something were written up there. "Bill, have you heard my debates with Sophia Lamb?" "Only caught a minute or two. Kinda surprised me when you debated her." Ryan smiled ruefully at him. "I took a risk, elevating that malcontent in that way. My instinct was simply to have her arrested as a social saboteur. But I advocate freedom. I don't wish to be a hypocrite, and I didn't wish to make her a martyr. So I thought I'd let the people hear the sort of nonsense she spouts when I'm there to refute it. Listen." He pressed a button on the tape recorder. Bill heard Ryan's voice. "Religious rights, Doctor? You are free to kneel before whatever tribal fetish you favor in the comfort of your own home. But in Rapture, liberty is our only law. A man's only duty is to himself. To imply otherwise, therefore, is criminal." Lamb replied, "Ask yourself, Andrew, what is your great chain of progress but a faith? The chain is a symbol for an irrational force guiding us toward ascension, no less mystic than the crucifixes you seize and burn." Bill nodded. It bothered him, too, when Ryan seized religious artifacts. He wasn't religious, but a man ought to be able to believe in whatever he liked. Ryan hit fast forward and then play. Lamb's voice again. "Dream, delusion, or the pain of a phantom limb. To one man they are as real as rain. Reality is consensus, and the people are losing faith. Take a walk, Andrew. It is raining in Rapture, and you have simply chosen to not notice." Ryan stopped the tape and snorted. "Quite the little extemporaneous speaker, isn't she? If you parse it, it makes no sense. But its real message can be decoded, Bill. Reality is consensus. The people are losing faith. What is that but a Marxist notion? And this business of claiming I ignore the suffering in Rapture?" He shook his head grimly. "I don't ignore it, but I must accept it as part of the long, weary march of evolution. The surface world is still with us here. To die to the habit of parasitism comes hard, Bill, and some fall by the wayside in that long, lonely march. I know that full well. But what does she do? She makes me sound like Louis XIV. Next she'll imply Diane is Marie Antoinette, and she'll call for the guillotine. Do you expect me to stand by while that happens?" "What's all that got to do with this Persephone, Gov?" Bill asked. He suspected he knew, he'd heard rumors, but he wanted it spelled out. Ryan looked Bill in the eye. The look was almost one of defiance, though Ryan was boss here. "That's where Sophia Lamb was taken not long ago, Bill, and incarcerated." "Incarcerated?" "Yes, you must have noticed her absence from the scene. That glib, sanctimonious woman can make all the speeches she likes to the walls of her cell." "But won't that make her a martyr?" "As far as her followers know, she's simply disappeared, deserted them." Bill shook his head sadly. "Ought to be another way, Mr. Ryan." "I cannot allow this social sabotage to go on." Ryan aimed an index finger at Bill. "Do you know who planted that charming little confetti bomb with its warnings? Oh, I found out, Bill." He slapped the top of his desk. "It was done by an agent of Sophia Lamb. Stanley Pools infiltrated her little circle. He's heard it was one of our own people who planted the thing, quite likely Simon Wales." "Wales?" "Oh, yes, at Lamb's behest." "Well, why not prosecute her for that? A bomb's a bomb. It was vandalism, at least. But this just disappearing people?" "Her public prosecution would become a cause célèbre. Anyway, we haven't got solid proof, just hearsay. But think about it. How like a psychiatrist to create a bomb that blows nothing up, except our sense of security. Not long after she got here, she started her little game, pulling the pins out from under us one by one. Do you know what she did with the bonus money I paid her? She took that, and a great many donations from her followers, and built that smarmy Dionysus Park, named in some bizarre effort at mockery. Dionysus Park? Bill scratched his head. He'd only been there once to check the drainage. Thought it was some kind of retreat. Therapeutic art, something like that. Oh, yes. Ryan's voice dripped with cynicism as he went on. A retreat. Her sheep-like followers closeted with Sophia Lamb and her precious garden and her own cinema. Just the setting for Marxist propaganda disguised as therapy and art. Rapture is a powder keg, Bill. I knew that when Reuben Greevy died. Plasmids made Rapture unstable. We can't remove plasmids, not now, but we can remove some of the instability. Lamb, people like her, they have to be stopped. Bill wondered exactly what happened to the incarcerated at Persephone. Wasn't Persephone a name from a myth about hell? Ryan went on, gesturing at the AccuVox. I recorded a note to you about all this, but I may as well talk it straight out with you instead. You remember when you spoke of a marketplace of ideas? That was you. I liked the phrase. So, I let Lamb enter the marketplace, tried to defang her in debates, but she is too dangerous to be allowed to roam freely. You know the place they're calling Popper's Drop? You've been to the limbo room. Not me. Too much hole in the wall. Good, because Grace Holloway was singing protest songs there. Perfectly harmless colored lady was Grace till Lamb got hold of her, and between their protest screeches these Oblomovs hand out Lamb's manifesto. Lamb adorns every wall there. Saint Lamb. You made her, McDonough. Me? You, with your marketplace of ideas talk. You persuaded me to allow her sort. Now, I want you to talk to the council about this. They must accept that people like this are to be silenced. I can't do that, Mr. Ryan. It's not my place. I need to know how you really feel, Bill. That'll show me where you stand. But incarceration? This place Persephone, what exactly is it? Ryan sighed. I should have let you in on it. Quite a while back I did a deal with Augustus Sinclair to build it. It's out on the edge of Rapture, right over that big crevice, just in case. It's a facility for isolation and interrogation, something between a mental hospital and a penal institution, for political enemies of Rapture. He was busying himself with the tapes, seeming embarrassed. Some of this woman's followers are free and some aren't. We'll find them in time and they'll have their own little cells. There are various shades of malcontents in Persephone. He seemed to realize he was fussing mindlessly with the tapes and put the box aside. As for water pressure issues, I'll have Sinclair speak to you, give you reports on all that. He has a maintenance crew to deal with any internal problems of that kind. He doesn't want me to go there, Bill realized. He doesn't want me to see what it's like. Something else occurred to Bill then. There was a chance, after all, he could see the inside of Persephone. As a prisoner. It could happen if he said the wrong thing. That's what it was coming to in Rapture, and he couldn't risk getting put away, not with Elaine and his little girl needing him. Bill let out a long, slow breath to calm himself. When things cooled down, maybe he could persuade Ryan to close Persephone. Okay, Mr. Ryan, he said, keeping his voice as steady as he could. I reckon you know best. Persephone Penal Colony, 1955. Simon Wales felt a powerful mingling of superstitious awe and pride as the guard led him into Sophia Lamb's cell. She was waiting for him on her neatly made bunk, sitting up straight, hands folded in her lap, her blonde hair back in a bun. She looked thin, hollow-eyed, but the transcendent spark was there. "So you did come," she said softly. "How'd you arrange it?" Wales had to take a breath to calm himself before he replied. He viewed this woman as ascending from the locus of universal love. It was like being with the radiant Joan of Arc as she waited for the stake. "I have some terms of friendship with Sinclair, since Daniel and I were the chief architects of Rapture. I convinced him to let me inspect the structure here to see if it was putting strain on the rest of Rapture. All lay blind, of course. He allowed it, and then it was simply a matter of bribing the guards." "Good.
You must see to it that the guards will let you in whenever you come. Pay them whatever you must. They fear Sullivan and Ryan. They cannot be induced to simply let me go, but they can be persuaded to let me talk freely with the other inmates." She frowned. He could see emotional pain flicker across her face, quickly suppressed. "What about Eleanor? Any word?" "They have her in some kind of conditioning." She grimaced. "Well, they will think she is one thing, but I have buried her true mission deeply inside her. Eleanor will survive, and she will surprise them. She will surprise everyone here. I have faith in that." She glanced at the door. "I'm developing a therapeutic relationship with Nigel Weir." Wales looked at her in surprise. "Weir, the warden of Persephone? He let you—" She smiled. "He's a sad, disturbed little man. Under pretense of interrogating me, he asked me about himself. Indirectly, you see. I turned the interrogation back on him. We even looked at his files together. I think I've persuaded him to let me do some experimenting and therapy on the prisoners in Persephone. He'll convince Sinclair it's all for the benefit of Ryan's little fiefdom. But in time, I plan to organize a rebellion here, one which they will never expect. They're foolish, putting so many political prisoners in one facility. It plays into our hands." Gazing at her, Wales felt dizzy. He suddenly, uncontrollably went to his knees. "Ma'am, oh, Sophia, how is it that I was ever loyal to Andrew Ryan, that I let him blind me?" She smiled. "It's all right, Simon. The ego is powerful. The will to love is weak at first. It must be strengthened with sacrifice to the collective. It takes time, but you were one of the first to see the light. You're beloved to me, Simon Wales, and in good time Ryan will fall, and we, will be waiting to take his place. Rapture will be ours. Tell everyone, I will be watching. I will know who is a slave to ego and who ascends to the body with the blessed." "Yes, Sophia, I'll see that your flock knows." Sophia Lamb put a hand on his head in benediction. Wales felt an orgasmic shudder go through him at her touch, and he lowered his head and wept with joy. 13. Rapture Detention, 1956. Sullivan was worried about Head Constable Harker. The head constable was breathing through his mouth like a man who just finished a 2-mile run, but Sullivan knew damn well he'd been sitting at that desk at least half an hour. One of Harker's cigars, still smoking, was just a butt in the seashell ashtray. Harker sat there, panting, staring into space, drumming his freckled fingers on the desk. The head constable was a short, thick, jowly man with receding red hair, a shabby black suit. Looked like he hadn't shaved in a couple of days. "You asked me to come over, Harker, remember?" Sullivan said, sitting across from him. "You okay? You look kinda worse for wear." "Sure, I'm okay." Harker reached up, unconsciously fingering the constable's badge on his lapel. "I just sometimes wonder—" He glanced at the door to make sure it was closed. "If I made a mistake coming to Rapture." Sullivan chuckled. "Don't feel like the Lone Ranger on that one. Don't know many who don't feel that way sometimes." Harker nodded, too rapidly. "But there's still some true believers, Chief, like Rizzo, Wallace, Ryan, of course, that crackpot Sander Cohen, maybe McDonough. Of course, we lost some too, like Greavy." Harker sighed. "Yeah, shame about Greavy. Too confident, strutting around like he owned the place. They nearly got Bill McDonough, too. I don't know, I don't have a good feeling about it, Chief. I'm grateful you got me this post, but I should have stuck around in the States and, I don't know, gone into something else. Me and you, we're badges, pal. Too old to change." He could see Harker was scared, plenty scared. "What is it? I mean, there's something that's got you off balance here. Something in particular. Why'd you call me over here?" Harker rubbed a thumbnail raspily over his 2 days' growth of beard and reached into the desk drawer. He took out a pistol, stood up, stuck the pistol in his coat pocket, and said, "I'll show you. Come on." They went into the corridor. Karlowski was waiting out there, a pumped shotgun in his hands. Sullivan kept the Russian close when the great man didn't need him. Yesterday, that pumped shotgun had cut a spider splicer nearly in half and saved Sullivan's neck.
Karlowski nodded at Harker, who just grunted and brushed past him, stumping down the hall on his short, thick legs, one hand in his coat pocket on that gun. The head constable led them around a corner, past a black guard who unlocked a hallway door to let them into the cell block. They strode past a series of insulated locked cells, all on the left-hand side, where splicers, low enough on Eve to be containable, babbled and begged for their plasmids. A feral-looking woman, her face etched with plasmid lesions, spat at them through a barred cell door window as they passed. This place was grimier and crazier than Persephone. The isolation facility wasn't full of splicer crazies anyhow, just political eccentrics. At last Harker stopped near cell 15, where a hulking constable with nervous blue eyes and a leering smile leaned on the hallway's metal wall, a Tommy gun cradled in his arms. "Howdy, Chief," Cavendish said. "A little over an hour ago," Harker said in a low voice, as Sullivan and Karlowski caught up with him at the cell door. "We bring in an unconscious splicer, right? Half-naked, lot of plasma deformities on his face and all. Well, when we found this cocksucker, he had some kind of fish-gutting hook in one hand all covered with blood. And in the other hand he has a woman's head. Her head, cut off her body, you get me? Sliced off just under the chin, slick as a whistle, a brunette. Might have been a pretty woman. I think maybe I saw this chippy dancing over in that strip joint in Fort Frolic." He licked his lips, glancing down the hall toward cell 18. "Well, this splicer, he's kinda squeezing her head to his chest, looked like a kid hugging a baby doll, and he was sawing logs, this guy, snoring. Pat Cavendish there gets him cuffed and tries to wake him up, but the guy's too sacked out, so Patrick gets some help, brings the son of a bitch up here, puts him in cell 17 over there. We got the broad's head in the freezer, in case you want to identify her." "Okay," Sullivan said, shrugging. "Not the only homicidal splicer we've had. Pretty crazy, but lots of them are. He must have run out of Eve, got tired, plasmids needed recharging, took a snooze. So now you got him. Ryan's talking about turning guys like this over to Gil Alexander for his experiments. We'll get him to a judge in the morning." Cavendish gave out a sniggering sound of contempt. "Boy, oh, have you got it wrong." Sullivan didn't like Cavendish's tone, but he didn't like Cavendish at all. One of the bad eggs, half Irish, half Suffolk Brit, grin like a wolf, like to beat up prisoners, but a good man in a fight. "He ain't run out of anything," Cavendish went on. "Drank himself to sleep, I figure. That's what it smelled like. Woke up still charged. He was an 18 last I looked." "What do you mean, last you looked?" "There's a new plasmid on the market," Harker put in, almost whispering, eyes darting to the door of 18. "Only, it's kind of black market. Fontaine hasn't released it publicly. It's supposed to make them extra crazy in record time, for one thing. For another, might be the most dangerous one around, if you think about it. Only I figure these guys are probably too nuts to use it against the Council. They're all about going with their impulses." "Use what?" Karlowski asked, impatiently. "They can disappear," Harker said, "and go somewhere else. This guy, he comes in and out of that cell as he pleases. Pat, what do they call that plasmid?" "Teleport." And at exactly that moment a sucking sound made them all look toward cell 18. Specks of free-floating blackness appeared in the air, sparkles of energy took on the approximate shape of a man, and the sound increased till it ended in a shoomp, as a man appeared out of nowhere. He was a pale man, barefoot, naked from the waist down, wearing only a filthy blood-stained work shirt. His hair was patchy brown, the angular face was hard to make out under all the plasmid excrescens. One of the growths had nearly blotted out his left eye. "Hey, you dog humpers is keeping me awake out here," he snarled, spraying spittle past his snaggly yellow teeth. "I'm trying to finish my nap, for fuck's sake." "Well, ain't you the pips with your pretty badges? I want me one." Karlowski, Cavendish, Harker, and Sullivan were all bringing their guns to bear, a Tommy gun, a shotgun, and 2 pistols, pointed at an empty space. Empty because the splicer had teleported out of it. He still had plenty of Eve in him, and he had vanished, and reappeared behind Karlowski. He pulled Karlowski's hair, hooting gleefully, and as the Russian spun toward him with the shotgun, the splicer vanished again, twinkling away. only to reappear bringing a nasty smell and posing like a dancer between Sullivan and the wall, yanking Sullivan's right ear and cackling, "Hiya, Chief!" Bastard acts like one of them cartoons at the movies, Sullivan thought. He made a grab for the splicer and felt his fingers pass through air that crackled with departing energy. He turned to see the splicer grabbing the pistol from Harker with one hand, with the other tearing the constable's badge off. Sullivan got his pistol into play and fired at the splicer, squeezing the trigger a split second too late, the bullet passing through the place where the teleporter had been, ricocheting off the steel walls near Harker. The sucking sound came again, and then a flash of light from the cell window of 18. Harker made a plaintive little eep sound, a noise you'd never expect from him. Then he gasped as he slid down the wall, leaving a smear of blood. He fell on his face, squirming, groaning. The ricochet from Sullivan's gun had hit the constable, and hard. "Damn it, Harker!" Sullivan sputtered, as if it were Harker's fault. "I'm sorry, I just—" Harker gasped again. "Get the fucker!" Tommy gun raised, Cavendish was stalking toward the window of cell 18. He peered through the small barred window in the studded metal door, and his head jerked back with the bang of a gunshot from inside. Sullivan thought at first Cavendish was dead, and then he saw the constable was just missing part of his left ear, much of it shot away. Cavendish crouched down in the corridor, put a hand over his red streaming ear, hissing with pain. "Fuck!" A tee-hee-hee came from inside the cell. "Too bad I missed. Could have improved your ugly fucking face to have a bullet hole through it, dog humper. I gotta recommend that one to Steinman." Sullivan cocked his pistol, moving in a half-crouch down the row of cells. He ignored the bearded splicer in number 16 who taunted, "You see, if you'd give us our Adam, we'd all be happy harpies. But now, right now, you've made us into sandy soddies, and sadness hurts. It hurts. Going to hurt and hurt." "It's me that's done the hurting so far today," Sullivan thought glumly. He'd accidentally shot Harker. This teleport thing had him shaken. He saw now why Harker'd been so unnerved. He approached the cell door obliquely, pistol raised, trying to peer in without making himself a target. There the semi-nude splicer was relaxing on his back in a cot against the farther wall of the padded room. His naked genitals spattered with dried blood, all too clearly on display. He had his left arm behind his head, his right arm up, and he was spinning the pistol on his index finger and singing a Rapture advertising jingle to himself. "Oh, the beer may be green, but it's mighty keen. It satisfies a man, makes him feel grand. It's Ryan's own beer." On beer, the splicer stopped spinning the gun and fired it toward the barred window of the cell. The bullet struck a bar and ricocheted down the corridor. Sullivan ducked, though the bullet was already on its way by then. He raised slowly up, only to hear that sucking sound and Cavendish yelling, "Down, Chief!" He flattened belly down on the floor and saw out of the corner of his eye the splicer materializing over him to his right, the pistol pointed down to shoot him in the head. A rat-a-tat echoed harshly in the corridor, along with a big thump of a shotgun, and the splicer was stumbling backward, stitched across the middle with blood-spouting bullet holes, right arm torn half off from a shotgun blast. Cavendish had gotten him square with the Tommy gun, and Karlowski had clipped him good with the shotgun. Someone around the corner yelled in pain as part of the Tommy gun burst ricocheted down the corridor. Maybe the steel walls hadn't been such a good idea. Sullivan got up again, coughing with the gun smoke in the small space. Yips and jeers and shouts of derision came from the adjoining cells, but the teleport splicer was twitching, gurgling in death. "Well, we got him, but we lost Harker," Sullivan muttered, turning to look at the dead constable. "This is a whole new, how you say it, from baseball?" Karlowski said, looking down at the twitching splicer. Sullivan nodded. "A whole new ball game." Footlight Theater, 1956. Frank Fontaine took a seat near the stage in the small auditorium of the Footlight Theater. He was here to see Sander Cohen's new cabaret production, Janice. Cohen promoted it as a tragic farce about identity. It was actually an oddball collaboration between Sander Cohen and the surgeon Steinman, but Fontaine's mind was elsewhere. He was remembering something Ryan had said. Even ideas can be contraband. Settling into the plush seat, Fontaine smiled to himself. Ironically, Ryan had sparked an idea with that little phrase. Spread the right subversive belief, it could turn this place on its head, could dump Ryan at the bottom, lift Frank Fontaine to the top. Feeling overfull from his dinner, a little drunk from the wine, Fontaine glanced over his shoulder at the audience crowding into the small theater. There was Steinman, the surgeon, overdressed in a tuxedo, playing author. There was Diane McClintock, standing at the head of the aisle in the doorway. She wore a low-cut, red-beaded black frock, carried a matching beaded purse. She was frowning, looking at her diamond-crusted watch. Waiting for Ryan, no doubt. She was Ryan's fiancée as well as his receptionist. 2 seats were empty right next to Fontaine. This might be a great opportunity. He stood up and waved to Diane, though he scarcely knew the woman. He pointed to the 2 seats, smiling. She glanced through the door to the lobby, then nodded briskly, her lips pursed, and hurried down to him. "Mr. Fontaine?" "Miss McClintock." He stepped aside so she could take a seat. "I've saved a spot for Andrew, too," he said. "If he even shows up," Diane muttered, sitting down. "He's always so busy." He sat beside her. "I understand someone might be announcing a wedding soon." She snorted, then remembered herself. "Oh, yes. When he decides the time is right, we'll make the announcement." She opened her purse. "You wouldn't have a cigarette? Oh, bother, I seem to be all out." Fontaine noticed that most of the purse was taken up by a book. "I do have a cigarette for you," he said, complete with Fontaine Futuristics matchbook. Very stylish. He held the case out. She took a cigarette, and he lit it for her. "You're a lifesaver." "Looks like you're carrying books around in that thing. Does it make a better weapon that way?" She blew smoke at the ceiling. "No need to be dismissive of a woman's desire to learn. I'm reading a Fitzgerald novel from the 20s, The Beautiful and the Damned." He thought, what could be more fitting? But winking at her, he said, "One thing I'm not dismissive of is a woman's desires." She looked at him with narrowed eyes, as if thinking of bringing him up short. Then she gave way to a titter of laughter. "Oh, gosh, that kind of remark, a woman's desires, makes me feel like I was back working the club where Andrew and I met." She glanced over her shoulder. "You haven't seen him here, have you?" "Afraid not." Maybe he ought to let her know obliquely that he might be available to squire her if Ryan gave her the brush off. She could be useful. "If he doesn't show up, I'll heroically offer you my arm, ma'am, and escort you from here all the way to the moon and back." "It's even farther to the moon than it used to be down here," she said, but she seemed pleased. "Me? I kinda hope he doesn't show up." She glanced back at the door again and then stepped on her cigarette as the curtains parted. "Show's starting," she sighed. It took him a moment to recognize Sander Cohen, as made up as he was, and with another face entirely slung on the back of his head. Cohen was dressed in skin-tight Lincoln green, had an absurd mustache and beard, and a feeble little bow and arrows slung over his shoulder. He pranced to mandolin music in front of a painted forest backdrop and broke into a song about how he loved to be in the greenwood with my merry men, oh, my gay and merry men, my oh-so-happy men, and then came along that dreadful bitch known as Maid Marian, and oh, how paradise has fallen. His merry men, looking more like nearly naked Greek wrestlers, came dancing out of the wood, waving arrows and singing the chorus with him. Ah, Jesus wept, Fontaine thought. Then the King of England came along, wearing a lion-blazoned cloak, a gold-painted crown, and a red beard that was coming loose from his chin. He brought Cohen to his castle and set him to be the new sheriff of Nottingham. Robin Hood lost little time in assassinating the king, merrily stabbing him to the beat of a song, and then switching the face on the back of his head around to the front. The mask resembled the king. He dragged the body off and took the king's place. The one-act musical mercifully ended to a smattering of applause, although Dr. Steinman stood up, clapped lustily, and shouted, "Bravo! Bravissimo!" Fontaine helped Diane into her wrap. Maybe he could get her to a bar. After a few drinks, she might remember her cigarette girl origins. But suddenly Ryan was coming down the aisle, shaking hands with people, nodding, waving to Diane. "Sorry I'm late, darling." So much for that. But the evening wasn't a bust. Despite having to watch Cohen flounce about, the play had given Fontaine an idea. On the way out of the theater, he paused to gaze at one of Ryan's earliest propaganda posters. "Rapture is the hope of the world," it declared, over a picture of Andrew Ryan holding the world on his shoulders. Andrew Ryan as Atlas? Looking to see that no one was watching, Frank Fontaine tore the poster down. Bill McDonough's flat, 1956. Sitting on his sofa near the big sea-view window, Bill McDonough wondered if keeping records of his thoughts and impressions of life in Rapture was really a good idea. He'd tried it for a while, but it didn't come naturally. Ryan was pushing for everyone to keep recordings of their problems, their plans, for some kind of planned historical retrospective, and it was becoming something of a fad. But Bill was starting to wonder exactly how it might be used against a man. The tape recorder was sitting on the coffee table by a mug of greenish beer. Neither seemed appealing. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 7. Elaine would be home from Arcadia with the little one soon enough. If he was going to do this, he'd better get to it. He reached for the tape recorder, but somehow his hand found his way to the mug of beer instead. He sighed, put the beer down, pressed the record button on the device, and began. "Rapture's changing, but Ryan can't see the wolves in the woods. This Fontaine fella, he's a crook and a proper tea leaf, but he's got the atom, and that makes him the governor. He's sinking the profits back into bigger and better plasmids, and building them Fontaine poorhouses, more like Fontaine recruiting centers. For we know it, bloke's going to have an army of splicers, and we're going to have ourselves a whole heap of miseries." He switched off the tape recorder. There was a lot more on his mind, but he was reluctant to make his doubts about Rapture a matter of record. The phone on the coffee table rang. He answered the phone. "Right, Bill here." "McDonough, it's Sullivan. We've had another 3 killings in the upper atrium, and the council's calling an emergency meeting." Council Conference Room, 1956. Andrew Ryan wasn't sure he wanted the special meeting of the Rapture Council, but he was reassured to see Bill McDonough and Sullivan come in. He still felt he could trust those two. Only 6 people had shown up this time, and they were gathered around the oval conference table in the ornate, gold-trimmed little room near the top of the highest air scraper in Rapture. Anna, Bill, Sullivan, Anton Kincaid, Ryan, Rizzo. Ryan missed the presence of the late Reuben Greevy, and he could have done without Anna Culpepper, who liked to put her oar in without having anything useful to say. He should never have allowed her on the council. Ryan toyed with an untasted cup of coffee, feeling his age. His role as Rapture's guide and mentor was becoming a weight. He could almost feel it pinching his back, making his bones creak. And some on the council were making it worse, always prodding at him with their feeble little ideas. Meanwhile, Rapture's problems had become Andrew Ryan's: crime, subversives, foolish use of plasmids, constant maintenance problems. These required real vision to overcome. He was seeing that more and more clearly. A man needed a willingness to institute big solutions to big problems. "We are so close to the surface here," Anna said, sitting down with a cup of tea. "It makes me think it wouldn't be so bad to have a few excursions to the surface world, just close by, on a boat, I mean." She looked up at the glass ceiling, just a yard or two under the surface of the ocean. Moonlight penetrated the waves, came glimmering down to color the room's electric illumination with a blue-white paleness, making Anna, gazing upward, look as if she put on whiteface. That made Ryan think about Sander Cohen. He was glad Cohen hadn't come. The performer was getting ever more socially peculiar. He'd sent a jet postal note, begging off with some enigmatic excuse about being caught up in the hunt for art, which must be captivated, bound to the stage, in preparation for the Titanomachy. Titanomachy? Whatever was he talking about? Ryan glanced up as a shadow passed over them. The silhouette of a large, sleek shark swam overhead, circling the lighted room in curiosity. "In time," Ryan said. "We may have an excursion, Anna, all in good time." Anna sighed and gave him that pitying look he'd found so infuriating lately. "Dare I point out, it has been 10 years since Hiroshima. There have been no further uses of atomic weapons. The war, it appears, is a cold one.
That's what our radio tells us." Rizzo sniffed disapprovingly at her skepticism. "Ruskies have been stockpiling A-bombs just same as the United States of America, Miss Culpepper. Why, it's a tinderbox out there. The commies are taking over China. The Soviets got their agents every goddamn place. Only a matter of time before the atomic war comes." "Exactly," Ryan said. "Good old Rizzo, a sensible man. And that aside, we have to remain as hidden away here as we can. We don't want anybody taking notice of anything out here. The lighthouse is risky enough. If it weren't for the air draw—" Ryan changed the subject. "Let's get to it. We have to decide on a policy about all this violence." "It's simple, boss," Sullivan said, leaning his elbows on the table, a pinched look on his face. "We got to ban plasmids. I know how you feel about banning products, but we got no choice. You're talking about atomic power? I'm not sure these plasmids are any safer than that stuff." Sullivan's words were slurring ever so slightly. He'd been drinking before the meeting. Ryan reached for patience. "Chief, I know it was hard for you to lose Harker that way. But the market has a life of its own, and we can't choke that life off with bans or even—" he had difficulty actually saying the word— "regulations. The solution is simple. Ryan Enterprises is now in the plasmid business. A better product will draw people in, and they'll buy one that doesn't affect their minds." He glanced at Bill, thinking he looked weary and troubled. "What do you think, Bill?" "You seriously going into plasmids, Gov?" Bill asked, seeming genuinely surprised. "It'll take more time to develop a plasmid that doesn't have side effects. Meanwhile—" "Bill, it's either we go into them or ban them, and how well did prohibition work?" "But they're addictive." "So is alcohol." Bill shook his head. "Look what happened to Mr. Greevy, if you'd seen it." "Yes." Reuben Greevy's death was a painful subject for Ryan. "Yes, that was a great loss to me. He was an artist, an entrepreneur, a scientist, a true Renaissance man. A great loss. I feel responsible. I should have sent security along with him, but he would insist on going wherever he liked in Rapture." "I was the one with him," Bill said, looking very unhappy. "If anyone's responsible—" "The only one responsible," growled Sullivan, "is that telekinetic bitch that killed him. But, Mr. Ryan, if you want to continue allowing plasmid sales and get Ryan Industries into it—" he shook his head, wincing at the thought— "then it's got to be regulated." "We'll consider restricting some plasmids," Ryan said, though he had no intention of really restricting any plasmids. "This is a rough transitional period, to be expected, part of the tumult of the market." "Do we even know for sure which plasmids are out there?" Kincaid asked. Sullivan shrugged. "Not for sure. I've got a partial list." He searched his pockets, looking for it. "Got it here somewhere. Some are kind of black market. Some Fontaine sells in shops. He's selling Eve right next to it. Damn floors are littered with syringes. Here it is." He unfolded a wrinkled piece of paper. Sullivan cleared his throat, squinted at the paper, and read out, "Electrobolt fires bolts of electricity, can stun a man or kill him. Incinerate started with a plasmid you could use for cooking, but now it's sort of like a flamethrower that comes out of your hand. I've seen teleport. Not sure how we can control that one. It's a big worry. I mean, Christ, how do you jail someone who can teleport? Telekinesis, that's what killed Mr. Greevy. You've all seen that. There's Winter Blast, sends out a current of super-cold air, freezes your enemy solid. And there's that spider thing they go up the walls with. Lots of those creeps around." "Huh, creeps," Anna said, absently glancing at the transparent ceiling. "They do creep, don't they? Good one, Chief." He looked at her in puzzlement. He hadn't been joking. "What about this teleport?" Bill asked. "What do we do about the bloody Houdini splices? It can't be legal." Ryan nodded. He didn't trust it either. It weakened security. It might enable people to leave Rapture. He had security cameras and turrets set up at the only egresses to Rapture, to stop anyone unauthorized from leaving. He was in the process of installing more security bots. Some plasmids could make a joke of all those wonderfully engineered devices. We'll see what we can do to suppress that one. Kincaid tried to straighten his tie, and only made it more crooked. I don't understand the physics of these plasmids. Where are these new atom cells drawing all the energy from? If the splicer shoots out flame, does it come from his intestinal methane? Where does he get the raw materials? Does he lose a pound afterward? Bill looked at him. You're the boffin. No theories, then. Kincaid shrugged. I can only speculate that all this extra energy is being drawn from the splicer's environment in some way. The air around us is charged, after all. That could account for the electrobolt. The mutagenic cells, once redesigned by Adam, have a sort of secondary mitochondria that might provide specialized energy emissions. We don't know what most of our genes do. Some might be designed for these powers. Which might even account for tales of supernatural beings, genies, and magicians and the like. But those mutations didn't work out, you see. Perhaps because they tended to be burdened by negative side effects, like psychosis, facial excrescence, and so on. Bit of a dodgy omen, that, isn't it, Kincaid? Bill pointed out. I mean, if these mutations existed in the past, and they didn't make it, didn't work out then, might not work out for Rapture then. Something in that, Kincaid allowed, nodding slightly. But Mr. Ryan is right. If it's possible to create plasmids, then it should be possible to perfect them. We can work out the bad parts. Just imagine having rational control of telekinesis, or the ability to climb walls like a fly, to hurl electricity, to become superhuman. It's wonderful in its way. Maybe people could just learn to use Adam without overindulging, Anna suggested. An education program. Finally, Ryan thought, Anna had said something useful. Not a bad idea. We'll look into that. The side effects of plasmids, Sullivan pointed out, are the only thing keeping more people from buying Adam. We fix the side effects, we'll have superpowered people everywhere. We'll all have to do it just to keep some kind of balance of power. I don't want to cough fire every time I belch. Bill nodded eagerly. Chief Sullivan's in the right of it. Side effects or not, plasmids are just too dangerous. Rapture is made mostly of metal, but it's complex, and that makes it vulnerable, fragile in some places. Daft bastards running around shooting fire, blasting lightning about, they could bring down the whole bloody house of cards. Ryan made a dismissive gesture. We'll get the splicers under control. Meanwhile, he added musingly, this is all part of our evolution, just growing pains. He considered explaining fully, but they wouldn't understand if he told them what he really thought. Greavy had understood, though. He'd understood the winnowing, the subtraction of weak links from the great chain. What they were going through in Rapture now was the heat of a welding torch, both destructive and constructive. It isn't just the superpowered sons of bitches, Sullivan growled, crumpling the list of plasmids in his shaky hands. It's the leadheads rampaging around the city, shooting guns at random, faster reflexes from all that Adam. We've had to kill 4 in the last 2 days. Sad thing is, they all had kids, transferred to that new orphanage of Fontaine's. Fontaine, Bill said, looking at Ryan significantly. Got a finger in every bloody thing, every kind of smuggling. He's not just bringing in cheap hooch and Bibles anymore, Governor. Ryan grunted. How's the evidence looking on Fontaine's smugglers? Sullivan sat up straighter, suddenly energized. I've got enough to raid him, Mr. Ryan. Then we'll have the proof. I've got a witness to the smuggling ring, up in detention under protection. Then put it together, Ryan said. We'll raid his operation and see what we get. Kincaid shook his head. All that charity stuff he's behind. You've got to wonder what he's up to. He's up to undermining me, Ryan said bitterly. Charity is a form of socialism. It's too much like that Lamb woman. If they're not working together, then they will be in time, like Lenin recruiting Stalin. Stopping Fontaine stops this propaganda tool he calls charity. What about this plasmids business? Rizzo asked. We don't want to ban them or regulate them, so how do we control them? Now that's a good question, mate, Bill said. I'm about to announce a new Ryan Enterprises product line, Ryan said, smiling in a way he hoped was reassuring. A new line of weapons, chemical throwers, flamethrowers, grenade launchers, better machine guns. We can use weapons innovation to counterbalance the splicers until we get Adam perfected. Bill shook his head skeptically, but said nothing. There's something else, Sullivan said, frowning. I've got a source in Fontaine Futuristics. Tells me about some kind of what they call pheromone experimentation, something like that can be used to get a handle on those splicers. "He means pheromone, I suspect," Kincaid said, smirking.
"Maybe that was it," Sullivan said, unruffled. "Something about Suchong using those things to control the splicers, without the splicers even knowing it. Maybe spraying a chemical that makes them all show up in one place, so they cause problems for, well, anybody you wanted to cause problems for, I guess."
Ryan scowled. Control the splicers with pheromones. He was intrigued, but it was troubling, too, because Suchong worked for Fontaine. Meaning that Fontaine, in turn, would eventually control at least some of the splicers. And it was becoming clearer. Fontaine was a predator. If you allowed him to grab that kind of power, he would use it to take Rapture over. Probably he'd do it behind a smokescreen. As Bill had warned, Fontaine could even partner up with Lamb's followers, now that they were at loose ends. It could mean the destruction of Rapture. Fort Frolic, Fleet Hall, backstage, 1956.
"Can anyone ever make you feel like Sander Cohen can?" Rapture's most beloved musical artist returns with Why Even Ask, his greatest album yet. Songs of love, songs of joy, songs of passion. Buy Why Even Ask and invite Sander Cohen into your home today.
Hurrying along through the empty backstage area, Martin Finnegan chuckled to himself, hearing the public service announcement playing from Cohen's dressing room. Cohen was listening to the public address announcement over and over again.
"Can anyone ever make you feel like Sander Cohen can? Rapture's most beloved musical artist returns."
Martin went down the wood-walled corridor, found Sander Cohen seated pensively in front of his gold-framed oval dressing room mirror, putting on another layer of makeup with one hand. With the other, he was shaping the needle-like points of his hooked mustache. Cohen wore a purple and blue silk smoking jacket, silk slippers, and purple silk pajamas. He looked at Martin in the mirror. "I'm running short of makeup, you know," Cohen said. He picked up the stub of an eyebrow pencil and began to darken his eyebrows. "I've asked Andrew for more, but he talks tiresomely of import priorities, the importance of creating our own goods. Does he really expect me to make my own eyebrow pencil?" "My, you look virile today, Martin." All said while outlining his eyebrow, looking at Martin in the mirror. That face became ever more lurid each time Martin saw it, ever more like a mad, mustachioed mime.
"And invite Sander Cohen into your home today."
The recording ended, and Cohen restarted it.
"Can anyone ever make you feel—"
"What do you think of that announcement?" Cohen asked, starting on the other eyebrow, watching him closely in the mirror. "It's going out tonight on the public address, trying to push my new record. It seems a bit bland to me, lacking in verve, doesn't have that libidinous fèvre that I so delight in." Martin sat in a wooden chair behind Cohen, wishing he'd stop playing the announcement. "I think it's good for regular folks to hear," Martin said. "Kind of family-friendly like. That's good, you need that." "Oh, God, I hope it doesn't mean they'll bring their children to my shows. I can't imagine how I was able to bear being one. Fortunately, it didn't last long." Martin shifted in the uncomfortable chair, making it squeak. "Speaking of how Sander Cohen can make me feel, the note you sent me mentioned trying something new." Cohen tittered, hand fluttering over his mouth. "Well—" He winked and opened a dressing table drawer and drew out 2 bottles, setting them down on the dressing table, one after the other. They were squat bottles filled with red fluid. Martin knew full well what they were. Cohen opened the lower drawer, took out a flat black box, and opened it. In velvet-lined compartments were 2 syringes filled with glowing fluid. Eve, for activating the plasmids. Staring at the bottles, Martin's mouth was dry. He and Cohen had taken cocaine together before, cut with a lot of booze, but this, he had seen splicers. Some of them seemed fairly together. Others, though, were like nitroglycerin, always ready to explode. And then there was the disfigurement. Those who used a great deal of Adam ended up looking like they had a skin disease. The loony expressions glued on their faces made it all worse. On the other hand, look at that blue glow in the bottles, the implied power in it. "Well, shall we indulge?" Cohen asked. His mouth screwed to a cone and twisted comically to one side. "What the hell?" Martin heard himself say.
He knew he'd try it sooner or later. He tried everything sooner or later. As Cohen prepared the syringes, Martin found he regretted that his first experience with Adam was going to be with Sander Cohen. The artiste always took everything to crazy extremes. After that last little drunken trip into Arcadia, dancing naked with the Saturnines, forcing a teenage boy to have sex with an octopus, they were all lucky not to be in the Rapture detention cells. They'd gotten out one step ahead of the constables. But Martin did want to be a stage performer. So far, the only performance he'd done in Rapture had been at Cohen's tableaus, where Martin and Hector Rodriguez and Silas Cobb and a couple others, dressed in scanty costumes and posed heroically under the artiste's direction for a very small audience. Many in the audience had been touching themselves obscenely. What was it Hector had said later that night? It could well be that all art is just a grift, after all. "Now, let us partake," said Cohen. "This bottle contains Sport Boost and Winter Blast, a Splicer cocktail. That's yours. Mine is something very, very hard to get. Teleport. Next I want to try those spider splicings. Well, what are you waiting for? Bottoms up, so to speak." Martin took a deep drink from the plasmids bottle. The thick fluid was surprisingly bland, though there was a chemical aftertaste, a bit of saltiness, perhaps a suggestion of the taste of blood. And then a terrifying rigidity struck him. It was as if someone was running an electric current through his muscles, a charge generated from within his brain, crackling out through his nervous system, and it was making him go rigid. His arching back was threatening to snap his spine. And then he fell to the floor, shaking with spasms, fighting for breath. Waves of dark, hissing energy unfolded in him. He felt high, but he was also terrified. He was distantly aware that Cohen was dragging down his pants. "Presto plungo!" Cohen whooped, and then came the piercing pain of the needle jabbing into Martin's gluteus maximus. White fire exploded behind Martin's eyes, and it was all he could see for a moment, like gazing into the heart of a welding arc. Unfamiliar tastes, like random chemicals, passed in waves through his mouth. He heard his pulse hammering in his ears, and then a wave of relief came, a ripple of release, as the rigidity washed away in a rolling tide of living coolness. After a few moments he was able to move again, and struggled to his knees. "Now," Cohen said, laying the empty syringe on the makeup dresser, "I'm going to try mine. Here's the syringe for me. You do me. I mean the syringe. And don't try to use your powers yet. You might turn me into a block of ice." They repeated the process for Cohen, Martin injecting him in the rump, going about it mechanically, even as he struggled for some kind of inner equilibrium. He didn't feel quite real somehow. Martin set the empty syringe aside and sat gingerly on the chair, as the artiste flopped about like a fish on the floor, the Eve merging with the atom, showing in alternating blue-red energies in Cohen's body. Suddenly Cohen went limp, sighing. Then he sat up, chortled gleefully, and vanished. There was an ambient sucking sound as a thump of air rushed to fill the sparkling vacuum where he'd been. "Sander?" Martin's tongue felt thick. It was hard to talk. His head pounded like a parade drum thumped by a cocaine fiend, but he felt good, profanely good. A sucking, a sizzling, a Cohen-shaped sparkling, and there he was, materializing at the door to the corridor. "Ha! Look! I did it, Martin! I teleported! Ha ha ha!" It seemed to Martin that Cohen's face was rippling within itself, bumps rising and falling on it as if little pistons were pumping randomly under his facial skin. Martin laughed. It didn't matter really what was happening to Sander Cohen. Nothing mattered. The energy roared like a tornado in the room. The sinews of visible electric power stretched and snapped in the very air. He looked around, expecting to see these powerful forces throwing the furnishings about, whipping things through the air, but nothing was affected. He was seeing these energies in his mind. Come, follow me. I have a special delight for us in the rehearsal room," Cohen crowed, whirling about, dancing toward the door. Come and see my guests." "Guests? What sort, Sander? I'm not sure I can deal with guests. I feel strange." "But you must," Cohen insisted gleefully. "This is a test. I test all my disciples. Some shine like galaxies, some burn like a moth at the flame.
Just remember, the artist swims in a lake of pain. Perhaps he evolves into something magnificent. Perhaps he drowns. Will you drown, or will you come along?" Sander Cohen went out the door, and Martin was somehow swept along behind him, carried by some powerful inner current. He was unable to walk slowly, unable to think slowly. He was a living dynamo of energy. No wonder people get addicted to this. That thought came, and he pushed it rudely aside. No raining on the parade, and the parade drum thumped frantically, pacing him down the hall to the rehearsal room at the rear of the backstage area. Cohen had already teleported ahead. Martin felt like he was water skiing, pulled along in a bracingly cold medium by a powerful engine. He burst through the door into the rehearsal room and found Sander Cohen stalking back and forth in front of 3 people, their arms spread in restraints. They were bound to 3 interlinked metal frames bolted to the small rehearsal stage. It was all seen through a glass darkly for Martin, a filter like mental sunglasses that made some bits shine out and muted others. It seemed unreal, almost two-dimensional, like it was all happening to someone else, like a movie. "Please," said a busty, frowsy woman with flapper-style brown hair. She was pinioned on the left side of the practice stage. "Let me go." Her eyes kept fluttering, perhaps because one of them was losing its false eyelashes. She wore a ripped black shift and one red pump, the other foot bare. In the center framework, a middle-aged man with a tonsure of white hair shook in his bonds in rage and fear. His suit was torn and bloody, his nose was swelling and leaking blood, his left eye swollen shut. Cohen's third guest was a young man in a T-shirt, with tousled blonde hair and a little red-blonde beard that, along with his green trousers, made Martin think of Robin Hood. He looked like he was drugged or drunk. He just sort of hung there in his restraints, murmuring inaudibly, eyes slitted, lifting his head now and then. "We shall call these 3 Winkin', Blinkin', and Nod," declared Cohen, parading around them, clapping his hands. I was right. It's a movie, Martin thought. It's not real, none of it. He was in the audience, and in the movie at the same time. It felt good to watch it, and to be the hero of it. "Please, Mr. Cohen," the woman wailed. "I wasn't holding out on the tips. The other girls all keep the same amount." "The constables Hector and Cavendish caught these 3 for me, Martin," Cohen said, taking a cigarette lighter and a silver cigarette case from the pocket of his smoking jacket. He tapped a button on the case so that a cigarette popped out of a little hole. He lipped it up to the lighter, puffed, and blew smoke in Blinken's face. "Cavendish," Blinken snarled. "That crook. Supposed to be the law. You bought him off." "And isn't that always the case with the best policemen?" Cohen said, putting the cigarette case away. "That Sullivan is such a square. Won't take a bribe, but Cavendish likes my little gifts. Doesn't he, Blinken?" "That's not my goddamn name," the older man shouted. His remaining eye blinked furiously as he struggled with the tight leather restraints around his wrists and ankles. He went angrily on. "You know damn well who I am. I worked for you a good 6 years, Cohen. I did a hell of a job in that crappy little casino of yours." "Oh, but you were skimming the winnings, old Blinken," Cohen said, his voice oily. He toyed with a cigarette lighter. "Ask anybody in Fort Frolic. I was completely on the level," Blinken snarled. "I was totally—" He interrupted himself with a long, pealing scream as Sander Cohen put his cigarette out in Blinken's remaining eye. Cohen made a face at the man's shrieking, and then came that sucking sound, the thump, the sparkling, and Cohen had vanished. Only to reappear close beside Nod. Cohen reached out and stroked the young man's blonde hair. "The problem is an artistic one, a compositional question," Cohen said, raising his voice to be heard over Blinken's cries. "Shut that one up for now, will you?" Sure. Martin was glad to do it. Blinken's screams were distracting him from the movie. He strode over to him, took him by the throat, but instead of squeezing, something else came from his fingers, not quite intentionally. Ice. It spread out from his fingers onto the man's neck, his head, and clickingly up over his chin. It covered his face like a helmet. In another second it had coated his shoulders, his torso. The man was caught in a carapace of ice. "Stop!" Cohen barked.
Martin stepped back, unsure as to what had happened at first, then realized that he'd used the plasmid. The power of this specialized atom he'd been given had sent a current of entropy from his fingers, slowing molecules, drawing water vapor from the air, coating Blinken in ice. "If I hadn't stopped you," Cohen said, playing with the lighter, flicking it on and off, "you'd have frozen him right through in another second. This way he's in a pretty cocoon of ice for now." It was true. Blinken was wriggling in the sarcophagus of ice. A little melted water mixed with bloody foam slipped about his face. His cries were muffled. One wild eye was bleeding, the other rolling under its blackened, swollen lid. Martin marveled that he felt so little, that he was so distant from what was happening this close in front of him. But the rolling hotness, the transporting sweetness of the plasmid high was still upon him, dominating him, and nothing else was truly real. "Please, mister, don't do that!" the woman shrieked. "No, no, no!" Martin turned to see Cohen flicking the lighter under her ragged clothing, her hair, setting Winkin on fire. "We're almost ready, Martin," Cohen crowed as she writhed, shrieking in a growing plume of flame. "You must capture her in ice when she's in just the right position for the composition. We're making a glorious tableau, a lovely triptych of tragedy, the human condition. I shall entitle it 3 Souls Revealed. If only Steinman could see this glorious transfiguration." Martin could barely hear him over the woman shrieking. Most of her hair was gone now. What was this movie he was in again? What was the title? Martin couldn't remember. "There!" Cohen shouted, leaping with excitement. "As she arches her back and howls and spreads her fingers. Now, freeze her! Just point at her and freeze her right there!" Martin stretched out his arm and willed the plasmid to emanate from his fingers. He felt the chill of it passing out of him, saw ice crystals shimmering in the air in front of his hand. Suddenly the fire around the dying woman was snuffed out. She was instantly frozen solid, her eyeless sockets. The flame had melted her eyes, filling with pockets of crushed ice, her mouth agape around a chunk of ice, her singed-away hair replaced by icicles. Martin felt a wave of nausea pass through him. He was starting to see that this was real. These people were real. Cohen vanished, teleporting, then reappearing near Blinken, who was just starting to crack out of his ice cocoon. "As soon as he breaks out, when he opens his mouth to shout at us, freeze him," Cohen ordered. "Freeze him solid." At least that would end the man's terror, Martin thought, the thought making him feel sick in itself. This is real. He emanated the entropic power of Winter Blast, and the plasmid quickly froze the man through and through, and Martin shuddered, as if he was frozen himself. "Ha-ha!" Cohen cackled just before he vanished, reappearing close to the groaning young man hanging slack in his bonds. "Only one panel of the triptych remains. Come and play with Nod, Martin." Martin found he was drawn to Nod, that his hands went easily to him. He was a very pretty young man, after all. Cohen took out an elegant little straight razor. Medical Pavilion, Aesthetic Ideals Surgery, 1956. J.S. Steinman was bemused and distracted, admiring the eyeless, limp face he had so deftly removed from the woman's skull, holding it up to the sea light from the window so that he could see the deep blue of the North Atlantic through the empty eye sockets. Steinman thought, "Aphrodite, your light is entering my eyes." And then the visitor buzzer razzed intrusively at him. "Damn them, why won't they leave genius to be genius?" Steinman muttered, hanging the detached face, complete with her nose and eyebrows, over the lamp beside the operating table. The electric yellow lamplight came prettily through the sockets, but the blood emitted an awful stench in contact with the hot lamp. The buzzer buzzed again. "Wait here, my dear." He sighed to the faceless woman lying on the operating table. Of course, speaking to her was pure whimsy. She couldn't hear him. She was dead. She'd been a rogue splicer he had bought from a constable, who'd shot her in the head when she'd tried to decapitate someone with a fish knife. The bullet had left her alive. Anyway, she'd lived until a few minutes ago, but paralyzed. So Steinman hadn't needed anesthetic or restraints to keep her quiet during the carving. He left the operating theater, climbed the stairs, and went through the operating suite's door, locking it behind him. Absently toying with a scalpel, he crossed the small lobby and opened the outer door. Steinman realized he should have cleaned up a bit before answering the door. Frank Fontaine and his bodyguards were standing outside the medical pavilion, staring aghast at his blood-splattered surgical coat and bloody scalpel in his hand. The booster plasmid he'd been using was starting to make him a bit abrupt, careless, perhaps. He had gone 3 nights without sleep. "We didn't realize you were, busy, Doctor," Fontaine said, rolling his eyes at his bodyguards, a thuggish sort in a tatty suit, and a grubby long-haired man who looked like a dirty Jesus. Steinman shrugged. "Just some anatomical investigation, work on cadavers, a trifle messy. Do you wish to schedule some—" "What I wish to do," Fontaine interrupted sharply, "is to come in and talk in private." Steinman gestured with the scalpel. His movement was preternaturally brisk so that the scalpel made a whipping sound as it cut the air. The bodyguards reached for their guns. "Take it easy," Fontaine told them, raising a calming hand. "Wait out here." He stepped into Steinman's lobby and closed the door behind him, but Steinman noticed that Fontaine had his left hand inside the flap of his coat. "No need to be reaching for that gun," Steinman sniffed. "I'm not some lunatic. You just caught me at a bad time." "Then maybe you could put away the scalpel?" "Huh? Oh, yes." He stuck it in his jacket pocket so it stuck up like a comb. "What can I do for you?" Fontaine ran a hand over his bald head. "I'm going to need some work done. Some on me and some on— There's this guy who works for me, kind of looks like me. I want you to make him look a lot like me." Probably," Steinman said, cleaning blood from under his fingernails. "I should have to see him to be sure, but you have a distinct face and that helps. That chin, yes. If you want, I might be able to do a face transplant, yours on his on yours. Has never been successfully done, but I've always wanted to try it." "Yeah, well, not a chance. No, just a little painless surgery so I look different, and so he looks like I do now. And I want nobody to know about it but you and me, and I mean nobody. Not Ryan's people, not Lamb's people, not even my people." "Lamb? You haven't heard? She's got some kind of uprising cooking in Persephone. I don't trust her. I don't want her knowing any of my business." "Mum's the word." "So you can make me look different, in pretty short order, painless, and not a freak like some you've been turning out? A good face, a face people trust." "Should be possible," Steinman allowed. "It'll cost you. I'll need a free supply of plasmids and plenty of cash." "You'll get it, but the plasmids come after the operations. I don't want you cracking up all rogue when you're working on me. You already look like you use some sleep." Steinman waved airily. "I work long hours perfecting both my skills and my art." "Okay, fine. I'll get you a nice deposit so you're ready to do this at a moment's notice. It will be soon. Remember, not a word to anyone, not even to Cohen. He's too close to Ryan." "Oh, I see. Fear not. I would not have mentioned it anyway. I am ever discreet. It's part of my professional code." "Better be, or you'll find yourself going headfirst out an airlock without a diving suit." Now there was the real Frank Fontaine, Steinman thought. That icy voice, the even colder eyes, his true colors. Steinman winked conspiratorially. Fontaine just looked back at him, then went out the door. 14. Fighting McDonough's Bar, 1956. Chief Sullivan, Pat Cavendish, and Karlowski were waiting for Bill in Fighting McDonough's Bar. Sullivan was wearing a trench coat, Cavendish in his usual rolled-up shirt sleeves and slacks no matter the temperature, Karlowski in a brown leather jacket that might have come from the Soviet Air Force. Bill carried a Tommy gun Sullivan had issued him the night before, but he wished he didn't have to carry it. He'd gone on bombing missions, but he'd never dropped the bombs himself. Still, it was beginning to look as if guns were going to be as much a part of life in Rapture as jet postal and bathyspheres. It was early morning and the bar was closed. The wooden planks of the floor creaked under his tread as he came up to the group of armed men waiting near the window. Those planks always reminded Bill reassuringly of old pubs back home. A killer whale, big as a Cadillac, cruised by the window, slick black and white, in no hurry, a large eye rolling to peer curiously in at them. "They ready down there?" Bill asked. He was wearing a deputy constable's badge. He was even more uncomfortable with that than with the gun. Elaine had been right weepy when she'd heard he'd been deputized. It was only temporary till they recruited more constables. Quite a number of them had been killed by splicers. It was risky, and it meant he was subject to the orders of Pat Cavendish, the new head constable, a right bastard if ever he'd met one. Sullivan nodded. They should be right outside the door of the wharf, keeping their goddamn mouths shut, I hope. Where's this hideout hiding out at? Bill asked. Witness says it's in a cavern under the fisheries. We think they bring the stuff into Rapture with a sub, then they take it into an unregistered bathysphere through a tunnel to their hideout. Right now the sub's accessible to us in Bay 2. Word is they haven't moved the contraband out of the sub to the cave yet. We gonna be able to find the contraband on the sub? Cavendish asked. Probably hidden good. Sullivan scratched his unshaven chin. We worked out that the stuff's probably being smuggled in one of the fuel tanks. They're refilling their fuel way more often than they need to, meaning they aren't carrying as much fuel as they should. Something's taken up that fuel space. A voice was crackling from Sullivan's handheld radio. Ready to go, Chief. Okay, Grogan, we're coming down, Sullivan said, speaking into the radio. Soon as we're there, we hit 'em. He stuck the radio in a coat pocket, hefted his shotgun, and said, Let's go. Sullivan led the way. They followed him down a series of stairs, through hatches and doors, past the wharfs, and into a passage that led to the sub-bay. 6 constables, heavily armed, were waiting at the rusting door to the sub-bay. Sullivan trotted toward them, signaling go ahead with his gun. Constable Grogan raised a pistol in acknowledgement. He was a stocky, freckle-faced man with sandy hair and a bushy rust-colored mustache. A badge glinted on the lapel of his suit. He threw the latch, opened the metal door with a shove of his shoulder, and he and the others rushed in. Sullivan, Cavendish, Karlowski, and Bill were close on their heels. Cavendish was grinning like a wolf, Karlowski smiling grimly, pistol in hand, Sullivan pale and grave. Bill started to move past Cavendish. "Hang back, McDonough," Cavendish said. "Leave this to the real officers. We'll call you to the front line if we need to." Bill had a mind to hand Cavendish his badge and tell him where to shove it, but he silently dropped back to the rear. He wasn't eager to pull the trigger on anyone. They ran across a bank of carved-out rock into a great echoing metal room with its own ocean water lake. The room smelled of diesel and ocean brine. A converted 312-foot Belau-class submarine, without the deck guns, rocked in a flat calm. Lit by electric lights on steel rafters, the hangar-like room was just big enough to contain the submarine, and enough water for it to submerge in. To the left, through the translucent water, Bill saw underwater steel doors that led into the airlock and the open sea. Purportedly, there was another smaller side channel along the way for the bathysphere to take to Smuggler's hideout. A big yellow fishing net was folded up on the afterdeck of the floating submarine. A pontoon gangway ran from the stony verge just inside the door out to the rust-streaked vessel. On the side of the conning tower was stenciled, Rapture 5. The constables were already running along the gangway. Bill was at the rear, looking nervously around. There was no sign of life, not much noise, maybe a slight purr of an idling motor from the sub. Then Bill caught a flicker of movement up in the rafters, beyond the glare of the lights. He leaned back, craning his neck to look, shading his eyes with a hand. He just made out a face up there, someone on a catwalk near the ceiling. Bill had seen the man with Fontaine before. Reggie, his name was, and he seemed to be speaking into a handheld radio. "Sullivan, Cavendish, wait!" Bill shouted, stopping on the gangway. "There's something wrong. Someone's up there." Sullivan hesitated just before the sub, looking around as if he suspected something himself. Cavendish and Karlowski stopped to look back at him in puzzlement. Grogan was already on the submarine's top deck with 2 other men. Others were scrambling onto the metal grating, rushing toward the hatch. "Get that hatch open!" Grogan yelled. "In the rafters, up there, Sullivan!" Bill shouted. But there was a groaning, a churning at the submarine's aft. Vapor bubbled up, reeking of diesel. The water moiled and seethed. The submarine began to descend. It eased forward as it sank, heading toward the underwater doors opening in the submerged wall. The unattached gangway rocked in the waves of the submarine's descent. Water surged up over the vessel's bow, rushing over the shouting men on the deck. The submarine picked up speed, suddenly spurting forward and down as the conning tower dipped under the surface. The men on the deck were swept into the water, then sucked downward in the vessel's wake, their screams quickly drowned out. The submarine angled sharply down, completely submerged now, sailing swiftly through the open steel doors into the shadowy undersea tunnel. Several men struggled in the sub's wake, deep underwater, silhouettes seen dimly in the water. They were like children's toys going down a drain, drawn by the suction of the closing doors. Bill squinted up at the ceiling again, raising his Tommy gun for a shot at Reggie, but he was gone. They fished the survivors from the water. Grogan hadn't made it. He had drowned in that tunnel somewhere. Standing together on the stone verge just inside the door to the now strangely empty room, the sodden Sullivan, Bill, Karlowski, and Cavendish stared at the water, now calm, the gangway rocking gently on its pontoons.
"They had her ready to go," Bill observed. "Just threw a switch, and she's off. The bastards went out of their way to take the bloody sub down fast. They wanted to drown as many of us as they could."
"We're lucky more didn't go down with it," Sullivan said. "God damn it, Grogan was a good man."
"I reckon I saw Fontaine's man Reggie up in the rafters," Bill said. "Didn't have a chance to tell you. It was him. Whoever it was, they were using a radio." Sullivan looked up. "Yeah, giving the signal to submerge." "That's what I figure. They were waiting for us. Hard to keep this raid a secret. Hard to keep anything a secret long in Rapture, Chief. We're too crowded and becoming too bloody incestuous." "Of course, you know what the bastards will say," Sullivan growled. "Fontaine will say that the sub was about to depart to do a job and we just picked a bad time to go aboard. They'll claim they had no idea we were there. But there's one thing, I've still got a witness. Hervé Manuela. He can point us to more evidence." Bill nodded. He looked toward the closed, submerged steel doors and wondered where Grogan's body was floating now. Andrew Ryan's office, 1956. "Andrew?"
Annoyed, Ryan looked up from his paperwork to see Diane in the doorway of his office. She had a you'll-never-guess-what expression on her face.
"Well?"
"Frank Fontaine is here to see you."
Ryan sat back in his chair. He picked up a pencil and flipped it through his fingers thoughtfully. "Is he now? He has no appointment."
"So should I tell him to go away?"
"No. Is Karlowski out there?"
"He's the one who stopped Fontaine coming in. They're kind of having a big boy pissing contest of some kind. I mean, Karlowski and that man Reggie. He's here with Fontaine."
"Tell Karlowski to come in and then bring Fontaine and his man in. This is overdue. It may prove interesting."
"Very well. Can I—"
"No. You'll wait outside." She pouted, but went out to the entry room. Ryan wished he hadn't given Elaine the day off. He was seriously tired of Diane's airs, her possessiveness. He felt less and less like spending time with Diane. He needed one of his little intervals with Jasmine Jolene, a womanly woman, that Jasmine, a child-bearer with beauty and talent. Karlowski came in, taking a pistol from a shoulder holster. He held it down by his side and stood to Ryan's left, watching the door as Reggie came in. Reggie didn't show a gun, but Ryan knew he had one. Reggie glanced at Karlowski. "Tell him to put that heat away, Mr. Ryan." Ryan shrugged. "Holster the gun, if you please." Karlowski glared at Reggie before he holstered the pistol. Reggie looked like that wasn't going to be good enough, but Frank Fontaine himself walked in then, long overcoat unbuttoned, hands in his pants pocket. He looked like a guy out for a walk on Broadway. His three-piece light blue suit was exquisitely tailored and pressed. Immaculate spats adorned his shoes, and a watch fob gleamed at his vest. Fontaine looked relaxed, pleased with himself. The arrogant rascal, Ryan thought, almost admiringly. "Normally," Ryan said, "I require an appointment, but I've been wanting to talk to you in person. We lost a good man trying to inspect your sub." Fontaine grinned. "You wanted to inspect the subs, Mr. Ryan? Well, you should have made an appointment." Fontaine spread his hands in mock regret. "If you don't tell us in advance, you might end up with your constables floating about face down again." Ryan leaned forward, letting the anger show on his face. "You knew damn well we were coming." "You did another inspection the very next day and one after that. You found nothing. I'm not smuggling anything, Ryan. That's why I've come here, to set the record straight." I don't expect you to admit it, Fontaine. I understand that you and the truth are not on speaking terms. You are authorized to bring fish and fish only into Rapture. Unauthorized contact with the outside world is dangerous. We will put a stop to it within the laws of Rapture. Fontaine looked at Ryan almost pityingly. You guys are imagining things. The only outside world I'm in touch with are a lot of fish. You can't call them closed-mouthed, but they're not telling tales about Rapture to anyone. I'm the one with a bone to pick, Ryan. I've heard rumors you're planning to ban plasmids. They're Rapture's most sought-after product. The people won't tolerate being deprived. Deprived of their addictions? Fontaine shrugged. Power's addictive. What do you know about that, Ryan? Ryan felt his hands clenching, blood rushing to his face. Then he forced himself to relax and lean back. He shook his head and chuckled. Fontaine was smart. He'd hit a nerve. We're not going to ban all plasmids, but there are some I won't tolerate. Such as teleport. Too hard to keep people in Rapture? They can't teleport that far. Maybe just to a passing ship, and if Rapture is invaded, you'll lose all your assets. You know they'll find some excuse to seize everything. Now there you've got a point, Ryan. Fontaine lowered his voice and looked at Ryan earnestly. I'm not risking Rapture, just know that much. I'm not letting anyone know we're here. I'm making a living, so I don't have to lean on plasmids too much. He said it like he was making an offer. Ryan figured Fontaine was indirectly telling him, I'm smuggling, but I'm not putting us at risk. Stop worrying about my smuggling, and I'll go easy on marketing forbidden plasmids. That was a deal Ryan wasn't making. Ryan wondered if this was the moment to deal with Fontaine another way entirely. Maybe it wasn't in line with Rapture philosophy to simply have Karlovsky shoot him dead, but it'd save a damn lot of trouble. He was tempted. Still, there was the risk of what Reggie might do if Fontaine went down, and Fontaine's other men. He settled for an implied ultimatum. No smuggling, Fontaine, and no teleport. Fontaine's smile went crooked on his face. I'm finding teleport problematic, too. People who use it get extra crazy. They're giving me problems. I've got my own security issues. Security issues? You act as if you have your own little fiefdom here in Rapture. If I do, you gave it to me, Ryan, by deceiving people about what they'd find in your pretty undersea utopia, by not providing for them once they got here. Everyone has a chance to earn their way, Ryan snapped back. Only parasites and slaves remain in their little dilemmas. Is that right? Their gazes locked. What exactly are you up to in that little sister's orphanage, Fontaine? Ryan asked. You barely take care of the boys in the other wing of the orphanage. It all seems to be about the girls, if you're using them for your personal little playthings. Fontaine's eyes flashed. What do you take me for? I'm like you, I like full-grown women. As for the orphanage, Fontaine went on blandly, we're just trying to give back to the community. He managed to say it with a straight face. Ryan snorted. I'll figure it out eventually. One thing I'm sure of, you're using that food for the poor charity to recruit people into your little syndicate. I've known mobsters to do the same thing. Mobsters? Fontaine took a step toward the desk. I don't have to stand for that. Ryan moved near the security alert button on the edge of his desk. Maybe this was the moment after all. What I'm here for, really? Fontaine said sharply, is to tell you that if you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. All that recruiting you're guessing about won't come and bite you in the ass. If you back the fuck off. You respect strength, Ryan. Well, respect mine. I've got 6 more armed men out in the corridor, and I'm leaving here now, so don't interfere with me. I won't distribute any new teleport. But there just might be some other new plasmids, and you people are going to live with them, because I'm changing everything, Ryan. I'm changing it from the inside out, and no one can stop me. We can do this easy or the hard way. Fontaine beckoned to Reggie, and they stalked out of the room. Rapture Detention, 1956. They walked under the dimming lights of the cell block, Sullivan following Redgrave and Cavendish, their footsteps reverberating. Constable Redgrave was a medium-sized, wiry black man with a southern accent. He was vain of his white linen suit. Cavendish spun a police truncheon on a thong as he walked along. The overhead lights spat a few sparks and guttered again. Water dripped down. There were shallow puddles in the metal hallway. "We're gonna get fucking electrocuted in here," Sullivan said. "Always a possibility," Cavendish said. "Tell your friend McDonough. Got a lot of leaks now. Can't afford to lose any more men." Sullivan grunted to himself. "A lot of our best men transferred over to keep order in Persephone. I hear that Lamb woman is still up to some rabble-rousing. How she does it from jail, we don't know. Subversion's easier to deal with than getting electrocuted." A splicer just ahead of Cavendish reached out from the barred windows of his cell, screeching, "Electrocuted? Did I hear you say you want to be electrocuted? To be punished for your crimes? Here you are, you bastards!" Electricity flickered along the splicer's arm and sputtered out. "Don't worry about that one," Cavendish said. "He's got no Eve left in him. Can't do anything with his atom." And Cavendish cracked the splicer's elbow hard with his truncheon. The impact made an ugly crunching sound, and the man jerked his arm back in, shrieking in pain. "You broke it!" "You deserved it," Cavendish said, yawning as they passed onward. "Ah, there it is, number 29. As they strode up to the door, Sullivan hoped the denizen of cell number 29 was ready to talk. Hervé Manuela wasn't a splicer. He was quite sane. They'd caught him carrying a large box of contraband. He'd worked closely with Fontaine's man Peach Wilkins at the fisheries. He was finally ready to make a plea deal, but he was still scared of crossing Fontaine. "Hey, Manuela," Sullivan called as Cavendish unlocked the door. Redgrave was standing to one side, using his white handkerchief to polish his chrome-plated revolver, whistling to himself. As they stepped through the open door, Sullivan could smell the putrefied blood. Hervé Manuela was lying face down in blood-splashed prison blues. He was missing most of his head. Strands of dark hair were glued to the wall by dried blood. It looked to Sullivan, his stomach lurching as he contemplated the mess, as if someone had grabbed Manuela and smashed his head so hard against the wall it had simply exploded. Only splicers had the strength to do that. "Son of a bitch," Cavendish said. "Hey, Redgrave, look at this shit." Redgrave looked through the door and made a gagging face. "Lord, that's one bad mess, sure is. Who done that, boss?" Sullivan turned away in disgust. "You didn't do this, Cavendish?" Cavendish was capable of something like that. He was strong and brutal. He might be pretending to be surprised. "Me? Hell no." "You definitely had the door locked?" "Goddamn right it was locked. Hey, there's something else." He pointed at the opposite wall. Sullivan looked and saw words written in blood. "The blood of the Lamb will cleanse us all. Her time will come. Love to all." "Lamb," Sullivan muttered. Ryan could jail the woman, but she was still a thorn in his side. He snorted, shaking his head. "Love to all." Olympus Heights, 1956. Jasmine Jolene had a very comfortable apartment in Olympus Heights, almost as close to the surface of the sea as the council's conference room. Sipping his martini, Ryan felt a certain pride. A chandelier gleamed, a picture window in the intricately framed skylight offered views into the sea. Turning to gaze out the broad window, Ryan could just make out the red of sunset, the setting sun adding a muted crimson to the iridescent scales of a school of big bluefin tuna sweeping by. He glanced at the bedroom door, wondering what was keeping Jasmine. He'd left her lolling on the enormous pink plush bed with its pink satin headboard. There was a kitchen, a Frigidaire stocked with food, and a liquor cabinet with the best brandies and wines. Andrew Ryan had given Jasmine all this. He had provided for her. The small salary Sander Cohen gave her for her rather clumsy, poorly attended performances in the Fleet Hall would not have paid for much more than Artemis suites. But she earned her luxuries. Andrew Ryan saw to that once or twice a month, and with some vigor for a man his age. He tightened his red silk bathrobe and sipped his martini. Feeling the alcohol, he frowned and put the drink down on the flamboyantly carved side table. That would have been his third martini. He hadn't been much of a drinker before coming to Rapture. He'd kept it to a minimum until recently, but it seemed to be creeping up on him. The complainers had opportunities to make a good life in Rapture. They simply did not have the will to make use of them. Work 2 jobs, 3 if necessary, cut rations in half, squandering their Rapture dollars on Adam just to have an electrical joust with some drunk. What do you expect? but they always blamed him when they failed. The graffiti was still out there. Andrew Ryan doesn't own me. And Organize Artemis, the collective lives, trust Lamb, and the enigmatic Who is Atlas? Slogans. It started with slogans. Then it became communist revolution, mass murder of real working men by parasites. And indeed, who was Atlas? Sullivan's intel suggested the name was a pseudonym for some red organizer, some would-be Stalin. Something was going out of balance. The top was spinning. Left, right, wobbling, about to fall.
Andrew, darling, there's something I need to tell you.
He turned to see Jasmine, looking rather more full-figured than usual in a pink negligee. She wore pink slippers with little gold puffs on the toes. She patted her golden hair nervously, though she'd already spent some considerable time brushing and grooming after their lovemaking. "What is it, my dear?" She licked her lips, and her gaze wandered restlessly to the big window. Her thick black eyelashes batted. She'd always blinked rather too much. There was something she wanted to tell him. She was afraid to, he realized. Come, Jasmine, I won't bite. What is it? Out with it." She chewed a lip, hesitated, started to say something, then shook her head. She looked around with a quiet desperation, then pointed at the corner of a window.
Those snail things, or whatever they are."
He looked at the lower edge of the window. Some spiny crustacean was creeping across a corner of the glass outside. "You wish to have your window cleaned of those things? I'll try and get a crew up here when you're at work. You know how they like to stare in at you when you're home."
"You can't tell where they're looking in those big dark helmets. Scary old big daddies, I call 'em."
"Is there something else you wanted to tell me, Jasmine?" She closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and shook her head. He could see she'd made up her mind not to tell him. Ryan opened his arms to her, and she came to him. He enfolded her in a warm embrace, and they gazed out the window, where the light was fading, the shadows of the deep rising with the coming of night. Part 3. The Third Age of Rapture. But if the cause be not good, the king himself hath a heavy reckoning to make, when all those legs and arms and heads chopped off in battle shall join together at the latter day and cry all, "We died at such a place," some swearing, some crying for a surgeon, some upon their wives left poor behind them, some upon the debts they owe, some upon their children rawly left. William Shakespeare, Henry V. 15. Persephone, Infirmary, 1957. "So, if I volunteer to be a test subject for these plasmid experiments," said the man with the scars on his wrists, "I'll be let out of here." Carl Wing shrugged. "Sure, I got that part, but won't I just end up locked in some other place in Rapture?" Sophia Lamb hesitated. She was sitting with a therapy subject in the small, overlit, metal-walled Persephone Infirmary, and as the lank-haired, nervous little man in the prisoner's jumpsuit looked trustingly at her, she suddenly wanted a cigarette. She'd given up smoking, but right now she would have paid a great many Rapture dollars for a single smoke. But he was looking at her with his sad green eyes, and she had to respond. Yes, in a way," she admitted, remembering to smile. "You'll be in a research facility, but you'll be able to help the cause there in time. It will give your life meaning. You did say, Carl, that you felt like your life was meaningless, that you had no identity here in Persephone, that—" The words died on her lips. She just couldn't go on. It all sounded so hollow. She was proposing to play Sinclair's game and send this man to be an experimental subject, and she thought about Eleanor, her own child, the subject of experiments somewhere in Rapture. "I've lost my way," Sophia realized. She'd been working with other prisoners in Persephone, partly to get the warden Nigel Weir to trust her, and partly to indoctrinate the patients with her philosophy. She was creating moles who would be activated when she sent them the prearranged signal as part of her scheme to escape Persephone and overthrow Ryan. The therapy sessions with Persephone prisoners under the auspices of working for the warden had seemed necessary. Part of the deal was prepping some of them for Sinclair's experiments. But abruptly, it had become unbearable,
And as she realized that, another realization swept over her, like water crashing through a collapsing seawall. The moment has come. She cleared her throat and said, "Carl, we're going to change course here, you and I. You won't have to volunteer for experiments. If you want to help our cause, then simply go to your cell and wait till the doors unlock and you hear the signal we talked about. The butterfly is taking wing. Then head for the guards tower. Overwhelm anyone who tries to stop you." He gaped at her. "The tower? Really? When did you decide?" She shrugged and smiled ruefully. "Just now. I felt the movement of the body, the true body of Rapture. Truth is in the body, Carl. The body is speaking to me, speaking through me, and it is declaring that the day has come. Now go, and don't speak of this to anyone. Wait for the signal." He nodded eagerly, his eyes shining. She went to the door, called for the guard, and had Carl escorted back to his cell. She didn't need an escort herself. She had a pass that allowed her to move freely from one part of Persephone to another, so long as she didn't try to leave the facility. But today she decided as she strode down the corridor, she would become the one issuing passes. She would make the move for which she'd long prepared. She prepared for this day, but she hadn't felt ready till this moment. It wasn't just Carl or the others like him. It was the thought of Eleanor, the painful fact of Sinclair and his scientists warping the girl's powerful but innocent mind. She could bear it no longer. Sophia looked at her watch. Simon Wales, the most enthusiastic of her highly placed converts, should be coming for his visitation now. Perfect, and no coincidence. The true body of Rapture had planned it all. The body is truth. Truth is in the body. Would Simon have the courage to do as she asked? Many times he'd claimed he would do anything she asked of him. Today that claim would be tested. She arrived at her cell, leaving the door open, in keeping with her special privileges, the same privileges that made it possible for her to receive Simon Wales here. He arrived in under a minute, looking fatigued but resolute. "Dr. Lamb." His eyes seemed feverish. He was dressed in a priest's garb, she noticed, complete with collar, and he'd grown out his beard. The butterfly-shaped brooch he wore clipped to his shirt pocket was a bit out of place, but it signified that he had emerged from the cocoon to become one of Lamb's flock, a flock of butterflies, but butterflies with wings of razor-sharp steel. "Have you become a priest, Simon?" Sophia asked, glancing up at the corridor toward the other cells. "I'm a priest of your church, Dr. Lamb," he said hoarsely. He ducked his head in submission to her. "Then you are ready to do anything for the cause of the body?" His head snapped up, his eyes glinting hotly, his hands clutching and fisting. "I am." "The day has come. I cannot wait any longer. Thinking about Eleanor and all that I've had to do here, I simply can't wait another moment." "But Sinclair is here. I saw him go to the Persephone control tower. Shouldn't we wait till he's gone home?" "It doesn't matter. Warden Weir will send him out at the first sign of trouble." She smiled. "The warden, too, awaits my signal." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "You'll take this pass from me." She took it from around her neck and hung it over his. "Go to the tower, show the camera the pass. They'll unlock the tower. You'll step inside and shoot the guards there, then throw the emergency cell unlock switch. We've already discussed its whereabouts." "I remember," he said, licking his lips. "When the cell doors pop open, and the cell block doors with them, you'll get on the public address system and announce, 'The butterfly is taking wing.' That'll be the signal." His voice quivered with hushed excitement as he said, "Yes, oh thank God, the signal to set you free. I will take Persephone over, but I won't leave here immediately till we have complete control of the area. We'll send for our followers to surround the area and protect us. When the time comes, I'll go to find Eleanor. Meanwhile, this place will change from being my jail to being my fortress." "And the gun?" "The gun you'll need is hidden in the utilities locker. You remember the combination?" "I do." She squeezed his hand. "Then go." He turned and rushed from the cell, showing not a flicker of hesitation. He would either die in the control tower, or he would do the job. Simon was no gunman, but he'd been practicing as per her orders, and with a little luck and the element of surprise. Sophia waited tensely on the edge of her bunk, wringing her hands. thinking about Eleanor. Within 10 minutes, the other cell door suddenly clanged open, released from within the tower. A uniformed Persephone guard looked around in confusion. "What the hell's going on?" Simon's voice boomed from the Persephone public address. "The butterfly takes wing. You know what to do. The butterfly takes wing." The prisoners responded with the gleeful howls of men suddenly set free, their long pent-up fury expanding like a released spring. She listened to the scuffling turmoil as the prisoners rushed from their cells and swarmed over the guards. She winced as shots were fired, but Sinclair's prison constables were quickly overwhelmed. There was some shouting, hooting, 2 more gunshots, screams, inarticulate cries of triumph. An alarm warbled and suddenly cut off. Sophia took a deep breath and stood up, deciding it was safe to come out of her cell. She stepped into the corridor, was met by Simon Wales, who was grinning with wolfish delight as he rushed up to her. A pistol smoked in his right hand. His left hand was red with blood. "We have Persephone," he crowed. "Sinclair has fled. The guards with him, the ones we didn't kill. We're still here, but he says he'll take your orders. It's all yours, Dr. Lamb. You're in control of Persephone." Hephaestus, 1957. Bill McDonough hummed along to the Andrews Sisters song playing over the public address announcement system as he tightened the salinity sieve. The song suddenly switched off, replaced by Andrew Ryan's sonorous voice, one of Ryan's canned speeches. "What is the greatest lie ever created?" said Ryan over the public address in his deepest intonation. There was a treacherous intimacy in that voice, like a quietly angry father. "What is the most vicious obscenity ever perpetrated on mankind? Slavery? Dictatorship? No. It's the tool with which all that wickedness is built. Altruism." Bill sighed to himself. He was no great believer in charity, but if people wanted to extend a helping hand, that was their business. Ryan's fierce rejection of altruism had been there all along. Lately, with a whole class in Rapture suffering, it was starting to grate. "Whenever anyone wants others to do their work," Ryan went on, "they call upon their altruism. Never mind your own needs, they say. Think of the needs of whomever, of the state, of the poor, of the army, of the king, of God. The list goes on and on." "Right," Bill muttered. "And so do you, Mr. Ryan. Go on and on, that is." He glanced over at Pablo Navarro working across the room with a clipboard. Might be a mistake saying that kind of thing out loud, but Pablo seemed focused on writing down heat readings. From the speakers near the ceiling, almost from the very air, Ryan went inexorably on. "My journey to Rapture was my second exodus. In 1919 I fled a country that had traded despotism for insanity. The Marxist revolution simply traded one lie for another, and so I came to America, where a man could own his own work, where a man could benefit from the brilliance of his own mind, the strength of his own muscles, the might of his own will." Now that view, Bill thought, using a tiny screwdriver to adjust the filter, was something he could appreciate. It was a view that had helped bind him to Andrew Ryan, a man being judged on what he'd achieved, what he could do, not on class, religion, race. Sure, they were going through a rough time in Rapture, but he still had faith that Ryan's grand vision would see them through. Quiet rage simmered in Andrew Ryan's voice as he went on. "I thought I'd left the parasites of Moscow behind me. I had thought I had left the Marxist altruists to their collective farms and their 5-year plans. But as the German fools threw themselves on Hitler's sword for the good of the Reich, the Americans drank deeper and deeper of the Bolshevik poison, spoon-fed to them by Roosevelt and his new dealers. And so I asked myself, in what country was there a place for men like me? Men who refused to say yes to the parasites and the doubters, men who believed that work was sacred and property rights inviolate. And then one day the happy answer came to me, my friends. There was no country for people like me, and that was the moment I decided to build one. Rapture." Ryan finished his speech, and the music came back on. Cheerful boogie-woogie played. "Yeah, he decided to build Rapture. Navarro said wryly as he came over to write down readings on the meters near Bill. "He built it, and he gave us the come hither, acting like it had belonged to us too. But it's all his, really, Bill. You ever noticed that?" Bill shrugged, glancing nervously at the door. This was pretty seditious talk, the way things were lately. "Mr. Ryan did use his own money to build Rapture," he said, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. "My way of thinking, we're all leasing space from him here, Pablo. Some have bought space, but Mr. Ryan still owns most of Rapture, mate. He has a right to think like Rapture belongs to him." "Yipped like a true lapdog," Navarro muttered, walking away. Bill stared after him. "Pablo," Bill called out, "mind what you say to me, or I'll crack you one across the biza." Pablo Navarro turned to him, gave a little twisted smile, and simply walked out of the room. Frank Fontaine's office, Neptune's Bounty, Rapture, 1957. Late night in Rapture. Frank Fontaine sat at his desk in a cone of yellow light, writing busily, chuckling to himself now and then. A forgotten cigarette, going out, spiraled smoke from a seashell ashtray. A pint of bourbon stood beside the ashtray. He'd used it to sweeten a cup of coffee that had long ago gone cold. Fontaine worked with pen, paper, and an open book, poring over the account by John Reed of the lives of Soviet idealists, a book he'd had to smuggle into Rapture. And he was getting lots of juicy material for his Atlas pamphlets. Just a paraphrase here, a change in terminology there, and presto, he'd soon have the Atlas Manifesto. Of course, he'd borrowed from Sophia Lamb, too. She still had her followers. With luck, they'd become his followers, when the time came. Hearing a soft whistling, Fontaine glanced up nervously toward the door. One of his guards was strolling by the window of his office, Tommy gun in hand, whistling a tune to himself. Getting jumpy. He poured a little more bourbon into the coffee, took in a mouthful, and grimaced. He set to scribbling again. Who is Atlas? He is the people, the will of the people in the form of... The sound of the door opening prompted him to close the notebook. He didn't want anybody to know about Atlas who didn't have to. It was Reggie, closing the door behind him. "Well, boss, we done it. Up in Apollo Square. 3 of 'em. "3? They all good and dead, or just shot up a little?" Reggie nodded, tapped a cigarette from a pack. "They're dead, boss. 3 dead cops laying side by side." He lit the cigarette and flicked the match so that a little trail of smoke arced to the ashtray. "Cops?" Fontaine snorted. "Those half-assed constables aren't cops. They're bums with badges." "Far as I'm concerned, all cops are bums with badges. Anyhow, we nailed 'em. They never knew what hit 'em. I shot 2 of 'em myself." He blew smoke at the light bulb. "Boss, I don't like to question your, strategy. Hell, you own a big piece of this wet old town. But are you sure hitting these constables is going to get you what you want?" Fontaine didn't respond immediately. He knew what Reggie was really asking. What is the strategy? Fontaine reached into a drawer, found a tumbler, poured Reggie a drink. "Have a drink. Relax." Reggie took the glass, sat in the little chair opposite the desk, raised his drink to Fontaine. "Cheers, boss." He gulped half of it. "Whew, needed that drink. I don't like shooting guys in the back. Don't sit right with me." Fontaine grinned. "Just imagine how Ryan will react to it. He'll know it was me, but he won't be able to prove it. It's just enough, though, to give him the excuse he needs. I can almost hear his speech to the council now." "You sound like you want Ryan to come after you, boss." "Maybe I do. Maybe I want to go out guns blazing, because that'll open up a whole new playground for me. You know me, Reggie. You know I can't stay Fontaine forever." "First time I heard you say it since you've been here." "I haven't got the muscle to take over Rapture without Rapture's help, without its people helping me, Reggie." "You got some kind of revolution thing in mind?" "Civil War and revolution. I'm pushing Ryan with the smuggling, rubbing it in his face. I gave him his chance to let me have Rapture my way. He didn't go for it. Now we bait the trap. See, people stand by him because he's the shining example, right? But if he breaks all his own rules, does a corporate takeover, acts like a dictator, that'll turn people against him. And they'll need someone to guide them. You get it? I haven't got the power to hold him off for long any other way, so I dig a hole, cover it up, and let him rush into it." "But you could end up getting killed in this little war, boss." "I'm counting on it. Frank Fontaine has to die, but I'll still be here, Reggie."
Reggie laughed softly and raised his glass. "Here's to you, boss. You're the one. You sure as hell are." Apollo Square, 1957. The lights were dimming for evening over the Colosseum-sized space of Apollo Square. The enormous four-faced clock hanging from the center of the ceiling showed 8 o'clock. As Andrew Ryan said, "This simply cannot continue." His voice was low and grating. Bill nodded. "Right enough, Gov," he said softly. He was thinking of the hangings. But Ryan probably meant the chaos that had been surging up lately, in Apollo Square and Popper's Drop, in other parts of Rapture. Pistols holstered under their coats, Andrew Ryan, Bill McDonough, Kincaid, and Sullivan stood together just inside the opening of a passageway that led out into Apollo Square. Karlowski was behind them down the corridor, watching the back way. Head Constable Cavendish and Constable Redgrave were standing a few paces to the right and left, both carrying Tommy guns. Rising up the brass-trimmed Art Deco ornamented walls to either side of the doorway were the sleek sculptures that had once reminded Bill of hood ornaments, elongated silver figures of muscular men reaching for the sky with rocket-like verticality and holding up the ceiling in the process. To the left, yellow lettering on a scarlet banner read, "The Great Chain is guided by your hands." But it was the hanged men across from them that captivated their attention. Ryan was making his monthly inspection of Rapture. "We've had repair crews in here, working on leaks," Bill said, "and the constables did a good job of protecting them. Nicking mad splicers, bunging them in the Dingley-Dell, but it's getting right crowded in there, and in the morgue. I mean, just take a butcher's at that, hard to—" He chuckled to himself. He'd almost used the Cockney rhyming slang, hard to Adam and Eve, meaning hard to believe, but that would be a pretty confusing expression in Rapture. Hard to believe it's come to this. Standing in an open space just inside the farther doors was a crude wooden platform, and on it a T-shaped gallows made of planks pulled up from around Rapture. Bill had seen the gaping holes where the planks had been the day before. From each arm of the T, a man's body hung. Apollo Square stank, too. It stank of dead bodies. There were 5 of them Bill could see, 4 men and a woman, the corpses scattered widely about the big room, sprawled awkwardly in brown puddles of dried blood. And there were the 2 hanged men, slowly turning on the ropes at the far side of the big room. The tram tracks were intact. There was no train at the moment. As far as Bill knew, the trains were still running. At Artemis Suites, faces peered out at them from the darkened recesses of the doorway. Trash lay about the square, some of it stirring in the ventilator breeze. Music played from somewhere, so distorted Bill couldn't make out what it was at first. Then he recognized Bessie Smith. She seemed to be asking to be sent to the electric chair. Laughter cackled mockingly from the ceiling. Bill looked up to see a spider splicer creeping across, upside down beside the big windows. "Maybe you can bring him down, Cavendish," Sullivan said, glowering up at the splicer. "I don't know how good that Tommy gun is at this range, but—" "No," Ryan said suddenly. "It's not against the law to use Adam. It is not against the Rapture law to walk on walls or ceilings, so long as you don't damage them. If he breaks a serious law, shoot him down. But we're not going to shoot them like rabid dogs out of hand. Some of them are employable, eh, Kincaid?" Kincaid sighed and shook his head doubtfully. "Employable? Only sometimes, Mr. Ryan. Offer 'em Adam, they can be persuaded to use the telekinesis, move the bigger metro parts about for us. But they get distracted and fight too much. A couple of them were supposed to be moving pipes into place, ended up throwing them at each other like spears. One of them impaled right through. It took a long time to get the pipe clean afterward." Ryan shrugged. "Adam will be controlled in time." He paused thoughtfully, then went on. "As for the rogue splicers, we will only kill those we have to kill. We're going to control them, and we're going to have some strict rules. We will end the vigilantism. We will end the vandalistic graffiti. We will stop people from getting into lunatic fights with one another. We won't tolerate these oafs blasting out flames without thinking, disruptive fires starting. Burned up one of my splendid new curtains at the metro station." "How do we get rogue splicers under control, Gov?" Bill asked. He took a deep breath, his face hardening with determination. For starters, we are going to enforce a curfew. We'll require identification cards at checkpoints. We will increase the presence of security turrets and security bots at key points. Ah, speak of the mechanical devil, demon ex machina. He smiled wryly. 2 security bots whirred around the edges of the voluminous room, flying side by side, miniature self-guiding helicopters, each about the size of a fire hydrant but blockier, with built-in guns. They made Bill nervous. He never trusted the bots not to shoot him, since they were mere machines, even though he and the others here wore identification flashers that told the bots they were friends. He ducked as the robots flew by, always afraid their whirring copter blades would slice into him if they came too close. The choppering security bots continued on their way, circling the big room, watching for anyone who might threaten Ryan and his entourage. Then the full import of Ryan's words began to sink in. "Hey, Gov, did you say curfews? Checkpoints? You mean all over Rapture?" Hadn't Ryan always claimed that was the kind of thing the communist dictators pulled? "Yes," Ryan said, gazing balefully at the bodies twisting on the gallows. "Everyone will have an identification card. They must restrict themselves to authorized areas, and the identification cards will tell us where they're supposed to be. There'll be a curfew until further notice. We'll have to institute the death penalty for more crimes. We can all see for ourselves how tough the situation is, and we're losing population. We'll have to recruit new people to catch up. Meanwhile, we've got to get things stabilized. We'll have to set up a serious large-scale raid to take Fontaine down. We're going to destroy him this time, and take over his business for the good of Rapture. Run it responsibly." Bill was stunned. "Take over Fontaine's business? But doesn't that kind of run against the whole spirit of Rapture?" Ryan frowned. "Sometimes we have to fight to protect that spirit, Bill. Look what happened, right here in Apollo Square. 3 constables shot dead. We're going to see to it that all enemies of Rapture are caught and punished." Bill felt disoriented, almost dizzy. Ryan was sounding more like Mussolini than a man who advocated pushing out the limits of human freedom. "You plan to take over Fontaine's plasmid business by force. That's not exactly the free market at its best, Mr. Ryan." No, it isn't. But Fontaine's threatening Rapture with destruction. The whole colony will fall apart if we don't act, Bill. He wants chaos. He wants it because, for a demagogue of his sort, preying on the weaknesses of the masses, chaos is opportunity. Chaos is the fertile ground where the likes of Fontaine will sow the seeds of power. Lamb's followers thrive on it, too. "I concur," said Kincaid, nodding. "We've had enough chaos. You have to draw into some prescribed limits sometimes. Time to get tough, to take the offensive." Bill found himself wondering if Ryan's shift into the offensive might be exactly what Fontaine wanted. Were they playing into Frank Fontaine's hands? Atrium, near Fontaine Futuristics, 1958. "Hey there, fellas," said the cheerful voice on the public address announcement system. Frank Fontaine listened to it abstractedly as he walked across Fontaine Futuristics to training and extraction. "You know that 9 out of 10 ladies prefer the athletic man? Why stay on the sidelines when the new Sport Boost line of plasmid tonics can turn you into the jock you've always wanted to be? Come and visit us at the Medical Plaza for a free 2-hour trial. You'll appreciate the difference. She will, too." Fontaine struggled inwardly to banish the squirming discomfort, the trapped feeling that rose up in him when he walked to a restricted area. No reason to feel trapped. He had 2 good bodyguards with him. You needed to nowadays. There was Reggie, and there was Naz, the grinning, swarthy splicer looking like a mad Jesus with his long, greasy hair and curly brown beard. He wore stained fishery worker coveralls, his twitchy hands fiddling with that curved fish gutter he liked to carry. Naz was proof you could train a splicer, keep them in hand. Sort of. He was big on the Sport Boost plasmid. Took way too much of it, but it kept him alert. Fontaine knew he should feel safe. Lately, though, the closer he got to the Little Sisters, the more trapped he felt. The public address announcement coming on at that moment wasn't helping. The woman's soothing voice was saying, "The Little Sisters Orphanage. In troubled times, give your little girl the life that she deserves.
boarding and education free of charge. After all, children are the future of Rapture. Orphanages. It had suited his sense of irony and maybe fed his bitterness to create an orphanage. Signaling Reggie and Naz to wait out in the hallway, he went through the double doors, the security bots rising up in the air at his approach. The bots scanned him and drifted away, whirring to themselves. A few strides more and automatic turrets, looking like swivel chairs equipped with guns, swung to take him out, recognized his flashers, and settled back down. Fontaine went down the hall to the little nursery-like cells where the girls were kept awaiting implantation and harvesting. He looked through the window in the door and saw 2 children playing with a wooden train set on the floor of the rose-colored room. The little sisters developed a strangely uniform look in their little pinafores, their faces and bodies remarkably similar thanks to a side effect of the sea slug implantation. The sea slugs were like tapeworms inside them. "They're not human anymore," he told himself. After all, if you cut one of those kids, they instantly stopped bleeding. Cut off one of their little fingers, and the finger grew back, like she was some kind of lizard. The atom repaired them. That wasn't human. They were superhuman almost. They didn't seem to get any older either. They were in some weird state of growth stasis. Bridget Tenenbaum came drifting up to him. She had that ghostly look about her again, like a stiff ventilator breeze might blow her over. Maybe he needed to resume their sexual relationship, but she was the one making excuses lately, which was fine with him. She looked through the window at the little girls. "They seem okay," he remarked. "I always worry we're going to get an inspection in here. People are going to think, oh, them poor little tykes. But they don't seem unhappy." Tenenbaum only grunted. Staring through the window, she took a cigarette from a pocket of her white lab smock and a holder from another pocket, united them, and put the holder in her mouth. Fontaine lit it for her with his platinum lighter. She blew the smoke into the air, but still said nothing. The hollowness in her eyes, the gauntness in her cheeks, making Fontaine think she was not so far from a little sister herself. He went on, mostly to fill the silence. "But then we get people so broke in Rapture now, they just turn their kids over to us." "The children are not unhappy as such," Tenenbaum said, her speech carrying cigarette smoke slowly into the air. "Not in the usual sense of unhappy children. They barely remember family. Their minds are strange. The atom, the sea slug connection, these make them strange. I find being around them very—" She cleared her throat. There was a wet gleaming in her eyes. "Very uncomfortable. Even with those things implanted in their bellies, they are still children. They play and sing. Sometimes they look at me." She swallowed. "And they smile." He glanced at her. Was she cracking up? "You get paid good, Bridget. Times are hard in Rapture. You want to continue to get that research funding, just accept what you got to do for the check." She didn't seem to hear him, or she didn't care. She just kept smoking, sucking through the holder and gazing dreamily through the window at the 2 little girls, holding the smoke till her words carried it out. "They do not act so unhappy, the little sisters, but in their souls, Germans say, Schmelzensweih, they feel the pain." "Their souls? No such thing as souls," he snorted. "There are stories people on plasmids are seeing ghosts in Rapture." "Ghosts?" He shook his head disdainfully. "Lunatics. Where are you and Suchong in battling the side effects of the plasmids?" It was a key question for Fontaine. He figured the time would come when he'd need to use plasmids personally. Maybe a lot of them. She didn't respond. Fontaine felt a flare of anger, took her shoulder, turned her sharply to face him. "You listening to me, Tenenbaum?" She looked quickly away, stepping back, refusing to meet his eyes. Her voice was monotone with perhaps a trace of amusement. "Are you trying to frighten me, Frank? I have been to hell in my time." She got all dreamy again. "I did not find tormentors there, more like kindred spirits. But these children—" She looked through the window again. "They awaken something in me." "Something like what?" She shook her head. I do not wish to speak of it. Ah, you wish to know about side effects? Yes, Adam acts like a benign cancer, destroying native cells and replacing them with unstable stem versions. This instability, it transfers amazing properties, but, she sighed, it is also what causes damage. The users, they need more and more Adam. From a medical standpoint, catastrophic. But you are a businessman. She gave her peculiar little smile. If you take away side effects, not addictive perhaps. Not addictive, you don't sell so much. Yeah, but we need 2 strains of the stuff. The best stuff for people like me when the time comes, and the regular plasmids for everyone else. You work on that, Tannenbaum. She shrugged. She stared at the children, becoming dreamy again. After a moment she murmured, "One of the children. She sat on my lap. I push her off." She touched the glass of the window before going on, letting smoke drift slowly from her mouth as she looked languorously through the glass. I push her off. I shout, "Get away from me!" I can see the Adam oozing out of the corner of her mouth. She closed her eyes, remembering. Her filthy hair hanging in her face, dirty clothes, that dead glow in her eye. I feel hatred. Her voice broke. Hatred, Frank, like I never felt before. Bitter, burning fury. I can barely breathe. But Frank... She opened her eyes and looked at him for one surprising instant. Then I know. It is not this child I hate. With that, Bridget Tannenbaum turned suddenly on her heel and strolled distractedly away, back toward the lab, trailing cigarette smoke behind her. Fontaine stared after her. She was cracking up. Maybe he should have her taken out. But she was too valuable, and Ryan would be making his move. Everything was almost in place. "Mr. Fontaine?" He jumped a bit, startled by Suchong's voice, turning to the scientist as he bustled up from the other direction. "Christ, Suchong, you don't need to sneak up on people like that." "Suchong is sorry." "The hell you are. Listen, what's going on with Tannenbaum? She losing it or what?" "Losing it?" Looking the same as ever, each hair in place, his glasses polished, Suchong gazed placidly through the window at the sight that had so moved Tannenbaum. It was as if he were looking into a cage containing lab rats, which was, of course, just what he was doing. "Ah, perhaps so. Suchong sometimes thinks she loses objectivity." "Speaking of nutty females, you follow up on that one I told you about, for that special project?" This is what he'd mainly come here for today. Suchong glanced up and down the hall. None of the assistants were in earshot. This was top secret. "Yes." His voice was barely audible. "You were clever to put the listening device in this Jolene woman's rooms. She spoke to one of her friends, a woman named Culpepper. This woman, Culpepper, she tries to educate Jasmine, talks to her about Ryan, to convince her he is the great tyrant and so on." "Yeah, Reggie told me. He went over the transcripts. You think he doesn't tell me everything first? Culpepper's turned against Ryan, and Jasmine Jolene's pregnant. Or maybe I should say Mary Catherine's pregnant. That's her real name. So, did you make her the offer?" He bowed. "Tannenbaum made offer. She accepts. Money, so she doesn't need Ryan to live. In exchange for the fertilized egg. Ryan's baby. She came to lab. Tannenbaum extracted diploid zygote." "The what?" "Oh, basically the kid, right? Pre-fetus?" Suchong bowed. "Mr. Fontaine has it exactly." "We got someone to bear the kid?" Suchong blinked. "Who can bear kids? I cannot bear them. The kids, they—" "Suchong, I mean someone to have the baby and turn it over to us." "All is arranged." "So Ryan's bloodline, his... what do you call it?" "His DNA, yes. When new vitachambers work, when security is DNA-specific, Ryan's DNA will protect your... subject." "You think the project is doable in the short term, Suchong?" Fontaine pressed. "I mean, making it... what was it you called it?" "Accelerated development, child growing faster, and then the conditioning."
And that's the important part, the conditioning, brainwashing. Kid has to respond to cues, like you said. You can do that?
Yes, I believe so. My experiments confirm it. Su Chong used the reward system of brain, conditioned the organism, the human offspring, to do anything you desire of them.
Anything? On cue? I mean, even something the guy'd never ever normally do? That's what we need, see? I need to know I can use this kid against Ryan when the time comes.
I believe so, yes.
Su Chong's eyes were shining. Conditioning, mind control, that was his meat. It was what he gloried in.
Especially if I have him very young.
Okay, say you've got him as a kid, and let's say he's got a puppy. Kids love dogs. You could make him kill his own dog. I mean, a cute little puppy, one he really loved. Could you make him kill it with his bare hands? That'd be the real test. Su Chong nodded, showing his teeth in a grin. Very unusual for him.
Yes, wonderful, is it not?
Yeah, if it works. Fontaine felt a giddiness himself. It was a real grifter's ace, a primo con, maybe the best bunco of all, one that would take years to unfold. But that was the beauty of it. The time lag would make it something Ryan would never expect. This way, if the Atlas project didn't pan out, he had another way to get at Ryan. He already had wealth and control over a great deal of Rapture, but to have a conditioned little puppet waiting to do his bidding, it was a thrilling thought, a con carried out by life itself. 16. Rapture Central Control, August 1958. "What's wrong, Mary?" Jim asked, in that calm way of his. "You look like you've just heard some terrible news."
"Capital punishment in Rapture," Mary replied worriedly. "This isn't what I signed up for."
Jim's voice was almost jolly. "Now hold on there, pretty lady. The only people who face capital punishment in Rapture are smugglers, and that's because they put everything we've worked for at risk. Imagine if the Soviets found out about our wonderful city, or even the United States government. Our secrecy is our shield."
"A little capital punishment is a small price to pay to protect all of our freedoms."
"Now you're talking, Mary." Andrew Ryan switched off the recording, leaned back in his desk chair, and turned to look at Bill McDonough, eyebrows raised. "What do you think? What's the first thought in your mind hearing that, eh?"
"Well, sir."
Bill no longer felt he could say what he really thought, especially when his first thoughts were, "I think you're looking mighty old, Mr. Ryan, old and tired, and you smell like you've been at the martinis again, and that bit of propaganda is depressing." He looked around at Ryan's office. It seemed big, echoingly empty. He wished he had Wallace or Sullivan with him, someone to back him up. It was getting harder to show enthusiasm for Ryan's new direction. "Go on," Ryan urged him. "Spit it out." Bill shrugged. "We have the death penalty now, Gov. I reckon people have to get used to it. Hard to ignore with people hanging from gallows. Council's divided. Maybe it's time to ease up on it." Ryan had 2 tape recorders on his desk, the smaller one purchased ironically from Fontaine's company. He smiled coldly, reached for the small recorder, hit record, and intoned, "The death penalty in Rapture. Council's in an uproar. Riots in the streets, they say. But this is the time for leadership. Action must be taken against the smugglers. Any contact with the surface exposes Rapture to the very world we fled from. A few stretched necks are a small price to pay for our ideals." He hit the button, switching off the tape recorder, and turned to Bill with satisfaction. "There you are, Bill. I summed up my feelings about it and recorded it for posterity. Have you been using your recorder? Rapture will define the direction of civilization for all the world in time, and history will want to know what happened here." Bill nodded without much enthusiasm. "I've been recording the odd comment, Gov, like you suggested. Next one might have to be about this raid we're planning on Fontaine Futuristics. What are we going to do with the bloody thing once we have it?" Ryan's face went blank. "That's for me to decide, in my own good time. I just think, we can't just take over another man's business by force. We become bleeding hypocrites, Governor. That's like, what do they call it? Nationalization. It'll take Rapture another direction.
opposite where we set out to go."
Ryan looked at him frostily. "Bill, it's true that I prize your outspokenness, and I prize individuality, but I also prize loyalty. Whatever I decide, I hope I can count on your loyalty." Bill looked at the floor. He thought about Elaine and their daughter. "Yes, sir, of course, you can count on that. I'm all loyalty, me. That's Bill Madonna. Straight through." But as Ryan turned back to the tape recorder to play the service announcement once more, Bill wondered, could he really stomach Ryan taking over Fontaine's business? There were already curfews, identification cards. How much closer to fascism could they get before they had gone into a complete, mad reversal of everything Ryan claimed to believe in? "A little capital punishment is a small price to pay to protect all of our freedoms." "Now you're talking, Mary." Ryan switched the tape recorder off and sat back, frowning thoughtfully. "I really have to make a decisive move against Fontaine. He's going to new extremes. I've reason to believe he's interfering in my private life. Jasmine, she was a real comfort to me, Bill. We're both grown men here, you understand. But she's moved out of the snug little place I gave her. I know that Fontaine has his hands in this, perhaps even putting listening devices in her apartment." Bill tried to keep his face expressionless. Privately, he thought Ryan sounded like a paranoid, imagining things. "He continues his smuggling. We have secret Christian groups forming, a result of those blasted Bibles. Letters may be going out from Rapture. He's selling weapons to Lamb's bunch, too. I thought I had an understanding with Fontaine. But he's gone too far. While I was buying fish futures, he was cornering the market on genotypes and nucleotide sequences. He's become too powerful, and that makes him too dangerous, for all of us. The great chain is pulling away from me, Bill. It's time to give it a tug." "Right," Bill said, resigned to it. "When's this great glorious raid coming about anyway, Governor?" "Oh, 2 days, the 12th, if all's well. Sullivan and I have organized a large cadre to carry it out, heavily armed, but we're not telling them where they're going till we get there." "Well, maybe I can help, Gov. What's the strategy?" "I'm telling as few people as possible about that. No need for that hurt look, Bill. It's not that I don't trust you, but if Jasmine's place was bugged, what else might be? You could be overheard talking about it to me or Sullivan. We're going to keep this under wraps. The fewer know about it, the better. We must try to be more secure about it this time, and hope they're not waiting for us when we get there." Fontaine Futuristics, Lab 25, 1958. "Quite astonishing, the rate at which the child is growing," said Bridget Tenenbaum, staring at the toddler lying in the transparent, bubbling incubator. "Yes," muttered Dr. Souchong as he pored over the biochemical extract results on the clipboard in his hands. "Mr. Fontaine will be quite pleased. Also, may have implications for all mankind. Children so vile. This one, not a child for long." They were in a cramped laboratory space lit by a yellow bulb, the door doubly locked, the air stale, smelling heavily of chemicals and hormones and electrical discharge. The naked little boy floated on the lozenge-shaped incubator on a table between them, his sleeping face above the liquid. The child was in a kind of trance within the thick fluids. Little Jack seemed older than he was, and that was as per schedule. The accelerated growth program was really remarkable. Perhaps Souchong was right. It could lead someday to entirely sidestepping the need for a childhood in future children. They could be grown with fantastic acceleration and taught with conditioning, as this child was being taught. Flickering lights, recorded voices, electrodes sparking his brain imbued him with the basics of learning, the ability to walk, memories of imaginary parents, that would have taken years to accumulate normally. He was a tabula rasa. Anything they wished to imprint on him could be pressed into the yielding tissues of his young brain, just as Frank Fontaine had requested. She had heard Fontaine refer to young Jack here as the ultimate con. The backdoor entrance into the well-protected fortress that was Ryan. Jack had been, after all, taken from Jasmine Jolene's uterus, extracted as a tiny embryo that was just 12 days past being a mere zygote.
"I must complete the WYK conditioning," Suchong muttered, setting the clipboard on the table. "The child must be set in bathysphere soon, sent to the surface. Mr. Fontaine has a boat waiting already." She frowned. "What is this WYK? Suchong glanced over at her in rank suspicion. "You test me? You know I am not to tell you everything about conditioning." "Oh yes, I forgot. Scientific curiosity is strong in me, Suchong." Woman's curiosity, that is more to the point." Suchong tinkered with a valve, increasing the flow of a hormone into the incubator. The child twitched in response. Its legs kicked. What, she wondered, were they doing to this child? And then she wondered, why are such thoughts troubling me? But they'd troubled her increasingly. Their work with the little girls, this work with this child, it was beginning to stir memories in her. Her childhood, her parents, kind faces. Moments of love. It was as if all the exposure to children called to some child locked within her own breast, a child who wanted to be set free. "Set us all free," whispered the child. She shook her head. No. Sympathy, caring for laboratory subjects, that was a scientific hell she would not enter. Unless, perhaps, she was already there. Neptune's Bounty, 1958. "Crikey, how many men do we have here?" Bill asked, a bit awed by the numbers of heavily armed men massing in front of the broad, steel-walled corridor outside Neptune's Bounty. Bill was carrying a Tommy gun. Sullivan had a pistol in his right hand, a hand radio in his left. Cavendish had a shotgun in one hand and the Rapture version of a search warrant in the other. "A lot of buggers for a raid, Chief, innit?" Bill asked. "We really need all these blokes?" Sullivan muttered. "Yeah, we do, and there's a lot more moving in on Fontaine Futuristics." "Fontaine Futuristics? What, at the same moment?" "Same time. Boss's orders." He shook his head, his unhappiness as clear as his wide scowl. "Let's face it, these aren't exactly bloodthirsty desperados we're talking about. Rapture's full of poets, artists, and tennis players, not hired guerrillas. But Fontaine, he seems to have a whole segment of Rapture in his pocket. So where's Fontaine? We want this raid to work, we'd better take him down personally." "That's the plan. Word is he's here today, somewhere in the fisheries. Maybe on the wharf, up to something in their supply boats. Anyway, it's not just a raid," Sullivan confided, in a low voice, as Cavendish opened the doors and they followed the double column of men down the wooden corridor toward the wharf. "It's an all-out assault, a military assault on Frank Fontaine and everyone around him." "How planned is it, Chief? Remember what happened last time? Maybe we should have spent more time setting the bloody thing up." "It's planned, all right. We've got 2 waves of men going in there, 2 more waves ready at Fontaine Futuristics. But Ryan wanted to keep it under wraps as much as we could. Trouble is, you tell more than 2 people about something, maybe even just 1, and 10 always seem to find out about it. And Fontaine's got all kinds of splicers on his pay, cuts them free plasmids in return for info. So I'm not sure if—" He shook his head. "I'm just not sure." A crackle on the little portable shortwave Sullivan held in his left hand. "In position," came the voice over the radio. Sullivan spoke into the radio. "Right. Move ahead when I give the designation now." He changed frequencies and spoke to another team. "This is the Chief. You ready up there?" "Ready to hit Futuristics." "God damn it, don't say that name on the radio, never mind. Just count to 30 and take the initiative, hit 'em. We're moving ahead here." Sullivan glanced at his watch, nodded to himself, looked around, made a hand signal to the others, and then they stalked up to the Securus door. He nodded to Cavendish, who swung it open, held the heavy door for the 2 lines of grim-faced men at ready, and shouted, "Now!" And with a shared howl, the men rushed through the door. Behind the rushing ranks, shouting in excitement, guns raised, came Sullivan, Head Constable Cavendish, Constable Redgrave, and Bill, all of them storming down onto the water-flanked wooden peninsula of the wharf toward the small tugboat-like vessel tied up there. And suddenly the splicers were everywhere.
Some of them were literally dripping from the ceiling, spider splicers dropping down, slicing with their curved fish-gutting knives as they came, so that 5 men in Ryan's attack force fell within seconds, spouting scarlet blood from their slashed-through necks, headless bodies stumbling over their own heads, rolling about underfoot. Bill had to step sharp to keep from stomping a man's still twitching face. A splicer turned from his victim and slashed at Bill, but he had the Tommy gun ready and squeezed off a quick up-angled burst, blowing the top of the splicer's head off. Someone nearby stopped running and turned into a statue coated with ice. A lobbed grenade blew up the splicer that had done the freezing, but more were coming. Like demons out of the Bible they are, Bill thought.
"Yippee-ki-yo!"
howled a splicer somewhere above.
"Gene Autry's riding to the rescue!"
A prolonged rattle of machine gun fire and a spider splicer screamed and fell from the ceiling. A ball of fire roared from a figure dimly seen in the shadows near the far corners of the wharf, the splicer up to his waist in water. Bill winced from the heat as the ball of fire burned meteorically past, striking a man behind him in the face, scream burbling as his face boiled away. Bill fired his Tommy gun at the silhouette near the wall as another fireball raced toward him, streaming black smoke. He saw the spider splicer jerk and fall with machine gun bullets, blood splashing against the wall as a fireball went into a spiral, seeming to lose control of its direction when the spider splicer died. It veered crazily above him and then down again and hissed itself out in the water. A thudding, rattling, banging, booming of gunshots, shotguns thundering, machine guns clattering, pistols snapping off shots, as rising gun smoke clouded the scene, making it all the more like hell. The blue smoke reflected red muzzle flashes and bomb blasts, explosives chucked from ceilings, from behind pylons, from under the wharfs, blowing Ryan's men into flinders, the splicers shrieking nonsense and mockery. Lots of them, and they'd been waiting, expecting them. They'd been done over. Bill was sure of that. A man in front of Bill went rigid and jerked about like a marionette dangled by a palsied hand, electrocuted by a lightning-throwing plasmid. As he fell, Bill fired a burst past him at the splicer, a black-haired, dark-eyed woman in shorts. She was half hidden behind a stub of pylon, aiming her electrically sparking hand at Bill. But the Tommy gun split her chest and face asunder, and she fell backward into the water, which was clouding up with crimson billows, the blood of fallen men and women, human and rogue splicer. God, Bill thought, Ryan's got me killing women. Oh, Lord, forgive me. What would Elaine think of me now? But a woman spider splicer on the ceiling fired a pistol at him, the bullet grazing his ribs, and he returned fire without hesitating, because he had to. The woman leaped from view. On the deck of the little boat tied up near the wharf was a wild-eyed, patchy-haired woman pushing a baby carriage with one hand. She reached into the carriage, snatching out a hand grenade of some kind, tossing it in the air. Cavendish rushed her. The bomb stopped in mid-air, then came arcing telekinetically toward him, and he threw himself down behind a stack of fish-reeking wooden crates. The crates caught most of the explosion, sending splinters rocketing like javelins, and someone behind him wailed in pain. Bill got to his knees and peered through the smoke in time to see the woman's head vanish in a cloud of pink and gray in the near point-blank double-barrel shotgun blast fired by Cavendish. The woman sagged. But someone else stepped from the small cabin of the little tugboat-like vessel, Frank Fontaine himself. Fontaine had a revolver clutched in his hand, was grimacing and wild-eyed as he fired it almost randomly at them. Who did he think he was, John Wayne? Didn't seem like Fontaine's style. "I'll take you all down with me," shouted Fontaine. "You'll never bring Frank Fontaine down without a fight." There was something weirdly theatrical about the way the man did it. Fontaine reached into his coat, drew another revolver, and now he had one in each hand, was firing with both, his teeth bared, his eyes wild. A constable went down, shot through the neck by one of Fontaine's rounds. The splicer cackled in murderous delight.
"That's it! Make 'em spout pretty, Frank!"
Bill took a shot at Fontaine and missed. A constable rushed from a cloud of gun smoke shouting at Fontaine, and Fontaine dodged back behind the superstructure, circled it, came around behind the constable, shot the man in the back of his head. Then Fontaine dropped his pistol and scooped up the fallen constable's Tommy gun, turned and fired both his guns, a pistol in his left hand, the machine gun in his right. Bill noticed Cavendish slipping through the water, wading head low toward the boat. Bill fired at Fontaine to try and distract him from Cavendish, who'd slipped around to the back of the boat. Then Bill had to flatten as Fontaine loosed a burst his way. Bullets strafed just over his head. "If Frank Fontaine goes down, you're all going down with me," Fontaine shouted. Then Cavendish stepped around the superstructure of the vessel and shoved his shotgun in Fontaine's belly, and, grinning, pulled the trigger, blasting Frank Fontaine off the boat, back into the water. The shotgun blast nearly cut him in half. Cavendish turned to them and shouted in triumph, waving the shotgun over his head. "I done it! I got Frank Fontaine!" Then he ducked behind the pilot-house of the boat to avoid a bomb flying at him. Bill lost sight of him behind the smoky explosion, ducking as a blade flashed by. He turned and fired his Tommy gun at the blade-flinging splicer, who ducked for cover. Bill spotted Sullivan farther down the wharf, backing up from a leadhead. The gun-toting splicer was a barefoot man in overalls, leaping about the wharf with unnatural agility, seeming to dodge Sullivan's bullets, moving so fast Sullivan couldn't get a bead. Leaping, the leadhead fired at Sullivan, who caught a round in his left shoulder and staggered with the impact. Bill was already tracking the splicer with his weapon, and he fired the last of his rounds, shattering the splicer's head as its body twisted from the top of a pylon and fell through the thick gun smoke to splash awkwardly into the water. Sullivan, grimacing with pain, turned to Bill with a look of gratitude. "Come on, retreat, goddammit, it's an ambush!" Cavendish came rushing out of the smoke, coughing. "Sullivan, I got Fontaine!" "Just retreat, goddammit, there's too many splicers!" A short spear of ragged wood flew by, and Sullivan turned to fire his pistol at a leering splicer. Bill jumped over the bodies of two men, stepping up beside Sullivan, and used the butt of his Tommy gun to knock down a babbling splicer who was slashing a curved blade at Sullivan's face. Sullivan turned, stumbling up the wharf, and Bill followed close behind, pausing only once to duck a passing fireball. A swag-bellied spider-splicer in stained underwear, its face a welter of atom scars, clambered bug-like on all fours along the wall above the door. Doggish yelping sounds rang in their ears as they ran toward the exit, the splicer alternating barks with phrases like, "Mommy, Daddy, Baby! Mommy, Daddy, Baby! Folks are all here! Blood in my ears!" Sullivan fired at him and missed. The spider-splicer pointed a pistol down at them just as Redgrave stepped into view. From behind a pylon, he fired his shotgun, blowing the splicer off the wall. The body spun heavily past them and bounced off the nearest pylon to splash into the water. Sullivan, staggering now, led the way through the door, back into the corridor, and then they were through the door. Sullivan, Bill, Constable Redgrave, followed closely by Cavendish and several other men, one of them with his clothes on fire from a splicer fireball, another with an eye missing, the socket smoking from a lightning strike, and two others staggering with gunshot wounds. Bill gave the grinning Cavendish points for nerve as he and Redgrave posted themselves at the open door, firing to cover the retreat, blasting at splicers through the doorway. Bullets pinged and electro-bolt blasts crackled from the metal door frame. Bill took a pistol from a collapsed constable and fired it almost point-blank into the upside-down face of a spider-splicer coming across the ceiling from nowhere. The man dropped like a dying bat. "Come on, keep moving!" Sullivan yelled. "Back!" Then Sullivan's special weapons backup team was there, coming from the rear of the corridor, the planned second wave. They rushed between Sullivan and Bill, charging the pursuing splicers. 9 constables with chemical throwers, icers, flamethrowers, clumsy weapons spewing corrosive acid, frozen entropy, and burning chaos into the onrushing splicers. Sullivan had kept the backup team in reserve, afraid they'd hurt his own troops with their imprecise weapons. They were a bloody welcome sight to Bill now. Ryan's new weapons wreaked havoc on the splicers, making heads pop open like popcorn, faces slide off skulls and bubbling acid. Stomach writhing in horror, Bill took Sullivan's good arm, helping him get back up the corridor. He called for Redgrave to give them cover. Sullivan was bleeding heavily from the shoulder wound, and they had to get him to the infirmary. His feet slipped in Sullivan's blood. Men screamed and begged not to be left behind. Guns cracked and flames roared. On and on they went, and somehow found that they'd made it to the metro. They'd gotten out safely. But as they went, Sullivan grunting with pain, Bill thought, maybe there is no escape for us. Not as long as we're in Rapture. 17. Fontaine Futuristics, 1958. Turns out that report about the Little Sisters orphanage was... Sullivan paused, shaking his head sadly. Well, it was all true. They stood outside the nursery, looking through the window in the door. A little barefooted, dark-haired girl in a tattered frock was huddled on a bed in a corner, staring into space and sucking her thumb. Ryan let out a long, slow breath. She's got a sea slug in her, and she's producing Adam? Yep. Apparently the slugs didn't produce the stuff fast enough, and using the girls worked to increase the production. The disgust dripped from Sullivan's voice. Indeed. You've confirmed this with Suchong? Yes, sir. You want to ask him? We've got him under house arrest, just down the hall. He gave out a sickly grin. Poetic justice. They're locked up together, him and Tenenbaum, in one of the rooms they had the kids in. I'll have a word with them. Ryan turned away from the door. Mr. Ryan? Ryan looked at him, frowning. Yes? What about the kids locked up in there? Do we let them out? They are, I believe, actually orphans, yes? Yeah, one way or another. Orphans will need somewhere to stay. Perhaps when we find another way to produce Adam efficiently, we'll arrange for them to be adopted. Until then, he shrugged, they're better off here. Ryan could see that Sullivan was disappointed by that response. What do you want from me, Sullivan? These kids will be of use. In time? Well, we'll see. Do you think that we could proceed with our inspection now, Chief? Sure. Sullivan avoided his eyes. His voice was hoarse. This way, Mr. Ryan. They're down the hall. Just 2 doors down, Sullivan unlocked a nearly identical cell. When Sullivan opened the door, Ryan had to step back from the reek of an overflowing chamber pot in the corner of the nursery. Toys were scattered on the floor, along with tin plates of half-eaten food. Bridget Tenenbaum was huddled on the cot in the corner, just like the little girl in the previous cell, but with a buttoned lab coat instead of a frock. She was gnawing a knuckle, and the expression on her face was the same as the child's. Suchong stood with his back to the door, writing on the wall with crayon and Korean ideograms. He had covered several square yards with the enigmatic writing. Suchong! Ryan barked. Dr. Yi Suchong turned to Ryan, and he saw that one of the lenses of Suchong's glasses had been knocked out. There was a purplish mark across that side of his face, and his lip was split. Dr. Suchong tried to escape when we raided the place, Sullivan explained blandly. Had to crack him one with a truncheon. Suchong bowed. Suchong sorry about writing on walls. A little dissertation, no paper to write on. And what's the dissertation on? Ryan asked, nostrils quivering from the stench of the chamber pot. Accumulation of harvestable atom in splicers, Suchong said. Possible methods of extraction. I see. Would you two like to be released from these quarters? Tenenbaum sat up, still gnawing her knuckle, looking at him attentively. Suchong only bowed. Then, Ryan went on, I'm going to need a loyalty oath, and the understanding that breaking that oath is agreeing to execution. We are in extreme times. Extreme measures are necessary. And, Tenenbaum's voice came in a croak, the little sisters? Suchong frowned and shot her a warning look. Ryan shrugged. They will continue here. We need the commodity. In time we'll find some other way, but it seems you and Fontaine left us with this one for now, and after all, the children have nowhere to go. Sullivan muttered something inaudible. Ryan looked at him. Something to say, Chief? Oh, no, Mr. Ryan. Very good. Set a guard on this place, but let these two go to their previous quarters and clean up, and see that Suchong gets new glasses. Fort Frolic, Poseidon Plaza, 1958. Stepping out into Poseidon Plaza, Diane McClintock realized she felt no thrill, felt nothing at all, about winning so much money in the surprise games of Chance Casino. She fished in her purse for cigarettes, and it took some looking because her purse was stuffed with the Rapture dollars she'd won, quite improbably, on the higher-priced slot machines. She'd had an amazing run of luck, and it meant nothing to her. It felt like mockery somehow. She couldn't spend the money on Park Avenue in New York, where she longed to be. She lit a cigarette, lingering outside the casino, reluctant to go home. The whirring slots and the agitated people wandering from one game to the next, they were better than no companions. She knew she could spend time with one of Andrew's friends, but they were hard to bear after all that had happened. "Miss?" It was a woman in a blue dress, a blue velvet cap. She had mousy brown hair, large dark eyes. She clutched a handbag to her. "Miss, my name's Margie. I was wondering if you could spare us a donation?" "Who's us?" Diane asked, blowing smoke at the ornate ceiling. "You seem to be out here alone. Need money for kids at home?" No, I'm with Atlas's people." "Atlas? I've heard about him. Also heard about Robin Hood. I don't believe in him either." "Oh, Atlas is real, ma'am." "Yeah? What's he like? A good man?" "Oh, yes. I trust him, even more than Doctor." She broke off, glancing around. Diane smiled. "More than Dr. Lamb? If that's who you were going to mention, I don't blame you for clamming up, Margie. Got traded from one radical ball team to another, huh?" "I guess you could say that. When she got arrested, I needed someone to— It doesn't matter. What's important is we're collecting money to help the poor around Rapture. Atlas, he buys canned goods and stuff with it, hands it out." Diane snorted. "All this talk of a poor underclass around Rapture, exaggerated from what I hear." The girl shook her head. "I was there. I had to do some pretty awful things, just to keep going." "Really? Is it that bad? There wasn't any other kind of, work?" "No, ma'am. Andrew says there's plenty of—" Diane let it trail off, seeing the fear on the girl's face. "Anyway, donations. Sure, here." She took a wad of cash from her purse and handed it over. "More power to anyone who pisses off Andrew, but don't tell anyone it came from me." "Oh, thank you." Margie put the money in her handbag, took out a leaflet. "Read this. It'll tell all about him." And then she hurried off into the shadows. Diane looked at the leaflet's heading. "Yes, someone cares. Atlas knows it feels as if no one in Rapture cares. Fight for Atlas. Fight for the rights of the working man." Diane smiled, imagining Andrew Ryan's reaction to seeing the leaflet. She crumpled it up and threw it away, but the words loitered in her mind. Yes, someone cares. Apollo Square, 1958. "I wish Ryan would take down that fucking gallows," Bill McDonough said, as he and Wallace walked by, grimacing at the reek of the dangling corpses. 4 bloated, purple-faced bodies, turning slowly in 4 nooses. Looked like new ones since last time. It was bloody depressing. Bill was going to be glad to get his meeting with Sullivan over and hurry home to Elaine and Sophie tonight. A man didn't feel much like taking a turn in Rapture with this kind of bleakness setting the black dog to snapping at his heels. "What I can't figure is," said Roland Wallace, as he and Bill walked across the trash-strewn floor of Apollo Square, "how Fontaine got all those splicers there to wait for the constables. They're too loony to recruit, aren't they?" Bill chuckled grimly. "You forget, mate, those buggers will do anything for Adam." Wallace grunted. "You have a point. So Fontaine bribed them with Adam. Show up there, take on whoever comes, and the survivors get plenty more. That's how I figured it right enough. Yeah, what's all this then?" A big crowd was gathered in front of Artemis Suites, where a man stood on the steps addressing them. "Must be that fellow calls himself Atlas," Wallace said, his voice hushed. "Oh, right, I've seen the pamphlets." Started with pirate radio messages, got people all worked up, followers leaving graffiti about. Curious, Bill and Wallace paused on the outskirts of the crowd to listen to Atlas. At least 75 people, most of them seeming to be still human ostensibly, or not yet far into Adam, were gathered around this Atlas. He wore maintenance workers' coveralls, just one of the people. The man sounded vaguely familiar, but looking closer, Bill decided he didn't know him. Couldn't have forgotten a bloke like that, almost movie star handsome, with his lush golden-brown hair and cleft chin. "Now back home in Dublin we had a sayin'," bellowed Atlas, in something like an Irish brogue. "May the cat eat you, and may the devil eat the cat. Isn't that what's happened to us here?" "You bet it is, boyo. We've been eaten alive twice, first by Rapture and then by Ryan. There's no crack here, no fun for the working man, for that is reserved for the swells and their spoiled betties up in Olympus Heights." "Come and start life anew in Rapture," he said, but that was the cat talking to the mouse and the devil talking through the cat. Hoots of agreement from the crowd. "Aye," Atlas went on, his voice carrying over all Apollo Square. "We have been lied to and lied to again. They told us it was a free market here, but what happens? Ryan takes over Fontaine Futuristics, takes it by force he does. He starts in with curfews and blockades, turns the place into a police state." An approving roar at that. Ryan's hypocrisy hadn't gone unnoticed. "We were lured here," Atlas bellowed. "Lured from a slum in Queens or Dublin or Shanghai or London to a smaller slum under frigid water. Moving up we are, right? Moving from living 4 in a room to living 20 in a room. It's theft of our future, boyo, theft of our hope. But there is another way to real hope, a share the wealth program. Why should them hypocrites be allowed to accumulate 100 times, 200 times what a working man earns, when they get it 'cause of our hard work? We work while they sit up there in their penthouses drinking champagne and puffing cigars. Imported cigars we ain't allowed to have. Why shouldn't every family be given a basic allowance, 1,000, 2,000 Rapture dollars to live on?" Roars of approval at that. His voice rose and rose again with every word. "Why should the wealth of Rapture belong only to a greedy few? Now tell me that!" Fists popped up, but they were shaking in agreement. Someone started chanting, "Atlas! Atlas!" And all the crowd took it up. "Atlas! Atlas! Atlas!" Atlas had to thunder the words out to be heard over the rising chant. "And if it's got to come to a fight, armed with atom and armed with guns, then so be it. Atlas! 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 Atlas!" "Like he's been taking notes from Sophia Lamb," Bill said, in a low aside to Roland Wallace. "But he's got his own style, more the working man's daddy." "Why, he's Huey P. Long," Wallace said. "What, that bloke from Louisiana?" "No, I mean he's borrowing from Long's playbook. The Kingfish, they called him, down there in Baton Rouge, king of the southern rabble-rousers. The Kingfish talked exactly like this, except for the Irish accent, and Atlas tossed in a little Bolshevism." Bill shook his head, puzzling over it. "Strange. I haven't seen this bloke Atlas before. Been here for years. Thought I'd seen every wanker in this big leaky tank of a town." Wallace gave him a poke in the ribs with an elbow. "Bill, look up there." Bill looked at the ceiling, saw spider splicers creeping across it upside down, coming from 3 directions, converging right above him and Wallace. He looked around the edges of the square and saw the telekinetic splicer who'd killed Greavy. She was watching from the wall near the entrance to Artemis Suites. "They're closing in on us, Bill." "Right. We'll take the better part of valor and back off fast. Come on, mate." They hurried back the way they'd come. They'd go the long way through the checkpoint. They both had their identification cards, and then through the transparent passages between buildings to another bathysphere entrance to get where they were going, or they wouldn't get there at all. The splicers didn't seem intent on pursuing them out of Apollo Square, which confirmed Bill's suspicion that they were somehow working for Atlas. They were remaining as his bodyguards. A word popped into Bill's mind as they hurried through the passage, striding under a passing pod of dolphins. It was a simple 1-syllable word, summing up what he felt was coming from the inevitable confrontation between this new Kingfish and Andrew Ryan. War. More killing, more war, more danger for Elaine and Sophie. Something had to be done to stop it. Somehow it had to be diffused. A frightening notion came to him. He tried to dismiss it from his mind, but it lingered, whispering to him. Ryan Industries, Fontaine Futuristics, 1958. "I really must get around to taking that sign down," Ryan said, as he and Karlowski walked under the words Fontaine Futuristics. "It's Ryan Plasmids now." They passed through the double doors and walked across the polished floors, past the sculpture of Atlas holding up the world. He glanced at his watch. He was half an hour behind time. The lights would dim for evening soon. The message from Suchong had been urgent, a crisis in atom production. Ryan ignored the lab workers hurrying past, clipboards in hand, and hurried up the stairs, Karlowski close beside him. He rarely worried about splicers or assassins with Karlowski around. The man had eyes in the back of his head. He wondered if plasmids could make that literally possible. They went through the sterilization airlocks to find Suchong and Tenenbaum in a steamy lab, working over a sea slug in a bubbling tank. Frowning in concentration, Tenenbaum was using a pipette to draw an orange fluid from the sea slug's horny tail. Ryan noticed that her hair didn't seem to have been washed in days, and her lab coat was splashed with stains, her nails black. There were blue circles under her eyes. Suchong glanced up as they entered and gave them each a short bow. Tenenbaum withdrew the pipette and released its contents into a test tube. Ryan stepped closer to inspect the sea slug. The creature quivered in its bath of seawater, but otherwise seemed almost lifeless. Ryan pointed at the sea slug. "Surely that's not the last one?" Suchong sighed. "We have a few others in suspension, but they are almost gone. The fighting of the raid, all the chaos. We lost them, damage to the tanks. If only you'd warned us." "Couldn't risk that. You haven't exactly earned my trust, Suchong, working for Fontaine." Suchong inclined his head in something that passed for regret. "Ah, Suchong very sorry. Grave mistake to work for Fontaine. I should have known. The intelligent man work for men with more guns. Always the better policy. I will not make that mistake again. You have my loyalty, Mr. Ryan." "Do I? We'll see. Well, you sent for me, and I can see the problem for myself. No sea slugs, no Adam. Any suggestions, Doctor? What are we to do for Adam? We have all these lunatic Adam addicts running about. A whole industry could collapse. I've taken over the plasmids business, built the Hall of the Future to extol them. But if we run out of them, it's all for nothing." Tenenbaum looked up from the test tube. "There is a way, Mr. Ryan, until we can learn to breed more slugs." "And that is?" "Many men are dying and dead in Rapture. Before they die, there is how would you say it, a stage in their metabolism of plasmids, in which they create a refined atom inside them. It is deposited in the torso, and we believe—" She looked at Suchong, who nodded at Ryan. "Yes, it can be harvested, from the dead." Karlowski grunted and shook his head, but said nothing. Ryan glanced at him. It was hard to startle Karlowski, but it seemed they'd done it. Ryan looked back at the sea slug. "You can get Adam from the dead?" Suchong removed his glasses and polished them with a silk handkerchief. "Yes, but there is a certain way to do this. The atom must be sensed and drawn up into the syringe properly, and correctly transported. Little sisters are best suited for that process." Tenenbaum shook her head. "But the girls are already damaged. If we send them to do the harvesting, who will protect them? They are—" She glanced at Ryan, then quickly away. "They are worth a lot of money. They will not trust ordinary guards, and we cannot trust ordinary men with them." "So for that," Suchong said, "we have developed hybrids, our cyborg seaworkers. Gil Alexander has made great progress with the Alpha series. Augustus Sinclair has, leased out this Johnny Topside from Persephone, Subject Delta. He is bonded with the girl we took from the Lamb woman, Eleanor Lamb." "Bonded?" Ryan asked, not sure he liked the sound of it. "The girls are to be bonded to the Alpha creatures. They are to be surrogate fathers. Little ones call them Big Daddies. Most charming. The girls will be conditioned to work closely with them." Tenenbaum made a small sound of acknowledgement. "They do seem to need something, some symbol of adulthood they can feel comfortable with." The conversation was getting ever more peculiar. Ryan wasn't sure he understood what they were planning. But he knew a solution was needed, and he liked the neatness of harvesting Adam from the dead. It closed the circle somehow, an unexpected link in the great chain. "What exactly will you need from me?" he asked finally. Near Fighting McDonough's bar, 1958. This won't look too good, Sullivan thought. Me being in charge of law enforcement in Rapture, and being the drunkest son of a bitch in Rapture tonight. He stood outside McDonough's tavern, swaying, wondering how late it was. Long after midnight, lights had already been turned down. Couldn't even make out his watch. How much money had he lost at the card table in the back room? 400 Rapture dollars at least. Poker. His downfall. Shouldn't have drunk so much. Might have folded some of those hands before they got expensive. Maybe shouldn't have gotten in the game. But his old gambling bugaboo was back, and with a vengeance. Only way he could get his mind off the mess that Rapture was becoming, and his failure to keep the splicers at bay. He was sure Ryan was starting to look at him like he was a useless old drunk. Maybe he needed to get married. Get married again, a nice warm wife to keep him in line. He shuddered. A wife. How do guys like McDonough do it? He sighed and started off toward the stairs. He just had his hand on the metal door to the ramp when he heard a boom from behind it and a keen whistling sound. Rogue splicers. The corridor was twisting around from the booze and his mouth was paper dry. Too drunk to deal with this. Gotta get back up. He licked his lips and put his hand on the revolver in his coat pocket. But then again, he was top cop. Had to show it. Fuck back up. He drew his gun, opened the door, took 2 steps through, and was slammed in the chest by the force of a sonic boom plasmid. The sonic shockwave made him stagger back painfully hard against the doorframe. A leering, goggle-eyed splicer in a ragged t-shirt was crouching behind a tumble of crates. "Gotcha, big badge! Or should I say big ass?" He pointed his hand to fire off another sonic boom, but Sullivan, sobering fast, slipped back through the door, taking cover to one side, and a cackling made him look up, through the doorway, to see a female splicer clinging fly-like to the ceiling, wearing only yellowed underwear and a brassiere, her long, dirty hair hanging down like Spanish moss. She was pointing one grimy hand down at the sonic boomer and twirling her finger. A whistling sound became a windy roar, and a small cyclone appeared, whirling bits of trash, picking up the empty crates to smash them against the metal walls. "Ha ha ha ha!" she cackled. "Care to go for a spin?" The sonic boomer yelled and tried to scramble clear, but the expanding cyclone trap plasmid caught him, jerked him off his feet, spun him like a rag doll in the air, and dropped him with a thump. He yelled in outrage as the spider splicer giggled. Completely out of their gourds, Sullivan thought. 2 plasmids from one lunatic, Sullivan muttered, trying to get a bead on her in the dim corridor with his gun. She suddenly dropped down, landing cat-like, and spun to face him. "Puppet cop, that's you!" She made a gesture, and suddenly a second splicer appeared, almost her twin in front of her and to one side. Sullivan fired convulsively, and the bullet simply passed through the flickering image. A third plasmid. Target dummy. She cackled again, and then looked startled, her eyes widening. She looked down to see a curved fish-gutting knife blade protruding under her breastbone, spurting blood. She toppled forward, dying, and the sonic boomer who'd stabbed her from behind leered and gestured. Wham! Sullivan was flung to skid down the ramp on his back. Dazed, he lay there a moment, staring at the ceiling, gasping for air. Then he sat up and looked through the open door, about 4 paces off at what he thought was the splicer, sneaking around in the shadows. Sullivan got up, dusted himself off, put his gun in his pocket and said, "Screw this." He turned and walked back to the bar. Hall of the Future, 1958. Diane McClintock was on one of her long, solitary walks through Rapture. She knew it was dangerous. She had a gun in her purse. She had 4 cocktails in her, too, and she didn't much care about the danger. She was heading somewhere in a roundabout way. Pauper's Drop. But she couldn't bring herself to go there directly. She was afraid Andrew might be watching her, through the cameras, through his agents. She had to take the roundabout route so he'd never guess she was hoping to get a close look at the man they called Atlas. She strolled through the museum, the new Hall of the Future with its videotape displays glorifying plasmids, all quite ironic considering some of the horrors plasmids had brought. She passed onward. Footsteps echoing, she wandered through the livid colored light of Rapture. She rambled past pistons pumping mysteriously in wall niches, past the steaming pool of the baths, under iridescent panes of crystal, through high-ceilinged atriums of brass and gold and chrome, vast chambers that seemed as grandiose as any palace ballroom. A palace, that's what Rapture seemed to her, an ornate palace of rhenium and glass swallowed by the sea, which was ever so slowly digesting it. And sometimes it seemed to Diane that everyone in Rapture had already died, that they were all ghosts, the ghosts of royalty and servants. She remembered Edgar Allan Poe's Sunken City. She'd read all of Poe and trying to educate herself to impress Andrew and the others. Again and again she'd return to the city and the sea. She remembered Poe's lines. Some seemed especially apt now. Resignedly beneath the sky, the melancholy waters lie. No rays from holy heaven come down on the long night-time of that town, but light from out the lurid sea streams up the turrets silently, gleams up the pinnacles far and free, up domes, up spires, up kingly halls, up fanes, up Babylon-like walls. She sighed, and she walked onward, her head throbbing, still half drunk. Acting as if she went toward Popper's Drop on a whim, she passed through the transparent corridor and the metal door, down a flight of steps. Sullen-eyed tramps lolled against the walls of the buildings, under intricate scrawls of graffiti. They lay about smoking, drinking, talking, and looking at her with an unsettling interest. Maybe it was time to take refuge in the Fishbowl Cafe. It looked civilized enough. She hurried into the cafe, sat in a booth by the dusty window and ordered coffee from the frowsy, gum-chewing waitress who already had the pot in her hand. "Sure, honey," the waitress said, giving her brown curls a toss. "You want some pie? It's sea palm pie, but they put a lot of sugar in it. Not too bad." "No, thank you," Diane murmured, wondering if she could ask this woman about Atlas. The waitress bustled off to deal with the thuggish-looking man at the other end of the row of booths. Diane McClintock sipped coffee, looking out the window, hoping the caffeine would stop the thudding in her head. Risky being here. She could easily fall into the hands of rogue splicers, but her depression had been whispering to her lately, "It might be better if they got you." Still, Rapture was in a time of relative peace, with Fontaine dead. She hoped it would last. Atlas was said to come to Popper's Drop pretty regularly. He moved about undercover. He was wanted for questioning by Sullivan's bunch. He was on the track to end up in Persephone for sure. Why am I here? She wondered. But she knew. She wanted to see this man for herself. Her encounter with Margie outside Surprise, the woman's sincerity, had planted a seed. Andrew would hate her for coming, but that was part of why she was here. Atlas was a man with something Andrew Ryan was missing, a real heart. She was startled from her fulmination by a commotion outside. Several men with shotguns were shouting at the crowd of unemployed. They seemed to be getting them organized into a line. To her surprise, the ragtag crowd passively lined up. Then came a man striding onto the scene, followed by several others carrying large baskets. The man in the lead somehow drew all eyes to himself. He was a handsome figure of a man, with a fine head of hair, a mustache, a cleft chin, and broad shoulders. He dressed like a working man, with a white shirt, sleeves rolled up, suspenders. Simple work trousers, boots. But he carried himself like a man in charge, yet there was no harsh edge of authority about him. His expression was kindly, compassionate, as he took a basket from the man behind him, began quietly passing out things to the people in line. The first woman, a woman with gray-streaked hair and a lined face, a tattered frock, took a package, and Diane could read the woman's trembling lips. "Thank you. Oh, thank you." He spoke briefly to her, patted her arm, and then passed on to the next in line, personally handing out a pair of shoes, a sack that seemed to brim with canned goods. Could this really be Atlas? The waitress came to Diane's table, asked in a bored voice, "You want some more of what passes for coffee around here, honey, or what?" What I'd really like? Diane took a $10 bill with Ryan's picture on it and tucked it into the woman's apron pocket. Is to know if that man out there is who I think it is. The waitress looked around nervously, looked into her apron pocket, then nodded. With a lowered voice, she said, "Him? He calls himself Atlas. Only thing I know. The lady lives down the hall from me, wouldn't have nothing to eat weren't for him. He's helping people, that one. Gives out free stuff every week. Talks about a new order." The waitress hurried off, and Diane turned to stare out the window at the man called Atlas. He was gentle but powerful, the kind of man she truly wanted to meet. She hesitated. Did she dare go out and talk to Atlas? Suppose Andrew were having her watched. It was too late. There was shouting, an alarm on the concourse outside the cafe. Constables were coming. Atlas waved at his charges and then hurried off around the corner. Her chance was gone. But she made up her mind. One way or another she would meet this man. She would stand face to face with Atlas. Fort Frolic Shooting Gallery, 1958. They were alone in the long, narrow shooting gallery, firing at man-shaped targets. The air smelled of gun smoke. Brass littered the floor. Bill stood just behind his wife, looking over her shoulder. "That's it, love. Take aim and shoot him right between the eyes." Elaine winced and lowered the revolver. "Do you have to put it that way, Bill? Between the eyes? It's just a paper target." Bill McDonough grinned ruefully. "Sorry, darling, but you said you wanted this for self-defense, and those rogue splicers don't play around." He put his hand on her shoulder and added more gently, "If you're going to defend yourself against them, you gotta shoot to kill. I know it's bloody awful. It's been hard for me to shoot at these blokes, too." Elaine took a deep breath, raised the gun at the end of her arm, clasped it with both hands, and aimed at the silhouette at the other end of the shooting gallery. She grimaced and squeezed the trigger, blinking as the gun went crack. Bill sighed. She missed the target completely. "All right, this time let out a long breath before you fire. Squeeze the trigger gently like and—" "Oh, Bill." Elaine lowered the gun, her lips quivering, eyes welling with tears. "This is so horrible, having to— Mr. Ryan never said it'd be like this." Bill glanced at the door to see if anyone was listening. They seemed to be alone, but you never knew for sure anymore. "Bill, it's just— I can't raise Sophie here in a place where I have to—" He put his arm around her. "I know, love, I know." She put her face on his shoulder and wept. "I want to leave Rapture," she whispered. "Elaine, darling, you gotta be careful where you talk like that." He licked his lips, thinking, "Listen to me," turning into a craven bastard. "One thing at a time, love. Thing is, Fontaine's gone, but word is Atlas is making some kind of deal with the rogue splicers. He's got a lot of atoms stored up somewhere, got 'em working for him. And he's going to make some kind of move. He's not just handing out food and pamphlets, love. All of us on this side of the fence, we're going to have to defend ourselves. It's more dangerous out there than ever." She sniffed and wiped her nose with a kerchief she took from his coat pocket. She took a deep breath and then nodded. "Sure. Okay, Bill. I just hope you're right about who we've got to shoot at." She lowered her voice to a barely audible whisper. "Far as I can tell, they might come at us from either side of the fence." She cocked the gun. "I guess I'd better be ready for anything." Elaine raised the gun and took aim at the paper outline. She let out a long, slow breath, centered the gun sights on the target's head, and squeezed the trigger. Bill McDonough's flat, 1958. It was Christmas Eve. Bill, Karlowski, and Redgrave sat around a card table in Bill's living room, playing poker in the light from the Christmas tree. 2 bottles, one nearly empty, stood beside a plate littered with cookie crumbs. Bill was beginning to feel he'd drunk too much. Sometimes the cards in his hand seemed to recede into the distance, and the room swiveled in his peripheral vision. "Wonder if this Atlas is going to be the problem Mr. Ryan thinks," Redgrave said, frowning over his cards. "All we got is rumors, that he's working with the splicers, giving 'em at him.
Where's he get all that at him? A lot of Fontaine Supply seems to have done a vanishing act, Bill said, trying to see his own cards. Were those diamonds or hearts? When they raided his place, most of the stuff was gone. Ryan's had Suchong hot at it making new stuff. Sometimes I wish he'd just let him. He didn't finish saying he wished plasmids would run out completely. Karlowski might report that to Ryan, and Ryan was not in a mood to have his policies questioned. Redgrave raised the pot, Bill folded, and Karlowski called. Redgrave showed 3 aces. Karlowski scowled at Constable Redgrave and threw down his cards. "You black bastard, you cheat me again." The black cop chuckled and scooped up the poker chips. "I beat you, that's what I do. I beat you like an old rug." "Bah, black son of a bitch." Shuffling the cards, Bill looked at Redgrave to see how he took Karlowski's invective. To his relief, he saw Redgrave looking gleeful, catching the tip of his tongue between his teeth as he stacked his new chips. "Not surprised an ignorant Cossack son of a bitch like you can't play poker, but a Russian not being able to hold his drink? That's sad, man." "What?" Karlowski pretended to tremble with rage. "Not hold drink?" He grabbed the unlabeled bottle. He had made the vodka himself from potatoes raised in Rapture hydroponics, and poured the transparent fluid into their glasses, slopping almost as much on the table. "Now, we see who can drink, a black bastard or a real man. Bill, you drink too." "No, I'm not a real man. I'm a married man. My wife will kick me ass if I go to bed any more bladdered than I am." He'd had 3 shots of the crude vodka, more than enough. "He's right about that," Elaine said, scowling theatrically from the doorway to the bedroom. "I'll kick him right out of bed." But she laughed. Bill watched as Elaine went to adjust an ornament on the Christmas tree, yawning in her terry-cloth robe. It was a curious thing how he could look at his wife with her hair rumpled, her face without makeup, her feet bare under a terry-cloth robe that was far from enticing boudoir wear, and still feel a deep desire for her. It wasn't the vodka. He often felt that way, seeing her about the flat. "Is nice Christmas tree," Karlowski said, toasting her. The small Christmas tree was made out of wire and green paper with a few colored lights. They were the only Christmas decoration Ryan allowed. No stars, no angels, no wise men, no baby Jesus. "A secular Christmas is a Merry Christmas," went the poster, put up in Apollo Square right before the holiday. The poster showed a winking dad dropping a Bible into a trash can with one hand, while handing his little girl a teddy bear with the other. "Don't stay up too late with these drunken louts, Bill," Elaine said, rubbing her eyes, putting on a frown again. "Ha!" Karlowski said, punching Redgrave playfully in the shoulder. "His wife whips him like little boy, eh?" Bill laughed, shaking his head. "Sorry, love, we about done playing cards." Her look of mock disapproval vanished, and she winked. "No, you guys go on and play your cards. Have fun. I just came out to tell you not to be too loud so you don't wake up Sophie." Redgrave turned her a bright smile. "Ma'am, thank you for having me to Christmas Eve supper. Means a lot to me." He raised his glass to her. "Glad you could be here, Constable Redgrave. Good night." "Da," Karlowski said. "Happy holiday, missus." He turned fiercely to Redgrave. "Now drink up, you black bastard." Redgrave laughed, and they drank their vodka, clinking their glasses together when they were done. "Okie dokie," Karlowski said, lowering his voice as Elaine went to bed. "We will play more cards. You lose money to me, and we see if you really can drink, black bastard." "Cossack devil, pour me another." Kashmir Restaurant, 1958. On New Year's Eve, Bill McDonough sat with his wife at a corner table of the luxurious restaurant, near the wall-high window looking out into the churning depths of the sea. They had taken off their silvery party masks and set them on the table next to the champagne bottle. He glanced out the window. The illuminated skyscraper-style buildings, seen through 100 yards of rippling seawater, seemed to shimmy to the music, a Count Basie swing number. Bill winked at Elaine, and she returned him a strained smile. She was pretty in her pearl-trimmed, low-cut white gown, but despite all the care she'd taken, she still looked a bit haggard. Elaine didn't sleep well anymore. None of them did. Lately, a bloke trying to sleep in Rapture was always unconsciously listening for an alarm to go off, or the sounds of a security bot taking on a rogue splicer.
It was chilly near the window. The tuxedo wasn't much protection against the cold, but he didn't want to sit any closer to the entourage waiting for Ryan to show up, a group at several tables near the fountain. Sander Cohen was wearing a feathery mask and babbling madly away at a bored-looking Silas Cobb. Diane McClintock, wearing a gold party mask edged in diamonds, sat stiffly at a small table reserved for her and Ryan. She sat there alone, watching the door and muttering into her tape recorder. Ryan had gone on an errand to Hephaestus and was going to give some kind of New Year's address over the radio. "Well, love," Bill said, toasting his wife with a champagne glass, trying to pretend he was enjoying himself. "In just a few minutes it'll be 1959. Elaine McDonough nodded slowly and forced another weak smile. The fear flared in her eyes, then dutifully hid itself again. She gave him the brave look that always tore at his heart. "It is. It's almost New Year's, Bill." She looked at the other tables, filled with revelers in jeweled masquerade costumes and masks. They were waving noisemakers, laughing, talking loudly over the music, doing their best to celebrate. Her gaze took in the bunting, the banners, the circular hot pink neon sign, specially made up for the party. Happy New Year 1959. "It's funny, Bill. All these years down here, Sophie growing up without seeing the sun, now the war, and it's almost 1959. Time passes all funny in Rapture, doesn't it? It's slow and fast both." Bill nodded. Elaine was increasingly homesick and scared, but he just couldn't bring himself to abandon the man who had taken him out of the loo and made him a real engineer. Sure, Ryan was giving way to hypocrisy, but he was only human, and maybe it was true that Rapture had to go through this transition period before getting back on track. They just had to clear out the Atlas types, the worst of the splicers, and Lamb's followers. He noticed Elaine staring around at the armed men, the constable standing guard near the walls. The guards weren't wearing masquerade masks. Scores of gunmen there to protect this exclusive gathering from rogue splicers. Constable was the one job you could stand a good chance of getting if you were out of work in Rapture, because the mortality rate for constables was so high. Bill was glad to see Brenda bringing each constable a flute of champagne on a tray to get ready for midnight. Made it seem more festive. A gun in one hand, a champagne glass in the other, he thought ruefully. That's Rapture. He had a pistol under his coat. Elaine had one in her pearl-beaded white purse. "Do you think Sophie's all right?" Elaine asked, toying with her glass, looking anxiously at the clock. "Sure, she'll be fine." "Bill, I want to go home as soon as we get past New Year's Eve, like at 12:05, okay? I don't like to leave Sophie with her sitter long in this place. I don't know if Mariska can use a gun, really. I mean, I left her one, but—" "Don't worry. We'll leave a few minutes after midnight, love." The Count Basie song finished, and Duke Ellington started. Wearing their gaudy party masks, a half-dozen couples were dancing in a cleared space between the tables, forced smiles held stiffly on their faces. Bill wondered what music the rest of the world was listening to. Music in Rapture had to be outdated. There were rumors about something called rock and roll. Trying to change Elaine's mood, he took her hand, pulled her to her feet, got her dancing to the Duke Ellington number. They used to love going dancing together in New York. Then the song stopped, simply cut off in mid-tune, and the countdown started, led by a giddy Sander Cohen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year! Bill pulled Elaine close for the midnight kiss. That's when the explosion came. The doors exploded inward, knocking 3 constables like rag dolls into the center of the room. Bill shoved their table over for partial cover, pushed Elaine to the ground behind the tabletop, and covered her with his body. Machine gun rounds ricocheted from the bulletproof windows to slam through tuxedos, to wound squealing women in their glittering finery. Elaine was screaming something about Sophie. Another bomb flew into the room and detonated. Body parts spun overhead, spraying blood. Auld Lang Syne was playing as machine gun bullets raked the room, as if the gunfire were part of the New Year's Eve revelry. Screams. More gunshots. Faces that seemed frozen, mocking. The invading splicers were wearing masquerade party masks. Domino masks, feathered masks, golden masks. Andrew Ryan's voice came from the public address at that moment as he made his New Year's speech. "Good evening, my friends. I hope you are enjoying your New Year's Eve celebration. It has been a year of trials for us all. Tonight I wish to remind each of you that Rapture is your city." Bill peered around the edge of the table, saw a splicer in a black mask yelling, "Long live Atlas!" Another, running through the cloud of smoke at the shattered doors, bellowed, "Death to Ryan!" It was your strength of will that brought you here, and with that strength you shall rebuild. And so Andrew Ryan offers you a toast to Rapture, 1959. May it be our finest year. "Diane!" Elaine shouted. Bill turned to see Diane McClintock crawling past on her hands and knees, dazed, face bloodied. Her green dress had become red-stained rags. "Diane, get down!" he called. Beyond her, some of the constables were ducking behind the bar and grinning. Bill realized that some of them had been in on this. A security bot went whistling by overhead, firing at a thuggish splicer cartwheeling into the room. A nitro splicer in a fur-fringed white mask was throwing another bomb, which blew up on a table under which 3 men in tuxedos crouched. Their tuxedos and their flesh mingled wetly in the blast. Bill hoped to God the rogue splicers had the common sense not to throw too many bombs near the windows. The windows were supposed to be blast-proof, but they could only take so much. "Come on, Elaine, we're off," he said gruffly, trying to get some steel into her spine. "And bring your purse." He tugged out his pistol, the two of them scrambling like doughboys under barbed wire, till they were under one of the few tables still standing. A bleeding, thuggish splicer was crawling by like a hungry alligator, laughing insanely, his mask down around his neck. Atom scars crisscrossed the man's face in livid pink that somehow matched the neon pink of the Happy New Year 1959 sign. Blood was pumping from a bullet hole in the crawling splicer's neck as he sang croakily, "I'm a little hare, pulled off a chin, about to go into a spin down the drain, drain, drain." Then he noticed Bill and Elaine and whipped a hooked blade at Bill's face. Bill shot him in the forehead. The blade clattered on the floor. Elaine groaned at the sight of the dead man. They crawled onward. Bill risked a look over his shoulder and saw a group of loyal constables, including Redgrave and Karlowski, firing above an overturned table at spider splicers crawling across the ceiling near the blown-open doors. A red-masked nitro splicer made a bomb fly through the air with the power of his mind. It flew past the table, then doubled back. Karlowski and Redgrave dove to the side, and the bomb went off. Redgrave rolled, wounded. A shotgun blasted nearby, Rizzo firing over a table at the nitro splicer. The splicer's face vanished in a welter of red, and a grenade blew up in his hands, his body flying apart like a New Year's party favor. Bill crawled onward, one arm over Elaine, who crept along beside him, alternately sobbing and cursing. They'd reached the swinging doors into the back kitchen. "Okay, kid," he whispered in her ear. "On 3 we jump and run through them doors. Watch out for my pistol, love. I might have to fire it. 1, 2, 3. They were up and rushing through, Bill shouldering the door aside, and firing at a spider splicer hanging upside down from the low ceiling. Wounded, the splicer fell off onto the stove, clattering into pots of boiling water and lit gas burners. Shrieking in pain, the splicer flailed and tumbled off the stove and onto the floor. Bill and Elaine rushed past into the rear hall. Bill turned left, a gun banged just beside him. He turned to see Elaine pointing her own pistol, its muzzle smoking, her face contorted with anger as a nitro splicer fell back, his head shot open. A grenade fell from his hands and bounced to the floor. "Down!" Bill yelled, and dragged her behind a steel kitchen cart, covering her with his body. And then the bomb went off. The cart caught the blast and slammed into them with a shockwave, the steel cart cracking painfully into Bill's right arm. "How bugger in hell that hurts!"
"Bill, are you all right?"
Elaine asked, coughing as the smoke cleared. "I'm okay, except my bloody ears are ringing like a mad monk's church bell. Come on, we gotta get up, love." They made their way dizzily down the smoky hallway, eyes stinging. Gunfire rattled behind them and explosions shook the floor. Other people were running from the kitchen. He looked back and saw Redgrave stumbling along, wounded in the leg but game enough. Karlowski behind him, urging the wounded Redgrave along. Rizzo was turning to fire behind them through the door at splicers Bill couldn't see. A swishing sound, and Rizzo shrieked, the scream becoming a gurgle as a curved blade buried itself in his throat. Rizzo fell back, blood gushing over his tuxedo. Bill fired at the door. A masked splicer jerked back. Elaine kept tugging on his arm, shouting about Sophie. He let her urge him through the emergency exit to the stairs, and they saw a group of white-faced, scared-looking constables afloat below yelling up at them. "This way! Down here!" Hoping they weren't heading into a trap, Bill and Elaine went with the constables. A blur of corridors, passages, a checkpoint, another waving identification cards, an atrium, an elevator. Time did indeed seem all funny, weirdly collapsed, a telescope snapping shut. And then they were in their own flat, panting, Bill locking the door, Elaine with her purse in one hand and a gun in the other. "Hello?" called Mariska Lutz, their sitter from the next room. "Back already? Have a good time?" Rapture Central Control, Ryan's office, 1959. "It makes me half crazed to think about it," Ryan said, voice trembling. He balled the report in his hands and threw it into a corner. "On New Year's Eve, the cold-blooded treachery of it. They expected me to be there. It was an attack on me, but it was also an attack on the heart and soul of Rapture. Our most accomplished men and women were in that room, Bill, celebrating the new year. And at least 6 constables betrayed us. We're lucky Pat Cavendish acted quickly. He shot most of the treasonous scum. But by God, we must root out any other bad apples." He sounded bitter, but rational. Lately Bill suspected that there was something twisted growing in Andrew Ryan. Bill and Ryan sat alone in his office, Bill wishing someone were here to back him up. He had to say something Ryan wasn't going to like. Shifting in his chair, Bill rubbed his deeply bruised arm where the explosion had knocked the card into him. His ears still rang a bit. Elaine was haunted by nightmares. "Mr. Ryan, this attack didn't come out of the blue. It's because you took out Fontaine. It's a reaction to that, really. People are saying Rapture doesn't mean what it used to, nationalizing a business, by force. It gave them the excuse to go a bit mad. That Atlas took the opportunity, lit the fuse of the whole bloody thing." Ryan snorted. "It's not nationalization. I own most of Rapture anyway. I built it. I simply acted for the best interests of the city. Atlas is just another babbling Pravda, a tissue of lies he calls truth. If we let him take hold here, he'll be another Stalin. The man wants to be dictator. If it's war, why then so be it." "Mr. Ryan, I don't think it's a war we can win. It's the math. Atlas has just too many of them rogue splicers, and too many rebels with him. We need to broker some kind of peace deal, Gov. Rapture can't take a revolution. This city is under water, Mr. Ryan. It's in the North Sea. It's sitting on channels of hot lava. All of that is... Oh, crikey, it's volatile. We're dying the death of 1,000 cuts from leaks already, but one major leak in the wrong part of Hephaestus, and we could have a hell of an explosion. Suppose some of that icy water contacts the hot lava in a pressurized area. The whole thing would go up. All this fighting risks exactly that kind of damage." Ryan looked at him, his gaze suddenly flat. His voice was flatter as he said, "And what do you suggest we offer them?" He closed his eyes and visibly shuddered. "Unions?" "No, Gov. A lot of these blokes worked for Fontaine. The others just want the atom, crave it. Let's hand over Fontaine Futuristic to Atlas's lot. It's not right to go against our principles, to nationalize, Mr. Ryan. We can take the high road, show 'em we stand for something. We can go back to the way we were and give up Fontaine Futuristics." "Give them..." Ryan shook his head in disbelief. "Bill, men died to take over the plasmids industry. They will not have died in vain." Bill didn't believe for a moment that Ryan was concerned about who died in vain. That was just an excuse. Andrew Ryan wanted the plasmids industry. It was in his nature. He was a tycoon, and the plasmids industry was the biggest prize in this toy store. "Ryan Industries owns Fontaine Futuristics now," Ryan went on. "For the good of the city. In due time I'll break it up, but I'm not going to give it to that murdering parasite Atlas."
Mr. Ryan, we've got to stop this war. It'll destroy us all. There's no place to retreat to. If we won't make peace with them, well, if that's the case, I'll have to submit my resignation from the council."
Ryan looked at him sadly. "So you're walking out on me, too. The one man I trusted, betraying me."
"I've got to show you how strongly I feel about this. We've got to make peace. It's not just Atlas. Suppose he makes a deal with Sophia Lamb. Her people are fanatics. Now she's broken out, she's twice as dangerous. Her mad little cult will have a go at us, too. We have to stop this war, Mr. Ryan."
Ryan slammed a fist onto the desk so hard the room echoed with it.
"The war can be stopped by winning it. It can be won with superior might, Bill. We can do more and better splicing, use pheromones, keep control of our splicers, and have an unstoppable army of superhuman beings. We have the labs. Oh yes, we're short on Adam now, it's true." He cracked his knuckles. "The little sisters we have left can't produce enough Adam, but there's Adam out there in all those bodies. It lives on after the splicer dies. It can be harvested, Bill, and the little sisters are ideal for harvesting it. We can make this war work for us. War can be opportunity as well as catastrophe."
Bill stared at him. Ryan flapped his hand in dismissal.
"It's written on your face, Bill. You've left me. You've always been loyal. But I'm afraid you will be a disappointment, like so many others. So many who've turned their backs on the grand vision. So many who've betrayed Rapture, who've soiled the glorious thing I've built with my 2 hands." He shook his head. "The future of the world. Betrayed."
Bill knew he'd better turn this around fast if he hoped to ever see Elaine again. He could see that in Andrew Ryan's eyes. Ryan had only to call Karlowski or one of his other men and give the order, and he'd be in a cell. They might have lost control of Persephone, but there was always a lockup to be found, or an airlock to be thrown out of. He let out a long, slow breath and then nodded.
"You're right, Mr. Ryan. I reckon I did lose faith.
He licked his lips, hoped he was playing this right.
"I'll give it a lot of thought. We'll find a way."
He almost believed it himself. Ryan leaned back in his chair and frowned, looking at him closely, but Bill could see Ryan wanted to believe him. He was a lonely man. He trusted few people.
"Very well, Bill. I need you. But you need to understand. We're here now in Rapture, and we're committed, and we're going to do this my way. I built Rapture. I'll do whatever I have to, but I will not let the parasites tear down what I have built."
Bankers Row, near Apollo Square, 1959.
"Oh, bloody hell,"
thought Bill McDonough, seeing Anna Culpepper standing near the largest of Rapture's banks up ahead. Bill was walking along beside Andrew Ryan that frightened morning, and he knew what Mr. Ryan would think when he heard her singing. He'd heard her once, himself warbling in her new role as protest songstress, amazed that she'd gone from taking part in the council to condemning Ryan Enterprises for the new economic depression gnawing at Rapture's soul. Anna was standing on the street corner singing to the frantic crowd, acoustic guitar in her hands. The overhead lamp flashed a golden glint from her earrings and played across her curly black hair.
"While Rome burns, she fiddles,"
Ryan growled, as Bill followed him down the passageway to within a few yards of the crowd surging around the first bank of Rapture. Karlowski and 2 other bodyguards, big men in long coats, carrying Thompsons, were walking a couple of paces in front of Ryan. 2 others followed. The memory of the New Year's Eve attack was still fresh. Each wall along the passageway had its line of muttering, scowling customers, most of them men in work clothes or rumpled suits, clutching paperwork and shifting from foot to foot as if they were in a long line for a urinal. A wispy-haired man in frayed seersucker was peering over the shoulders of the people in front of him, trying to see into the bank, shouting past a cupped hand through the open door.
Come on, we want our money! Stop stalling in there!"
There were murmurs when Ryan walked up. A few glared his way and elbowed one another, but no one wanted to be the first to confront him.
"You could shut the bank down just temporary-like, Mr. Ryan," Bill suggested in a whispered aside. "I mean just for now, for a few days, till the hysteria's over, and we can reassure people."
"No," Ryan said firmly as the bodyguards encircled him, facing outward, guns pointed at the ceiling, but ready to drop their gun muzzles on the crowd should it rush Andrew Ryan. "No, Bill. That would be interfering with the market. The fools have the right to withdraw their money. But a run on BanksGov could be disastrous." "It already is, and they'll pay the price. The resulting market correction will send them scuttling for cover like rats from a hailstorm. I just wanted to know if it was true, see it with my own eyes. I can't interfere." "We could try and talk to them right here." Ryan snorted. "Useless. I'll address them on radio, try and talk sense, but there's no use reasoning with a mob." Karlowski turned and spoke in low tones with Ryan, out the side of his mouth. "Let's get you out of here, Mr. Ryan." Yes, we'll go." But Ryan lingered, staring at the gathering crowd, people stalking from the banks counting fistfuls of Rapture dollars as they went, more men rushing up the street, eager to withdraw their money. Word had gotten out that the war with Atlas and the Splicers was going to destroy the bank somehow, that they'd be targeted by the subversives. Bill wondered if Atlas himself had spread that rumor, deliberately sparking the run on the banks. A depression gave him a propaganda victory. Ryan's presence had quieted the crowd a little. The shouting and muttering had dropped to a droning murmur, and Bill could hear Anna Culpepper singing now. Something about Cohen, how Ryan's songbird was really Ryan's stable boy. "I've heard about this communist versifying," Ryan said to Bill, with acid quietness, glowering at Culpepper. "Union songs, organizer singing folk music about the working man, as if a red had even a passing acquaintance with working." Anna had spotted Ryan now, and Bill could see she was nervous. Her voice faltered as she looked at the armed bodyguards, but she licked her lips and resumed singing. Bill had to admire her courage. "So Anna's turned against me," Ryan said. "I'd heard something of the sort, but to go this far, singing a musical score for a run on the banks, I suppose she thought she'd find sheep for Atlas's flock here, or perhaps she's gone over to the other sheep, the lamb cult." He shook his head in disgust. "I've seen enough. Let's get out of here. I'll see to it the little red bird stops singing." Ryan Plasmids, 1959. The little girl watched, big-eyed, as the enormous metal man lumbered clankingly around the room, the sensors on its round metal head glowing. It was only a remote-controlled model, really. There was no man inside it. Bridget Tenenbaum puppeted the clanking caricature of a deep-sea diver around the room from a control panel overlooking the training area. She had to be careful not to misdirect the Big Daddy model. It could run over the little girl like a freight train. Subject 13 was a small blonde child in a pink pinafore, her large azure eyes fixed on the Big Daddy. It was all part of the conditioning process. The girl had been treated with a drug that made her more susceptible to bonding with a creature that would be her guardian in the dangerous urban wilderness Rapture had become. "He's big and strong," the little girl chirped. "He's funny, too." "Yes," Bridget said. "He is your big funny friend." "Can I play with him?" The child's voice was a little fuzzy from the drug. "Certainly." Bridget made the Big Daddy model come to a stop. Then she moved a lever, causing its right arm to lift, its hand to outstretch, reaching out to the little girl. There was something about the sight that stabbed Bridget Tenenbaum to the core. 18. Metro near Apollo Square, 1959. Hurrying out of the passage from the metro, Diane McClintock once more felt lost, though in fact she'd come here for a reason. She was here to find Atlas. Even so, she was overcome with a sense of insubstantiality, of being a mere ghost wandering a palace. And then, near the blockade at the entrance into Apollo Square, something caught her eye, a poster plastered to the metal wall. It asked, "Who is Atlas?" Just those 3 words, under a stylized, heroic image of a stoic, confident, clean-shaven man in rolled-up shirt sleeves and suspenders, fists on his hips, gazing with visionary intensity into the working man's future. The one time she'd seen him, outside the cafe, he'd seemed like an ordinary man, good-looking, sturdy, but ordinary, and yet he was doing an extraordinary thing, risking Ryan's constables by engaging in flagrant altruism. At the very least, Atlas must be a charismatic man, someone who could inspire her, end her feeling of aimlessness. She turned to the bearded sentry, cradling a shotgun at the blockade, a burly, unshaven man in a work shirt and oil-spotted blue jeans. "Listen, could you tell me? I saw him once, in Popper's Drop, Atlas. He was passing out supplies. I'd like to talk to him. Maybe I could help. When I saw him in Popper's Drop, She shook her head. I felt something." The sentry looked at her as if deciding whether or not she was sincere. Then he nodded. "I know what you mean, but I don't know as I can trust you." Diane looked around to see if anyone was watching. Then she took a wad of Rapture dollars out of her purse. "Please, this is all I could get hold of today. I'll pay my way in, but I have to see him." He looked at the money, swallowed hard, then he reached out, grabbed it, and hid it in an inside coat pocket. "Hold up right here." The bearded sentry turned and called out to another, older sentry. They spoke in low tones. The bearded sentry turned and winked at her. The older guard hurried off. The sentry went back to his post, whistling to himself. With one hand he gestured to her, "Wait." Then he pretended not to see her. Had she thrown away her bribe? Maybe she'd thrown away her life. Spider splicers watched Apollo Square from high up on the walls. It was nippy, unevenly lit in Apollo Square tonight, and there were dead men rotting not so far away. The smell made her feel sick. She was still slightly drunk, the space around her whirling ever so slowly, and she thought she might throw up if she had to smell the dead bodies much longer. But she wasn't leaving. She was going to stick around till the splicers got her, or she got in to see Atlas. If Ryan didn't want her, she'd decided, maybe someone else would. A woman hurried up to the barricade. "Atlas says okay, he'll see you, McClintock," said the woman. Diane tried not to stare at the woman's scarred face. One of her eye sockets was covered over by scar tissue. Her brown hair was matted. "Philo, you come on in with us." The shotgun-toting Philo nodded and gestured at Diane with the muzzle of the gun. "You going ahead of me." Diane thought about backing out, but she stepped through the scrap-wood gate and followed them across Apollo Square to Artemis Suites. The one-eyed woman stepped over a low pile of trash in the doorway. Diane followed her into the reeking interior of the building. Stomach lurching as she picked her way through moldy garbage, Diane entered a stairway that zigzagged up a graffiti-tagged concrete and steel shaft. They climbed 4 stories up, past drunks and groups of grubby children. Her escorts took her through a doorway and down a carpeted, burn-scarred hall. The little bushy-haired woman never hesitated, and Philo clumped along behind Diane. The lights flickered again. "Lights might go out," Philo remarked, his voice a slow rumble. "Ryan's turned the power off in the building. We got some jerry-rigged, but it ain't reliable." "I got a flashlight," the woman said. They came to another stairway, and to Diane's bafflement, this time they went down. This stairway was relatively clean, occupied only by the occasional bored sentry scratching himself and nodding as they passed. Down and down they went, farther down than they'd gone up, down to a sub-basement passageway. Here they passed under steam-shrouded pipes, their feet splashing through puddles, till they came to a small antechamber with a high, water-dripping ceiling. A Securus door was guarded by a grinning, shivering splicer in a ratty sweater and torn trousers, toes sticking out of his decaying shoes. He had the hardcore splicer's red scrofula on his face, and he juggled 3 scythe-like fish-gutting blades from hand to hand. The curved blades hissed close to the naked light bulb on the ceiling, missing it by no more than a 1/4 inch. "Who's the extra bitch, tittle-tattle-tits?" the splicer asked in a scratchy voice, never pausing in juggling the blades. "McClintock, Atlas says she can go in." "Says you, tittle-tattle-tits. We'll fry your bits if that ain't it. Ha! Go ahead on in." The splicer stepped aside, still juggling, and tittle-tattle-tits opened the Securus door for them. Diane hurried through, eager to get past the splicer. They were in a lamp-lit utility area. Pipes and heating ducts came up through the floor near the walls. The room was warm and smelled of cigarette smoke and mildew and brine. The cigarette was being smoked by a muscular man seated casually behind a battered gray metal desk. On the desk was a tumbler and a gold cigarette box. It was he, the man she'd seen outside the cafe. He wore white, rolled-up shirt sleeves, just like in the poster. A good face, she thought, that seemed to emanate trustworthiness. 2 shaggy bodyguards stood behind him, near a ganglion of valves. Both bodyguards wore coveralls and carried Tommy guns. One of them had an unlit pipe dangling from the corner of his mouth. "I'd be Atlas," said the man at the desk, with an Irish lilt, looking her over with an unsettling frankness. "And you're one of Ryan's birds." "I'm Diane McClintock. I worked for Mr. Ryan. I saw you helping people in Pauper's Drop, and it touched me. I don't feel good about the way things are going, and I just wanted to see if... What was it she wanted exactly? He smiled impishly. "You don't seem certain of what you're wanting to see, Miss McClintock." She sighed and unconsciously brushed her hair into place with her hand. "I'm tired. Had a few drinks. But I want to know more about you. I mean, in a friendly way. I don't work with the constables. I've seen things, heard stories. I don't know what to believe anymore. I just know. Once I was passing by Apollo Square and I saw a woman come over the barricades and one of the splicers working for Andrew." She didn't like to remember it. The woman hurrying along, full of life one moment, the next a splicer had sent a ball of fire into her, and she'd sizzled away into a blackened corpse within steps of where Diane stood. "Well, the splicer burned her, and a look on her face like she was trying to tell me something. So tonight," she sighed, "I don't know, I'm just so tired right now." "Get the lady a chair, you great idiot," Atlas growled at Philo. Without a word, Philo brought a metal chair from a corner and Diane sat down. Atlas pushed the gold box across the desk toward her. "Cigarette?" "I'd adore one." She opened the box and took a cigarette, her hands trembling. Philo lit it for her and she inhaled gratefully, then blew the silken smoke into the air. This is a real cigarette. Virginia tobacco. And in a gold box. You do yourself well for a revolutionary." Atlas chuckled. "Oh, aye. But we took that from one of Ryan's little storerooms under Rapture. Sure, he brought it in to sell in a little shop, a shop I used to sweep out once upon a time. I was maintenance, a janitor in Rapture. Come here when they sang me a pretty lie, a promise of working in me trade. Ended up a janitor, and later couldn't find work doing even that." "What was your trade before?" "Why, I was a metal worker." He stubbed out a cigarette. His fingers looked pale and soft for a working man. "As for what we took from that storeroom, we distributed most of it to the people. How do you think people eat round here, with Ryan, the great son of Satan himself, cutting off supplies to Artemis, eh?" She nodded. "He's talking about an amnesty for people who give up the... what does he call it? The Bolshevik organizing?" "Bolshevik organizing? So we're Soviets now. Asking for a fair break is hardly that." She tapped the cigarette over an ashtray on the desk. "Any sort of break is pinko stuff to Andrew." She sniffed. "I'm fed up with him, but I've got no reason to love you people either. You can see what you did to me." She touched the scars on her cheek. He shook his head sadly. "You were hurt in the fight, were you? A bomb? You're still a fine-looking woman, so you are. You were too strong to die there. Why, you've gotten character from it. That's all that's come about, Diane." He looked at her with that disarming frankness, and she wanted to believe in him. "Why do you call yourself Atlas? It's not your real name." "Figured that out on your own, did you?" He grinned. "Well, Atlas takes the world on his shoulders. He's the broad back, ain't he? And who's the working man? The working man takes the world on his broad back, too, holds it up for the privileged, for the likes of you." He opened a drawer, and to her astonishment took out a bottle of what looked like actual Irish whiskey. Jameson. "Care for hair of the dog, maybe? Philo, find us some glasses." They drank and talked of politics and fairness and organizing and reappropriation of goods for the working class. "And you think you're the liberator of the working class, Atlas?" "I'm not a liberator. Liberators do not exist. That's the only thing Ryan was right about. These people will liberate themselves, but they do need someone to tell them that it can be done."
He toyed with his glass. Then he said, "You know about the Little Sisters, do you? What they do to them poor little orphan waifs?"
"I've heard. Yes, it bothers me, if that's what you're wondering."
He poured her a third drink. "Sure, and it should bother you," he said solemnly, lighting another cigarette. "It should cut you up inside. I've got a little girl myself, you know. The thought of them bastards maybe getting hold of that child. Oh, the thought. But will it stop anyone from buying Adam? No. Rapture can't go on like this, Diane, me dear. This cannot go on." It didn't take long for her to make up her mind. It wasn't the whiskey or the cigarettes or that strong chin or those frank brown eyes or the pungent opinions. It was thinking about going back to her place alone and waiting to hear from Andrew Ryan. No, never again.
"Atlas," she said, "I'd like to help."
"And why would I believe Ryan hasn't sent you here on the sly like? Will you tell me that now?"
"I'll show you. I'm no spy. I'll do things he would never approve of. And then you'll know you can trust me."
Ryan Plasmids, 1959. The odd little chamber, partly cold steel-walled lab and partly nursery, was chilly today. Drips of cold water slipped from a rusty bolt in the ceiling in a far corner. Bridget had told maintenance about the leak, but so far no one had come to fix it. Subject 15 didn't mind. The little girl played contentedly with the drip as Bridget watched, the girl seeming to delight in this tiny little invasion of the gigantic sea into her cell. Squatting in the corner, the child tried to catch each drop as it came down. She giggled when she caught one. Bridget sighed. The experiments had been going well. The attachment conditioning was working. But she felt heavier every day, as if she were carrying some hidden burden. She was beginning to feel like a big daddy herself, as if she too were sheathed in metal. That thought reminded Bridget it was time. She went to the door, opened it, took the remote control from her lab coat pocket, and pointed the device at the hulking gray metal figure waiting dormant in the corridor. Somewhere inside that metal armor was what remained of a man, who was now in a sort of comatose state, waiting for the stimuli to awaken, but never completely awaken. He would always be little more than a machine. She pressed the button on the remote, and the Big Daddy responded instantly, turning with a creak, coming with clanging steps into the conditioning lab.
"Ooh!"
Subject 15 chirped, clasping her wet hands together with delight when she saw the Big Daddy.
"Mr. Bubbles is here."
Bridget Tenenbaum watched as Subject 15 walked, almost like a sleepwalker, to the Big Daddy. The little girl clasped its metal hand and gazed up at it, smiling uncertainly. And suddenly, for the first time in many years, Bridget Tenenbaum remembered. She's a girl once more in Belorussia, watching the Nazis take her father away. It is before the war, but they are removing troublemakers. The Nazi officer in charge of the platoon turns his gray-eyed gaze on her. He is a big, craggy-faced man wearing a helmet, his hands in heavy gloves. He wears a glossy leather belt, a strap across his chest, and high, polished boots. He glints with shiny buttons and medals. He says, "Little one, you can be of use, first in the kitchens working. In time you go to the camps. Experimental subjects are needed." He reaches out to her. She stares up at him, thinking he's more like a machine than a man. Her father took her to a silent movie in which she saw a man of metal stalking about. This officer is a man of metal in a uniform, metal clothed in flesh. She knows she'll never see her father again. She will be alone, and this man is reaching out to her. Something closes up in her heart. She thinks, I must make friends with the metal men. She reaches out and clasps the gloved hand. And now in Rapture, Bridget Tenenbaum shuddered, remembering the little girl that she was and the woman she became. Even before that day, she'd been distant from people. She'd always had a hard time connecting, but she'd kept a door in herself open a crack. It was at that moment, clasping that officer's hand, that she closed the door that she'd always kept open for her family. She would simply survive. Now Bridget stood there, staring at Subject 15 and the model of the Big Daddy. Subject 15, another child conditioned to attach herself to a machine. Metal men clothed in flesh, and in Rapture metal men enclosing flesh.
Subject 15 was a child twisted, her childlike nature distorted for Rapture's purposes, a child so much like the little girl Bridget had been. Bridget shuddered. "Not this one," she whispered. "No more." She felt herself turned inside out as she said it. Feelings geysered up in her, seething in her heart. She was once more a child, and she would become a mother. She would be a mother with many adopted children. She could no longer treat these children as experimental subjects. She went to the child and embraced her. "I am sorry," she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry." Mercury Suites, 1959. What is the difference between a man and a parasite? The words came over the public address system, reverberating from the metal walls as Bill walked down the hall to Sullivan's place. A camera swiveled to watch him as he came. "A man builds," came Andrew Ryan's recorded voice. "A parasite asks, 'Where is my share?' A man creates. A parasite says, 'What will the neighbors think?' A man invents. A parasite says, 'Watch out or you might tread on the toes of God.'" Bill was beginning to think the parasite might be right about that last one. He knocked on the apartment door and Sullivan himself opened it. The security chief glanced past him to make sure he was alone, then nodded. "Come on in." Bill could smell the booze on Sullivan's breath, and the chief of security's gait was unsteady as he walked away from the door. Bill followed him in and closed the door. Sullivan's place was laid out pretty much like his own, but it was spare, bachelor furnishings. And there was another feature, a good many dead soldiers, empty bottles on tables and desks, even the carpet. Sullivan sat on the sofa, shoving an empty bottle out of the way to put a tape recorder down on the coffee table. Bill sat beside him. To their left was a big picture window into the undersea scape. The building creaked in the current. A school of yellow-finned fish cruised by and suddenly changed direction, all of them at once darting away from the building's lights with that mysterious unanimity they had. "Drink?" Sullivan asked, his voice lifeless. His eyes were red-rimmed. It looked like he hadn't slept in a while. It was early for Bill, not yet 5, but he didn't want to seem like he was judging Sullivan. "Just a fink or two of whatever's in that bottle there, mate." Sullivan poured it into a glass that hadn't been clean in a long while, and Bill picked it up. "What's all the rush and worry, Chief? Urgent notes from you popping out of the pneumo and all. I had to cut work early to get here on time." Sullivan turned to look at an unfinished red and black knitted blanket folded beside him on the sofa. He reached out with his free hand and caressed it, lips trembling. Then he tossed off his drink and put the glass down on the coffee table with a clack. "Ryan's starting his little propaganda campaign, to make the Little Sisters thing seem all hunky-dory, using kids to farm plasmids. That going to be hunky-dory with you, Bill?" "Christ, no. I don't like plasmids. Don't like 'em double when they get 'em that way. Ryan says it's only temporary, and what do you do with the orphans anyway, but—" He shook his head. "It can't go on forever. Things are falling apart. The city and the people. Whole place will come apart at the seams if we don't." He broke off, wondering suddenly if he was being a fool, talking something close to sedition to Ryan's chief of security. Was all this a setup? But Sullivan had been unhappy with his job for a long time, and he'd made Bill a kind of confidant. You had to trust someone sometime, and he knew Chief Sullivan after all these years. Sullivan wasn't much of an actor, especially when he was drunk. This was for real. "It's already come apart at the seams, Bill," Sullivan said, slurringly. "I've got some recordings here. I've put them all on one tape. But they came from different times, different people." He pressed the play button on the tape recorder. "I want your opinions about this, Bill. You're the only son of a bitch I trust in this waterlogged city." The tape recorder played a guitar strumming a mocking little tune, someone whistling along in the background. A gentle drum beat led the way to singing that Bill recognized as Anna Culpepper's voice.
"Ryan drew us in, Ryan locked us in, and Sander Cohen kept us hypnotized. Andrew kept us thin, all for a whim, and Sander Cohen kept us mesmerized, with silly songs and water drinks, and dancing, with silly blondes and make-up winks, all flouncing.
It went on in that vein in Culpepper's languid, teasing voice. When Sullivan hit pause, Bill shrugged and said, "Well, what about it, Chief? I've heard this kind of daft thing before. She swanned out of Ryan Industries and been hanging around McDonough's, if truth be told, drinking and trying to be clever with her friends, sniping at Ryan. Songs like that are right popular with some about Rapture, but they don't sing 'em too loud." Sullivan snorted. "You don't think it deserves punishment?" "Why? Just a song, innit?" "'Kay, how about this?" Sullivan started the tape again. This time it was Anna Culpepper just talking.
"Cohen's not a musician. He's Ryan's stable boy. Ryan's corrupt policies crap all over the place, and Cohen flutters around clearing it up. But instead of using a shovel like you would with a proper mule, Cohen tidies with a catchy melody and a clever turn of phrase. But no matter how nicely it sounds, he can't really do anything about the smell."
He paused it again, poured himself another drink, and, voice slurring even more, asked, "What do you think about that one, eh?"
"Huh. Well, we got to admit it's pretty inflammatory-like, Chief. But them oddie types will talk and talk and talk. Don't mean much."
"You know what? Listen to this. This is one of the guys we had to raid recently. He ducked us, and I'm glad of it. Between you and me, Bill, it's from before Fontaine went down." He hit play, and Bill heard a voice he thought was Peach Wilkins. "We all come down here, figured we'd be part of Ryan's great chain. Turns out Ryan's chain is made of gold, and ours are the sort with the big iron ball around your ankle. He's up in Fort Frolic banging fashion models. We're down in this dump yanking guts out of fish. Fontaine's promising something better."
"Sounds like that Atlas rabble-rouser," Bill remarked. "Different voice, same ideas." "Now listen to this one, Bill," Sullivan said. "This is the same guy, a bit later on. Fontaine's putting the screws on us and double. He's squeezing us out of 80 points of our cut with the threat of turning us into Ryan if we don't play ball. Son of a bitch. Sammy G comes and tells me he's thinking of going to the constable, and the next day Sammy G was found in a sack in the salt pond. We got no choice here." He stopped the tape and poured himself another drink, swaying in his seat. "You see, Bill? Do you see?" "Not exactly, Chief. See, first they get pulled into Rapture, like you did, like I did. Then they find out it's not all it's cracked up to be if you're not one of the big shots. Then Fontaine drags them into his own little chain. They want out when that turns bad, too. And what happens? Some of them start turning up dead. So what can they do? They got stuck working for Fontaine, and what happens? Ryan sends us in to catch them, hang them for smuggling, for something they were trapped into. I don't know if that was their only choice, Chief, but I see what you mean. And then there's that Persephone." Bill winced. "Hate the thought of that place. Been afraid I'd end up there myself. Lamb's taken over the whole part of Rapture, made Persephone her base. Who gave her that base? Ryan is who. Torturing people to find Lamb's followers. That just created more followers for Lamb." "Torture? I never knew about that." "He didn't want you to know about it, Bill. To catch some of them, the Persephone Reds, the smugglers, Ryan not only used torture, he personally supervised at least one session I know of, with Pat Cavendish doing the dirty work." "Torture?" Bill's stomach twisted at the thought. "You sure, Chief?" "Oh, yeah. I had to clean up the mess. Well, maybe they had it coming. Maybe. But this girl, this Culpepper, all she did was bitch and moan, or sing, if you want to call it that. Sang another funny, stupid little tune about that Looney Tune Sander Cohen. You want to know how much a Looney Tune he is? Listen to this." He started the recorder, playing once more. Sander Cohen's distinctly demented voice minced through a recitation. "Ahem. The Wild Bunny by Sander Cohen. I want to take the ears off, but I can't. I hop, and when I hop, I never get off the ground. It's my curse, my eternal curse. I want to take the ears off, but I can't. It's my curse, my fucking curse. I want to take the ears off. Please, take them off, please." "Right," Bill said when it ended. "We already knew the bloke was eccentric, Chief." "Eccentric? He's a murderer. Gone nuts on Adam. Kills people for fun over there in the Fleet Hall. Pastes their bodies up with cement. Makes them into statues for display in his back room." Bill stared. "You're pulling me leg." No, I'm not. Like to lock him up. But Ryan insists Cohen's an ally." He shook his head miserably.
Ryan's protecting him?
Cohen whined about Culpepper's songs making fun of him. Said they were subjecting Ryan to ridicule, too. Sent over tapes of it. Ryan went a bit mad himself.
Not taking at him, is he?
Ryan? No, he's getting into the gin. Stays cool sometimes. Paranoid other times. 2 days sober, 1/2 drunk. Not a good pattern. I know it too well.
Bill licked his lips. His mouth was suddenly dry. No excuse for protecting Cohen if he's really a murderer. He took a long pull on the whiskey Sullivan had given him and scarcely tasted it.
So, me having to protect that little prick Cohen? Sullivan growled. That extends to Ryan giving me orders too.
His voice broke. He reached over and picked up the red and black knit blanket, clutched it to his chest.
Pretty, isn't it? When I was done with her, I left her as she was, in the bathroom, naked in the tub.
Bill stared.
What you mean, when you were done with her?
Sullivan closed his eyes, clutching the blanket to him, the sudden motion spilling his drink on his lap.
I seen she had a half-knitted blanket by her bed. It was nice. You know, black and red, real pretty. So I took it. Just didn't seem right to leave it lying there all by itself.
Bill finished his drink, thought maybe he should get out of here while Sullivan let him. But at last he asked, "Chief, are you saying that Ryan sent you to kill Anna Culpepper?" Sullivan looked at the blanket. After a long moment he nodded.
In her bath. Pushed her under the water. Her eyes, Bill. Her eyes staring at me through the water. As I held her under. When the bubbles came up, I was thinking, there goes her life, you know? Her life all bubbling up from her mouth, just like the bubbles that come up outside that window. See 'em? Oh, Jesus, Chief, that's—"
Bill took a long, deep, ragged breath, not sure what to say. He almost felt like he ought to comfort Sullivan. Sorry you went through that, but you couldn't say that to a murderer.
"Chief, I've got to get back to my wife. It's too late to do anything about it. We have to let it go. And I want you to know it's all safe with me, mate, what you said."
"Oh,
I can't let it go,"
Sullivan said, his eyes closed, his voice barely audible.
"I'm going to Neptune's bounty, find a soft spot, and—"
Bill got up, backed away from him, then hurried to the door, and left without another word. Ryan Plasmids, 1959. Fully dressed, Bridget Tenenbaum lay on her cot, staring at the steel wall. She knew she would not sleep that night. She kept seeing their faces, gazing up at the metal men adoringly. The little sisters, their large, dark, trusting eyes. She could not bear it any more. The way they would lovingly climb into her lap, the cruelty of their innocence. She must act. She must find relief. She could run away, hide alone in some corner of Rapture. There was that old maintenance dorm she'd found, but hiding there alone wouldn't work. Their eyes, their faces would pursue her. There would be no hiding from them. No, the only way was to set them free from this place. Then she would no longer feel their pain. Their release would be hers. Now was as good a time as any. The sentries had been gathering out front late at night, and it would be necessary to shut off the cameras and bots. But she knew just how to do that. She would find some way to get past the fourth man later. Perhaps she might have to kill him. Bridget reached under her bunk and found the bottle of vodka. She'd bought it from Karlowski, but it hadn't really helped smother the cruel feelings of caring for the children that had arisen in her. She'd given up after half a bottle. Which left half a bottle. She opened the labelless bottle, took a mouthful, swished it around, then spat it out onto her lab coat. She got her keys from the hook on the wall and then went out into the hallway. A security camera swiveled toward her and sent a bot from its cabinet to look at her. It registered her DNA detection flasher, circled her once, and then whirred back to its container. She kept on down the hallway, made a stop in Lab 16, then came back out into the corridor, and stopped dead. 2 sentries were scowling at her, blocking the way with shotguns in their hands. The tall, sallow-faced guard in the overalls was Rolf. She didn't know the squat one with the bad teeth. He had a constable badge pinned upside down on an old military coat.
"What you doing wandering round? This ain't your work time, lady," Rolf asked, squinting at her suspiciously.
Bridget blinked at them, swaying in what she hoped was a good simulation of drunkenness. "Could not sleep. Lonely. Thinking maybe I will make myself pretty to visit you. Maybe I will take a shower, yes? Maybe you join me in shower, eh?"
Rolf's mouth dropped open. Nothing had ever surprised him more, but she could see he wanted to believe it. The short one scratched his matted hair. "Well now, you mean just Rolf here?"
"Oh, no. Plenty of room for everyone. We take turns, yes?"
Pretending to swig the vodka, she turned to point at the showers at the far end of the hall. She turned back and grinned at them with bleary inebriation.
"You take bottle and wait there, eh? I will make myself pretty."
"Oh no, too many cameras," Rolf began. "If someone checks—"
"I will turn them off," Bridget insisted, waving the problem away. "It is nothing."
"What's a-going on down here?" called a red-headed man with a Tommy gun in one hand, a flashlight in the other. He came stalking down the hall, lower lip thrust out disapprovingly, but his expression changed, became sheer lust when he saw the bottle in her hand. Not lust for her. "Is that wine?"
Bridget shook her head at him. "No, much stronger. You want?"
She thrust the bottle into his grasp.
"You take the vodka to shower. I will take care of cameras. You can share with these boys, yes? We have a small party."
She wagged a finger at them.
"But you must not be naughty boys and shower."
She turned away, laughing, and staggered away in the direction of the auto-security control panels. She heard them walking off, muttering toward the showers, Rolf saying, "I don't know, maybe just a drink or two, but there's no way we—" She used the combination lock, switched off the security cameras and bots, and then went to check the showers. It was already done. The overwhelming dose of sleeping powder she'd put in the vodka had done its work, and quickly. All 3 sentries were sprawled, snoring on the floor. She unloaded 2 of the shotguns, taking the shells, and then carried the 3rd shotgun away with her. She got the leather tote bag she needed with the equipment for removing the sea slugs and some canned food. She stuffed it all in the bag. The purging device would cause the sea slugs to disintegrate inside the children. They would vomit up the remains. Bridget hurried down the dimly lit hall to the row of children's cells. She leaned the shotgun against the wall before she let the girls out, not wanting to scare them. She put a finger to her lips to signify quiet as she let each one out and winked.
"Now, children," she whispered as they gathered around her, a diminutive crowd. "We will play a game of quiet, hide and seek. We will get the other girls and then—" "Someone's coming," said one of the Moppets.
Bridget heard heavy footsteps then, probably the 4th sentry who stood out in the hallway. "Hey, the system's down," he called from around the corner of the corridor.
"Children, we will go back into this nursery together, all of us, and we'll wait till he goes by. We will trick him."
The children giggled mischievously, and she hushed them, herding them into the nursery cell. One of them lay on the cot, pretending to be asleep. The others pressed into a corner near the door, squatting in excited silence with Bridget. A few moments more, and then they heard the guard striding by. "Rolf," the man called. "Where the hell you got to? The system's down. Christ, if the splicers have got in." Bridget and the little sisters waited another long, slow minute. She guessed it'd be 2 or 3 minutes before the 4th sentry found the others sleeping in the showers. There was no time to get any more children out. They were far down the hallway. She'd lose the ones she had if she tried. Heart-pounding, Bridget stood up and whispered,
"We must go like ghosts, quiet as ghosts."
"The ghosts aren't so quiet,"
a black-haired little sister remarked, twirling the ends of her hair around a finger.
"I hear them talking all the time."
"Then be quieter than ghosts. Come on."
Bridget opened the door and they tiptoed through. She herded them around the hallway corner toward the front door of the facility. They were almost running when they reached the outer corridor. The cameras out there were still angling inertly down, but that wouldn't last. They got across the anteroom to the metro just as the alarms went off behind them, but she managed to get all the little sisters with her into the bathysphere. She knew an abandoned dorm might do for a safe house.
It was a dusty place, almost forgotten now, in a basement corner of the city. There she could clear the sea slugs from the children and give them a chance to be human beings. They would lose something, but they would gain much more. And perhaps the cruelty of her maternal instinct would transmute, and pain would become joy. Rapture Central Control, Ryan's office, 1959. Andrew Ryan hit the record button on the AccuVox and cleared his throat. I am told that Lamb has been seen in the streets, come out of her sanctum in Persephone. Rapture split up between our territories, the Atlas turf, and the Lamb's little group of psychos. My city is schismed. He sighed. One of the Alpha series was killed in the incident, and his bonded sister stolen. But the Council has no time for a manhunt. Atlas swells the ranks of his marauders by the day. Regardless, Lamb's name has already faded among the people. She is no more than a ghost who has forgotten to die. A chime came on the desk. He heard Karlowski's voice over the intercom. "Boss, Dr. Suchong is here." Ryan switched off the tape recorder. "Very good, send him in." He opened a desk drawer, drew out the folder containing Suchong's proposal, and scanned it again as the doctor came padding in. Ryan was distantly aware of Suchong bowing. "Yes, sit down." He heard the squeak of Suchong sitting in the chair and went on. "I've looked over this little plan of yours. Frankly, Dr. Suchong, I'm shocked by your proposal." Ryan glanced up from the folder, tented his fingers, closing his eyes as if considering the idea objectively, though in fact he'd already made up his mind. "If we were to modify the structure of our commercial plasmid line as you propose, to make the user vulnerable to mental suggestion, would we not be able to effectively control the actions of citizens of Rapture? Free will is the cornerstone of this city. The thought of sacrificing it is abhorrent." Suchong, sitting across from Ryan, nodded, somehow conveying apology, disappointing Ryan by acquiescing. He'd hoped Suchong would talk him into it. Ryan cleared his throat. "However, we are indeed in a time of war. If Atlas and his bandits have their way, will they not turn us into slaves? And what will become of free will then? Desperate times call for desperate measures. And after all, if you say Fontaine knew of this sort of thing, then it could be working its way to Atlas. We can't let them get the edge on us, Suchong." Suchong looked at him attentively. "Then you approve Suchong's plan? We can proceed with pheromone conditioning?" "If you can guarantee the splicers respond to me, not to anyone else." "Suchong works for Ryan. I will see to it." "And what does Tenenbaum think? Does she think there might be a means to block this hormonal control?" Suchong shrugged. "Suchong think not, but not sure where she is, cannot ask." "What? Why not?" "You do not know? I assumed gods reported to you. She is gone, hiding somewhere in Rapture, took little sisters with her." "No one told me this." Ryan laughed softly and bitterly. "Who got to Tenenbaum? Was she paid to do this, by Atlas?" "Something bothered her for a long time, Mr. Ryan." "Had an attack of conscience, has she?" Suchong blinked, not knowing what was meant. The English word conscience was one he hadn't bothered to learn. "She is troubled female. She says we are harming children, even though we give them immortality. We give them power to always heal. This is harming? Suchong does not think so." "Ah." Ryan picked up a pencil and flipped it from finger to finger. He was not convinced the little sisters were happy little elves working away for Rapture, but he was convinced that Adam was Rapture's edge on the outside world. Suppose they were ever invaded. The Committee for State Security, the Central Intelligence Agency, some other insidious intelligence lurkers would infiltrate. Perhaps this new pernicious influence, this Atlas, would bring them in. Or some of Lamb's treacherous bunch. She could have been a Committee for State Security agent all along, and if they were invaded by the Soviets or the Brits or the United States of America, then what? Only the extraordinary abilities provided by plasmids could protect Rapture from outsiders. So Adam must go on. He needed the little sisters more than ever. If she took any little sisters with her, plasmid production will be drastically undercut.
Yes,
Suchong smoothed his greased back hair thoughtfully.
We will need more little sisters.
Well, there's no time to wait for more people to. Ryan cleared his throat. I'll tell Cavendish to see to it we have a few more until something else is worked out. Ryan tossed the pencil on the desk. As for Bridget Tenenbaum, we shall find her. If you betray me, Doctor, I warn you things will not go well. Suchong smiled sadly.
I would not respect you if that were not the case, Mr. Ryan.
Suchong bowed. Then he hurried to the door, bent on his mission. A whisking sound, and Ryan turned to see a small package arrive for him in the pneumatic tube. The handwriting told him it was from Sullivan. He removed it from the tube and opened it. It contained a reel of recording tape and a note in Sullivan's hand. Don't think you'll see me alive again, sir. I planned a quick get-together with a bullet. Can't live with what I done. She had the cutest little red and black blanket. Here's a tape. Might clue you in on why Jasmine Jolene moved out. Why she's been ducking you. Owe you that, I guess, great man. Now I owe myself something else. A little drinky. A little bye-bye. Bye-bye, great man. Ryan stared at the note, then looked at the tape. He was strangely reluctant to listen to it. At last, he put it in the tape player and pressed play. 19. Arcadia, Rapture, 1959.
I just don't feel comfortable in this park anymore, Bill,
Elaine said.
Bodyguards or not.
She and Bill stood on the little bridge, watching the reflected light play in the stream. The cryptic pagan graffiti of the Saturnine cult marked the wood of the little footbridge. They'd seen bullets lying about in the grass, and atom syringes. Bill nodded. Does seem daft coming here. Suppose she steps on one of those syringes. What'll that do to her? Elaine put her hand to her mouth.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
But she and Masha were all a-twitter about coming here, love. He slipped his arm around her shoulders. A few minutes more and we'll go home, eh? He glanced over his shoulder, saw Constable Redgrave and Karlowski talking a few strides away, each with a shotgun and a pistol. The little girls were playing with a little wooden doll Sam Lutz had made them over by a boulder, close to the sliding Japanese-style doors, about 50 feet away. A drumming of propellers caught his attention, and he looked up to see a security bot fly overhead. It whined past, watching for splicers. Arcadia had been cleared of splicers and rebels, at least for the time being. Bill had requested a day with his family in the park, and Ryan had seen to it.
I just have the worst feeling, Bill,
Elaine whispered. Bill sighed, wanting a cigarette. Real tobacco was in short supply. I know. You're right. I'm going to get us out of here. Bill, Redgrave called, worry in his voice. Karlowski was already hurrying toward the boulder where the girls had been. They were gone. Sophie! Bill shouted. He found himself running after Karlowski. Redgrave, keep Elaine here! That door, Karlowski puffed. Bill saw it then. The sliding door was open, and the girls were nowhere to be seen. His daughter was gone. Then, there she was, Sophie, stepping through it, alone, tears in her eyes. Daddy? Karlowski ran through the door, calling, Masha, hey kid, where you go? Bill ran to Sophie, swept her up in his arms. Crikey, I was so worried, love. Don't run off like that. Where's Masha?
We heard someone call us from the tea room. We went through the door, but it was someone I don't know, a big man. He said she had to go with him, for Rapture.
What? Still holding her, Bill stepped through the door and saw no one except Karlowski coming back, frowning. Karlowski shook his head at him. They're gone. But there was Masha's doll, lying on the floor. Its head was snapped off. Bill put Sophie down, placed his hands on her shoulders, and looked tenderly into her eyes. Did he hurt you, love? Bill asked, heart sinking as he thought about poor Masha. Her lips quivered.
I pulled at his arm and he pushed me down, and I ran away.
And then she burst into tears. Elaine rushed up, then crushing Sophie to her, tears of mother and daughter running together. Redgrave was close behind her. He had been watching her back. "Bill, where's the other one?" Redgrave asked, looking around. "Some bastard took her." He stepped up to Karlowski, drew him aside. "You see anything?" "Yet, but I think I heard Cavendish back there." "Cavendish? I've got to get my wife and girl back to our place. You and Redgrave see if you can find Masha, will you?" "We'd try, but—" Karlowski shook his head. "Not much hope." It seemed to Bill that those 3 words summed it all up. Fort Frolic, Rapture, 1959.
My daddy's smarter than Einstein, stronger than Hercules, and lights a fire with a snap of his finger. Are you as good as my daddy, mister? Not if you don't visit the Gatherer's Garden, you aren't. Smart daddies get spliced at the garden.
The automated voice at the Gatherer's Garden machine near the entrance to the strip joint where Jasmine worked seemed to be speaking directly to Andrew Ryan, as if teasing him, mocking him. He ignored it, as well as the startled man taking tickets at the door. He rushed into the strip club, disregarding the swaying woman on the stage. He beelined right to that backstage door he'd been so familiar with before he'd gotten Jasmine into her luxury apartment. He should have taken her in hand, forced it out of her, not gotten so caught up in other things. But too late. He kept hearing the tape over and over in his head.
That creepy Tenenbaum promised me it wasn't going to be a real pregnancy. They'd just take the egg out once Mr. Ryan and I had... I needed the money so bad. But I know Mr. Ryan's going to suss it out. Going to know I wasn't being careful. Going to know I sold
his child. He slammed into the back hallway, down the hall into the bedroom where strippers did their extra shows for special customers, and there she was, barely dressed, yawning on the wrinkled bedclothes. Jasmine Jolene, looking sleepy, pretending all was right with them when she saw him come in, pretending that she was glad to see him.
I thought you'd forgotten about me,
she squeaked, forgetting her elocution lessons in her fear.
But I'm so glad you didn't.
You sold my child to Tenenbaum, to Fontaine. She scrambled away from him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan, I didn't know. I didn't know Fontaine had something to do with it,
He couldn't bear to hear the lies coming out of that pretty mouth. He lunged at her, closed his hands over her soft neck.
What are you doing?
She gasped.
No, don't. Please, I loved you. Don't. Please don't. No.
She tried to say something else, but it was cut off, squeezed by the inexorable pressure of his fingers tightening on her throat. Tighter, squeezing ever tighter, until her pretty eyes fairly popped out of her head. Farmer's Market, 1959. A security bot whirred by overhead, making that irritating whistling noise. Ryan and Bill, walking with their escort, glanced up at the bot as it whizzed by, Bill ducking. He looked over at Elaine and Sophie, browsing together on the other side of the open-stall market. The pale, frightened little man standing behind the hydroponic vegetables rack gave them a hesitant smile. Bill glanced up at another sound, the big security camera above a fruit booth, whirring in its red pool of light to take him in. He wore his identification flasher, so it decided not to tell one of the other turrets or bots to kill him. This was no place to raise a child, especially when they might come across a dead body at any moment. But Ryan insisted that life go on with as much normality as possible, and he'd pressured Bill to bring his family out on this walk today. "Come along, Bill," Ryan had said. Bill had said, "Right, Governor, I'll get the missus and the squeaker." But it had taken a lot of talking to get Elaine out of the house with Sophie. They had Redgrave and Karlowski in front of them, Lenoski and Cavendish, each one of them with a machine gun in his hands. Andrew Ryan was the only one without a gun. Ryan carried that fancy walking stick now, what with him getting a bit long in the tooth. He still looked natty and confident, a bit grim, but not too worried. A lot of men had died in the past few days. Skirmishes were popping up all over Rapture. It was a guerrilla war, but it was war. Bill had nearly left Ryan Industries after the takeover of Fontaine Futuristics. It had been a blow, Ryan nationalizing an industry, a putrid hypocrisy, and before that, Persephone. Then Sullivan telling him what Ryan had been up to behind the scenes, torture, and having Anna Culpepper killed. But the final camel-busting straw was the disappearance of Masha. He'd asked Ryan about it, and Cavendish. Ryan had said he could not be bothered with every petty crime around Rapture, and Cavendish had said, "You deal with the plumbing, we'll deal with security, now fuck off." And that was it. He'd decided right then, walking away from Cavendish's office, he was getting his family out of Rapture. It was just a question of choosing his moment. He had a half-formed plan. Roland Wallace wanted out too. They'd talked it over. Wallace was authorized to pass through an external access airlock. There was a mini-sub in Bay 2. Wallace could pretend to be doing repairs on it, then slip out with it through the airlock to the open sea. Wallace would get the little sub to one of the old sentry launches, still tied up behind the lighthouse, and bring the launch around to its entrance. Bill could get his family out through the lighthouse, which had a single cable for its cameras and turrets. He could unhook that cable. If the camera were out, the security bots wouldn't be activated when he approached the lighthouse shaft. No one but Ryan was genetically authorized to be up there. The bots would attack anyone else. The water was rough over Rapture. They'd have to wait on the escape, wait for better weather in late spring, fewer ice flows. Then they'd escape, take the launch to the sea routes, ride the currents, and flag down a passing ship. If they could get through to the lighthouse at all. Not only was Ryan's security in the way, there were rebels and rogue splicers. Atlas now controlled about 40% of Rapture, including Apollo Square, Artemis Suites, and Neptune's Bounty, his strongholds. Lamb was mostly tied up around Persephone and Dionysus Park. They'd all have to be skirted. Bill thought about trying to make some kind of deal on the sly with Atlas, but he knew he couldn't be trusted. As if reading his thoughts, the public address announcement system hissed with static, whined with feedback, and then a woman's voice announced, "Atlas is a friend of the parasite. Don't be a friend of Atlas. Ignore the lies of Atlas and his parasites. Rapture is on the rise." Another hiss of static became, "We all have bills to pay, and the temptation to break curfew to make a little extra atom is forgivable. Breaking the curfew is not. Stay on the level and stay out of trouble." A whine of feedback, and then, "Wanting an item from the surface is forgivable. Buying or smuggling one into Rapture is not. Attention! A new curfew will be enacted on Thursday. Citizens found in violation will be relocated. The parasite has his eye on Rapture. Keep your eye on the parasite." Bill pretended an interest in the grain-based meat at the farmer's market butcher's stall, but his mind was full of questions. Could he and his family really escape from Rapture? Was it possible while this war was going on? Probably too dangerous to try. There was one other possibility. Having a couple too many glasses of Worley's brandy, he'd even recorded that possibility on an audio diary. "I don't know if killing Mr. Ryan will stop the war, but I know it won't stop while that man breathes. I love Mr. Ryan, but I love Rapture. If I have to kill one to save the other, so be it." He had to erase that tape immediately. He'd be a dead man if someone found it. "Seen Diane lately?" Ryan asked, too casually, as he picked up a rather withered apple from a stand. He smelled it, made a face, and put it back. "Diane McClintock? No, Gov, not in person like. Last I heard she was, that Dr. Steinman did some work on her." "He was working on her in more ways than one, Bill. Your delicacy is appreciated. Yes, I was actually quite bored with her, and she became very narcissistically tiresome after the New Year's Eve attack, whining about her scars, went gadding about with Steinman, but he's thrown her over, I understand. Last I knew, she was spending a lot of time gambling in Fort Frolic." The security bot flew past again. It was on watchful patrol status in order to protect Ryan, and Bill noticed little Sophie watching it with big eyes, frightened of the thing that was supposed to be protecting her. Sophie saw him looking at her and came running to him, throwing her little arms around his waist. Elaine followed with a strained smile, nodding to Ryan. Ryan looked down at Sophie and smiled, patting her on the head. She shrank away from him. Ryan looked startled at that. Then came a sad, low-pitched groaning noise and an ominous vibration of heavy footsteps. and they turned to see the hulking, plodding, clanking form of a Big Daddy. There were at present 2 models of Big Daddy, the Rosies and the Bouncers. This one, a bouncer, made a drawn-out moaning sound as it came, almost as if in mourning. They all did that, of course. They all smelled rancid, like dead things. The bouncer was carrying an oversized drill built into its right arm. On its back was a heavy power pack. To Bill, the Big Daddies almost looked like pictures of robots he'd seen on the covers of pulp science fiction magazines. But he knew there was most of a human being inside that Big Daddy suit. Some poor blighter who'd been caught breaking a rule, sometimes a criminal, sometimes a lamb follower, sometimes just a hungry man who'd stolen an apple. The constables tranquilized candidates for Big Daddies and took them to Prometheus Point, where their flesh was fused with metal, their brains altered and conditioned to focus on protecting the little sisters and on killing anything they perceived as a threat. When the Big Daddies were damaged, repair parts were scavenged on the sly from the Eternal Flame crematorium. Who was going to miss a leg or an arm when the rest had been cremated? All over the massive Big Daddy's great round metal head were circular glowing sensors. Its huge metal-encased legs clunked along relentlessly, but careful never to injure the barefoot, grubby little tyke of a girl who scampered along beside it. Gatherers, some called the girls. This one was tiny and fragile compared with the Big Daddy, but she dominated it completely. The little sister wore a dirty pink smock. Her face seemed faintly greenish, her eyes sunken. There was a distance in those eyes, like something Bill had seen in Bridget Tenenbaum's, as if her peculiar aloofness had been installed in her creation.
"Come on, Mr. Bubbles,"
the little sister fluted, calling to the Big Daddy.
"Come on, or we'll miss the angels."
The towering muck of a deep-sea diver lumbered after her, moaning. "Oh, Christ," Bill muttered. A dark-haired little sister skipped past them.
"Masha!"
Sophie called out. The gatherer stopped, blinking, mouth open in an O, to look at Sophie for a long, puzzled moment. Then she said,
"What is that one? That's not a gatherer, and she's not an angel yet. We can't play with her until she's an angel."
Then the little girl danced away. The Big Daddy gave out its long, mournful groan and clumped after her. The floor shook with the creature's going.
"Oh, God, Bill,"
Elaine said, hugging Sophie to her.
"Was that—"
"No," he said quickly. "I'm sure it wasn't her." He doubted she believed the lie. Bill was just grateful that Sophie hadn't seen what was left of her friend Masha sticking a syringe in a dead body, drawing out the pulsing red effluvium of living Adam. A sickening sight. It seemed to belong to Rapture the way giant pink elephants belong to hallucinating drunks. The public address chose that moment to inform them, "The Little Sisters Orphanage. In troubled times, give your little girl the life she deserves. Boarding and education free of charge. After all, children are the future of Rapture." And Bill noticed that Ryan was staring down at Sophie. Olympus Heights, 1959. Feeling weary, deeply weary, yet restless too, Andrew Ryan poured himself a martini from the silver shaker and settled back in his easy chair at the picture window, gazing out over the shimmering skyline of the submerged city. "I'm getting old," he thought. "The city should still be young, yet it seems to be aging right along with me." A couple of squid rippled by, outlined against the glow, and then were gone. The neon signs for Rapture businesses were flickering, threatening to go out. Some of the lights supposed to shine up from the bases of the buildings were dark, but most of the lights still worked. The city of Rapture continued to glow. The city itself was showing signs of new life. There were the new circus of values machines, expected to raise a great deal of revenue. There were the gatherers' gardens, too. Scientists were working on machines that could raise man from the dead if he hadn't been dead long, and restore him to life. Sure, the population of Rapture was depleted, but when he completed his control of Adam and the Splicers and rid the city of the rebels, he could build Rapture up anew. He sipped the martini, put it on the end table beside the tape recorder, and then pressed record for his audio diary. History must have its due.
On my walk today, I had an encounter with a pair of them. He a lumbering palooka in a foul-smelling diving suit, and she an unwashed moppet in a filthy pink smock. Her pallor was off, green and morbid, and there was a rather unpleasant aspect to her demeanor, as if she were in an altogether different place than the rest of us. I understand the need for such creatures. I just wish I could make them more presentable. He chuckled to himself at that, took a sip of his martini, and made another diary entry. Could I have made mistakes? One does not build cities if one is guided by doubt, but can one govern in absolute certainty? I know that my beliefs have elevated me, just as I know that the things I have rejected would have destroyed me. On one of the buildings outside, a light flickered and went out. He sighed. But the city is collapsing before my... He hesitated, not able to finish the thought. It was unbearable. Have I become so convinced by my own beliefs that I have stopped seeing the truth? But Atlas is out there, and he aims to destroy me. To question is to surrender. I will not surrender. A letter arrived in the pneumatic tube. Ryan heard the distinctive swish of its arrival. He got wearily up, fetched the message back to his easy chair. Grunting as he sat, he fumbled it open. He was losing some dexterity in his fingers. He unfolded the letter and recognized Diane McClintock's handwriting. Dear Andre, Andrei Ryanovsky, Andrew Ryan, Mr. Ryan, the lover, the tycoon, the tyrant, just 3 of the many sides of you. I saw only the cold side recently. First you didn't show up for New Year's Eve, and I had to face rogue splicers without you. Then you didn't show up when I was recovering from the surgery. You stood me up again in Fort Frolic. You had a meeting. So I decided to go home, tried to go the short route. Apollo Square was blocked off, taken over by the rebels. But I was a bit drunk and angry, and I wanted to confront them for the damage they'd done me. Maybe I wanted them to kill me and just get it over with. A woman tried to escape, to get past Ryan's guards keeping the rebels in Apollo Square, and one of your pet splicers pointed his finger at her, and she burst into flames. I had heard about Atlas, but it occurred to me I only had your side of it, so I thought they were either going to kill me or explain themselves to me, and I bribed a guard at the gate into letting me through. Conditions are terrible in Apollo Square and Artemis. The crowding, the squalor. They say it was almost as bad before the revolution. They say it was your doing, your neglect. Graffiti is painted on the walls. Atlas lives. What do I really know about Atlas? And at last someone took me to meet him. They know I'm your mistress, or was, but they have learned to trust me. Atlas was surprisingly humble. I asked him if he would lead the people in some kind of uprising against you. He said, I am not a liberator. Liberators do not exist. These people will liberate themselves. Isn't that strange? It's almost like something you would say. But when he said it, I understood. It meant something. It went right to the heart of me, Andre. I thought you were a great man. I was wrong. Atlas is a great man, and I will serve him. I will struggle beside him, fighting all you represent. I'm going on a raid tomorrow to get weapons and food. I will learn to fight, Andre. You abandoned me. Now I have left you. I have left you for Atlas and the revolution. Diane. Ryan folded the paper up and tore it into small bits. He let the shreds of paper flutter to the floor, picked up his martini, and suddenly lost control of himself, throwing the glass so that it smashed on the big picture window, fragments of wet, broken glass sliding down over the glowing spires of the city. 20. Drafting Room, Atlantic Express Depot, 1959. There was meant to be a maintenance team here instead of me, Bill groused as he bent to examine the cracks in the curved metal wall of the maintenance runoff tunnel. They had some git of a splicer, was going to creep up the walls and fix the leaks they couldn't reach. Don't know what became of the buggers. Karlowski grunted. I think I see our maintenance team. Bill stood up, walked over to Karlowski. Together they looked through a window into the mailroom of Jet Postal. The shadowy, indirectly lit room was scattered with undelivered mail, and with bodies,
several bodies, men in maintenance coveralls lying about on the floor, motionless, pasted to the deck with their own blood. They seemed to have been hacked up by some sharp blade. Bill sighed, stomach contracting at the sight. "Yeah, I don't see that splicer, maybe." Karlowski nodded, musingly patting the breech of his Tommy gun. "Not good workers, those splicers," he said dryly. "They go crazy, they kill. A man does not get job done when busy being crazy and killing." After a moment he shrugged and added, "Unless killing is the job." "Well, I'm going to make a list of cracks and leaks and get a team in here with a constable escort," Bill said. "We can't risk—" He broke off, staring at a small figure in a pinafore, a child moving through the shadows of the jet postal sorting room. Steel boots clanked. A great metal shape loomed up behind her. A big daddy and a little sister. She skipped along, a large syringe in one hand, singing a song they couldn't clearly hear, something about Mr. Bubbles and the Angels. Her enormous chaperones stumped along close behind her. Bill and Karlowski watched with an uneasy mix of fascination and revulsion as the little girl squatted by a man's awkwardly sprawling face-down corpse and jammed the syringe into the back of his neck. She did something with the syringe, chirruping happily to herself, and it began to glow with extracted atom. Bill stepped closer to the window and bent over to peer at the little sister. "Karlowski, is that Masha?" Karlowski groaned to himself. "Yes, maybe not. All little sisters look much alike to me. If it's her, I owe it to her folks to get her back." "We tried, Bill. You spoke to many people. No one would help." "That's why I've got to do this myself right now." "Please don't argue with Big Daddy, Bill. Oh, there is Splicer." A spider splicer was creeping upside down on the ceiling over the little sister. He had a hooked blade in one hand. He was chattering to himself. The intervening pane of glass muted the sound. The little sister stood, turned toward the Big Daddy, and then a blade spun past her, whipping through the air like a boomerang. The blade narrowly missed her head, so close it cut a bit of her hair, which drifted prettily away. The weapon circled the room and returned to the splicer, who caught the blade handle neatly, cackling as he did it. The little sister's guardian reacted instantly. The Big Daddy stepped into a pool of light, raised a rivet gun to aim at the ceiling, and fired a long strafe of rivets at the spider splicer. The gun nailed its target at such close range it cut the splicer in half. The spider splicer's lower half and its upper half clung to the ceiling, separately by feet and hands, the two halves gushing blood. Then they let go, and the halves of the splicer dropped heavily to the floor. The little girl chirruped happily. "You see," Karlowski whispered. "If you interfere with her, you end up like him." "I've got to try," Bill said. "Maybe if you distract him, I can grab her." "Oh shit, Bill, you son of a bitch bastard," Karlowski said, and muttered another imprecation in Russian. "You get me killed." "I've got faith in your gift for self-preservation, mate. Come on." Bill led the way to the door of the jet postal sorting room. He hesitated, wondering what Elaine would want him to do. She would want Masha rescued, if this little sister was in fact Masha, but Elaine wouldn't want him to risk himself this way. Still, there probably wouldn't be another chance. He opened the door, then stepped back, crouching down to one side, signaling to Karlowski. "Do it, then run." Karlowski swore in Russian once more, but he raised his Tommy gun and fired a short burst toward the Big Daddy. A burst from a Tommy gun wasn't going to kill it, and Karlowski wouldn't risk the wrath of his employers by destroying the valuable cyborg, but it got the Big Daddy's attention. The lumbering metal golem turned and rushed like an accelerating freight train at the source of the assault. Karlowski was already running, cursing Bill as he went. The Big Daddy clanged past Bill, not seeing him crouching by the door. Bill slipped behind the metal guardian and through the door, seeing the little girl standing up from another extraction, blood-dripping syringe in her hand. She looked at him with big eyes, mouth opened in a round O. Was this Masha? He wasn't sure. "Mr. Bubbles," she called. "There's a bad man here waiting to be turned into an angel." "Masha," Bill said. "Is that you?" He took a step toward her. "Listen, I'm going to pick you up, but I won't hurt you." Then a metallic clumping close behind Bill turned his blood cold. He spun about just in time to be struck across the chest. The Big Daddy returned to protect its charge, swinging the weapon in its hand like a club. Bill was knocked backward, off his feet. The air smacked from his lungs, the room whirling. Gasping, he lost consciousness for a few moments. When the spinning specks formed shapes and the room coalesced, he looked dizzily around, saw that he was sitting up on the floor back against a bulkhead. The Big Daddy and his little charge were nowhere to be seen. Bill got up, moaning to himself with the pain of his bruised chest, and staggered to the door. He was met by Karlowski. "You okay, Bill?" "Yeah, good to see you alive. I thought I'd got you killed." "No, I outsmart that steel bastard. Look." He pointed across the open space of the depot. On the far wall, the little girl was climbing into one of the key-shaped Art Deco apertures that the Little Sisters used to enter hidden passageways. They scuttled through the passageways to take their scavenged atom back to Ryan's laboratories. Masha or not Masha? He would never know. She simply vanished into the wall. The Big Daddy waited quietly by the big Art Deco keyhole for his little sister to return. Bill shook his head and turned away, grimacing with pain, and wanting only to get back to Elaine. Once more his determination to escape Rapture was underscored. He had to get his family back to the surface, back to blue sky and sunlight and freedom. Medical Pavilion, Aesthetic Ideal Surgery, 1959. Ryan and Adam, Adam and Ryan, all those years of study, and was I ever truly a surgeon before I met them? How we plinked away with our scalpels and toy morality. Yes, we could lop a boil here and shave down a beak there, but could we really change anything? No, but Adam gives us the means to do it, and Ryan frees us from the phony ethics that held us back. Change your look, change your sex, change your race. It's yours to change, nobody else's. Wearing a blood-soaked surgical gown and white surgeon's cap, his hands in rubber gloves, Dr. J.S. Steinman hit pause on the little tape recorder that he'd wedged between the blonde patient's ample breasts. Then he pushed the gurney, its wheels susurrating through the shallow water that had leaked across the floor of the surgery. He hummed to himself, singing an Ink Spot song, If I Didn't Care, over the muffled moaning of the patient he'd strapped to the little wheeled bed. Would I be sure that this is love beyond compare? Would all this be true if I didn't care for you? He pushed the woman into place under the glaring surgical light and reached into his coat pocket for his favorite scalpel. Tiresome to do without a nurse, but he'd had to kill Nurse Chavez when she'd started whining about his efforts to please Aphrodite, threatening to turn him into the constables. Of course, he hadn't killed her till he'd done some fine experimentation on her doll-like visage. He still had Chavez's face in a refrigerator somewhere, along with some others he'd peeled off and saved in preservative jars, faces from patients who'd given their lives for his perfect fusion of art and science. He really must try to organize his preserved faces with a filing system. Steinman paused to admire this latest woman writhing in her restraints on the gurney. She'd used some low-grade plasmid to help her hack a gambling machine in Fort Frolic, and his fellow artist, Sander Cohen, who owned the casino, had caught her. It was getting hard to find voluntary patients. He did think he might get Diane McClintock to come in again. He longed to alter her in another manner entirely, according to his artistic whim, to give her a truly transcendent face. He might get hold of a telekinesis plasmid and use it to form her face from within, shape it telekinetically into something lovely. They were all so ugly, honestly, so plain. They didn't try hard enough to make themselves fitting vessels for Aphrodite. But they're filthy, filthy at the core, he muttered. No knife was sharp enough to cut that filth out. He tried and tried and tried, but they were always so fat or short or plain. Steinman made a tisk sound as the blonde woman shrieked unintelligibly at him through the gag. Some insult, perhaps. My dear, I'd love to give you some anesthetic to grace your experience, I really would, but I have quite run out of it, and anyway, there is something less aesthetically pleasing about sculpting an unconscious patient. If they are unconscious, the blood hardly spurts at all. Their eyes don't have that look of possession by the god of terror, and how satisfying could that be, now I ask you? I may have to stop and have some more Adam and a touch of Eve myself. Oh, do try to accept this, my dear. Appreciate it as a sacrificial aesthetic experience, a sacrifice to Aphrodite. Sander Cohen and I have talked about doing a performance on stage with one of my little surgeries. Can you imagine a face sculpting set to original music? The trouble is, of course, he bent near his wild-eyed patient to whisper confidentially, the trouble is, my dear, Sander Cohen is quite insane, mad out of his mind. Ha ha ha! I shouldn't socialize with Cohen, that Looney Tune. I have my reputation to think of. He hit record again on the tape recorder and cleared his throat to set down another immortal memo. With genetic modifications, beauty is no longer a goal or even a virtue. It is a moral obligation. Still, Adam presents new problems for the professional, he said for the audio diary. As your tools improve, so do your standards. There was a time I was happy enough to take off a wart or two, or turn a real circus freak into something you can show in the daylight. So saying, he started carving deeply into the face of the woman on the gurney, glad he'd taken the trouble to brace her head in place, because she was shaking so much with agony as he sliced away her cheeks. He went on. But that was then, when we took what we got. But with Adam, the flesh becomes clay. What excuse do we have not to sculpt and sculpt and sculpt until the job is done? He hit pause on the tape recorder, its buttons becoming slippery with the blood on his hands, and considered his work. It was hard to tell through all the blood and torn tissue. My dear, I believe I'm going to give you some Adam that will regrow your face into another shape entirely. Then I'll carve the new tissue some more. Then I'll regrow some more face on you with Adam. Then I'll carve that some more. Then— Another muffled shriek from the woman. He sighed, shaking his head. They just would not understand. He hit record again and accompanied his next wet, spurting spate of carving with a kind of artistic manifesto. When Picasso became bored of painting people, he started representing them as cubes and other abstract forms. The world called him a genius. I've spent my entire surgical career creating the same tired shapes over and over again. The upturned nose, the cleft chin, the ample bosom. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could do with a knife what that old Spaniard did with a brush? Steinman hit pause again, used his left hand to wipe some blood from the recorder buttons. He returned to his patient, only to find she'd died on him. Oh, damn it, not another one. Blood loss and shock, he supposed, as usual. It was really quite unfair. They always left him too soon. It made him angry to think of their selfishness. He slashed at her in his fury, knocking the tape recorder on the floor, cutting her throat into ribbons, long, pretty ribbons, which he then tied into bows. When he calmed down enough to be precise, he exposed her breasts and cut them into shapes like the sea anemones that waved in the gentle current so restfully, so gracefully outside the window of his office. Ah, he thought, the rapture of the deep. Fighting McDonough's Bar, 1959. When? It had to be soon. He was going to have to escape from Rapture, with Elaine and their daughter, and if that meant killing— Bill? Bill McDonough nearly leaped from his bar stool when Redgrave spoke at his elbow. Blimey, don't sneak up on a man like that. Redgrave smiled sadly. Sorry, something you ought to know, though. Your woman who cleans the rooms, she found something. Bill sighed. He tossed down his brandy, nodded to his bartender. Just close down when you feel like it, mate. He got off the bar stool. All right, let's have it, Redgrave. You've been letting out some of your rooms, ain't you? Number 7, that was the Lutz's? Sure, I don't charge them for it. Christ, that little girl went missing on my watch. He couldn't resist a cold look at Redgrave. On your watch, too. Redgrave grimaced. We only looked away a couple of seconds. We were watching for splicers. I know. Forget it.
What about Sam Lutz? Come on. Feeling leaden, Bill went with Redgrave to the tavern's back rooms. Number 7's combination door was open. He stepped in and immediately saw the two of them stretched out on the mattress, on their backs, side by side. Two corpses holding hands, barely recognizable as Mariska and Samuel Lutz. There were a couple of empty pill bottles lying on the floor nearby. The sunken eyes of the cadavers were closed, eyelids like wrinkled parchment, their faces yellow and emaciated. The shriveling of death had given their lips the same pinched expression of disapproval, as if they were silently judging all the living. They wore their best clothes, he noticed. Suicide. And there's this. He pointed. Beside the bodies was one of the ubiquitous tape recorders. Bill pressed play on the tape recorder. Mariska Lutz's voice came distant and tinny from the little recorder, as if speaking from across the gulf of death.
"We saw her Masha today. We barely recognized her. That's her," Sam said.
Mariska gave out a strange little sobbing laugh.
"You're crazy," I told him. That is our Masha?" But he was right. She was drawing blood out of a corpse, and when she was done, she walked off hand in hand with one of those awful golems. "Our Masha."
Bill stopped the recording. Redgrave cleared his throat. "Well, I expect they knew they couldn't get her back. She was already gone. Changed so much, so they—" He gestured limply at the pill bottles. Bill nodded. "Yeah, just leave me. I'll seal it up. This'll be their crypt for now." Redgrave stared at him as if he might object, then he shrugged. "Whatever you say." He looked back at the bodies. "We only looked away for a moment or two." He shook his head and walked out, leaving Bill alone with the dead. Atlas Headquarters, Hestia, 1959. Walking up to Atlas's office, Diane was still sweaty, shaking from the raid. She'd had some training from Atlas's guerrillas, and she was almost used to slipping through the wire, waiting as the other team created the decoy, dashing past Ryan's men. More than once she'd followed the other guerrillas up a side passage, up the stairs, through some old maintenance passage, all of them carrying general infantry backpacks to fill with supplies stolen from one of the constabulary armories. But this time, when the guards broke in on them, just as they finished their harvest of the ammo, and just as Sorensen got control of the Big Daddy, the chaos had been exhilarating and nightmarish at once. Firing her own pistols, one in each hand, her heart slamming with each shot, she'd watched a constable go down, shrieking, dying. "I've killed a man." She cringed from blazing return fire, seeing 3 of her comrades falling. She decided now to record some of her impressions on her audio diary. She had decided she was going to be the historian of the revolution. She switched the recorder on with trembling hands as she walked along. "We went on a raid outside the wire today. We snagged 31 rounds of buckshot, 4 frag grenades, a shotgun, and 34 Atom. We lost McGee, Epstein, and Villette." She swallowed hard at that. She'd particularly liked Villette. Too easy to reel off a list of the dead. The butcher's bill, the guerrillas called it. She went on. "We got one of those goddamn Big Daddies in the bargain, though. It was something awful what they had to do to that little girl to get the Atom, but we didn't start this thing. Ryan did. I can't wait to tell Atlas. He'll be so pleased." Diane stepped into Atlas's office to let him know they'd gotten a Big Daddy, and stared in surprise at the stranger sitting at Atlas's desk. He seemed to be recording an audio diary of his own. After a breathless moment, he was no longer a stranger. She hadn't recognized him at first. Something, the cold, cynical expression on his face and that sneering voice talking of long cons, made it seem impossible he could be anyone but Frank Fontaine. He turned a look of angry shock at her, then put on Atlas's expression. His voice became Atlas's. "Miss McClintock, what are you doing here? Let me just—" He dropped the Atlas pretense, shaking his head, seeing in her face that she knew. Finishing in Frank Fontaine's voice, "Turn this off." He switched off the tape recorder. It occurred to her that she should run. She'd found out something he would kill to keep secret. But her feet seemed frozen to the floor.
She was barely able to speak.
"They trusted you. How could you let them die for a lie?"
Fontaine stalked toward her, drawing a buck knife, opening it with a practiced motion, the blade making a snick sound as it flicked into readiness. "It don't matter, kid," he said, "because it's all lies. Everything is, except for—" Then she felt the cold blade slash upward into her belly, just under her rib cage. "This." Rapture Central Control, 1959. Bill McDonough paced up and down in the passageway outside Central Control. The constables at the entrance to the hall had been friendly, glad to see him, not knowing his mission. He had to make his move, and soon, then signal Wallace to take the mini-sub up to the boat. Conditions were as good as they were ever going to be for escape. The city's turbulence indicator showed the sea was fairly calm right now. Ryan's men were dealing with a new disruption, concentrated in sealing off Apollo Square. There weren't many of Ryan's bunch between here and the lighthouse. Roland Wallace wouldn't take the mini-sub unless Bill gave him the signal. But there was something he'd have to do then, about Ryan and Rapture. He had made up his mind that if he succeeded today in Ryan's office, he would send his family to safety but stay in Rapture, at least for a time, and try to create a new leadership, make a peace deal with Atlas. He had helped build this place. He felt an obligation to the survivors. Eventually he could rejoin Elaine and Sophie. The survivors. Quite a surprising number of people had died here or been executed. Ryan was starting to put the corpses up on stakes at the entryway to Central Control. Rapture had become a police state. It had turned into its own opposite. Bill let out a long, slow breath, reached into his pocket for the pistol, checked the load for the 4th time, put it back in his blazer. Could he do this? Then he remembered Sam and Mariska Lutz. "Gotta face it, old man," he told himself. "Gotta be done." He put the pistol back, took out the little radio. He clicked it and murmured into it. "Wallace?" A crackle, then, "Yes, Bill?" "It's time." "Are you sure?" "I am. Going to take care of my business and then bring the family for the picnic." "Okay, I'm ready. Meet you there." He put the radio away. Heart pounding, he straightened his tie and opened the door. A security camera swiveled to take him in as he stepped through. He had his identification flasher on, and it let him pass without releasing the security bots. Ryan still trusted him. He strode past the crucified corpses, smelling them but steadfastly not looking at them, and went to the door of Ryan's office. He was scanned by a turret, and it let him pass. He reached for the door just as Karlowski came out. Bill almost jumped out of his shoes. Karlowski looked at him curiously. "Something making you nervous, Bill?" "Me? No, it's just them bodies out there. Gives me the willies." Karlowski nodded sympathetically. "Don't like that decoration either. Sometimes necessary. I'm going to get sandwich for me and Mr. Ryan. You want something?" "Me? No, Christ, how could he eat sandwiches with these bodies stuck up out here? However— Well, yes, Ivan. Whatever you're having." The longer Karlowski stayed away, the better. Karlowski nodded and strolled out. Bill went into Ryan's office. Andrew Ryan was standing by the window, gazing out at the sea, leaning on his walking stick. He wore his tailored 3-piece gray silk suit, and in that moment Bill felt his heart go out to him. Ryan had built this brave new world to match his dream, and it had become a nightmare. But Bill reminded himself of those men and women crucified in the outer room, and he took a deep breath and pulled the pistol. Ryan didn't turn around. He seemed to know. "Go on. Do it, Bill, if you're man enough." Bill raised the gun, and it trembled in his hand. Ryan smiled sadly. "What was it you said, Bill? You'd stay with me from A to Z. Well, we're not quite at Z yet, but it seems you're taking your leave." "No," Bill said, his voice breaking. "I'm staying for a while. I can't desert all these people. I helped bring 'em here." Ryan turned around, hefting the gold-topped walking stick. "Bill, you're a weak link on the great chain,
and I cannot leave that weak link in place." Bill aimed the gun as Ryan stalked toward him. Bill's mouth was dry, his pulse thudding. Ryan was almost in reach. "A man chooses, Bill. A slave obeys. Choose. Kill me, or obey your cowardice and run away." Andrew Ryan, the man who'd plucked him from obscurity, who'd elevated Bill McDonough in this great city, raised the walking stick to strike him down. It was in Ryan's hardened eyes, his twisted mouth. The aging tycoon had every intention of using that gold-headed cane to crush Bill's skull. Shoot him. But Bill couldn't do it. This man had reached down from Olympus and raised him up to Olympus heights. Andrew Ryan had trusted him. He couldn't. The walking stick came whistling down, and Bill caught it, wincing at the impact as he grabbed it with his left hand. They struggled a moment, Ryan panting, his teeth bared, and then Bill acted instinctively. He struck down with the butt of the pistol like a club, cracking Andrew Ryan on the forehead. Ryan grunted and fell backward. He lay gasping on the floor, eyes half closed. Bill found that he had the walking stick in his own hand. He dropped it beside Ryan, then knelt and took Ryan's pulse. Ryan was stunned, unconscious, but his pulse was strong. Bill knew somehow that Ryan would survive intact. Bill squeezed Ryan's hand. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. I didn't know what else to do. I can't kill you. Best of luck, Gov." He stood, pistol in hand, and started for the door, walking mechanically, feeling all lumbering and heavy like a big daddy. He stuck the pistol in his pocket and found his way out past the double line of dead men on stakes, out past the swiveling camera. He stepped into the hallway, trying not to look like he was in a hurry. He and Elaine and Sophie would have to take a circuitous route. It was a long trek yet to get where they were going. He didn't have much time. Karlowski would find Ryan and there would be an alert. Security bots, Ryan's thugs. He had to hurry or lose everything. They were waiting for him in the cemetery, a separate little park off Arcadia. Cemetery near Arcadia, 1959. Burials at sea were cheap, but some preferred Rapture's charming little cemetery. Bill had liked visiting the place, and it was usually deserted, so he'd arranged to meet Elaine and Sophie here. Old-fashioned, rustic in style, the cemetery near Arcadia reminded him of the churchyard where his grandfather was buried. But when he stepped through the archway, he found it had lost its charm. 5 paces away, a naked man, painted blue, was hunched threateningly over Elaine and Sophie, who were cowered in front of a tombstone. The man was a Saturnine, one of the pagan cults who'd sprung up in the vacuum of religion in Rapture, sneaking about Starkers to paint their cryptic graffiti, getting high on Adam and coloring themselves blue. "Harness the flame! Harness the mist!" the man chanted in a grating voice. The blue-painted savage gripped a large kitchen knife in his right hand. Its blade was brown with dried blood. The man's bare foot was pressing Elaine's purse to the ground, as if crushing a small animal. "I will give you to the flame," the Saturnine muttered. "I offer you to the mist." The Saturnine raised his knife high to slash down at Elaine. "Here's some flame, you bastard! Honest this!" Bill shouted, to make him turn his way. The Saturnine whirled to confront Bill, his face a caricature of atom-warped savagery, teeth bared, red foam coming from his nostrils. He threw the knife as Bill dodged to the left. The knife slashed at his right shoulder, just a razor-thin cut, and Bill shot the pagan point-blank in the chest. The Saturnine swayed, went to his knees, and flopped face down. Sophie was sobbing, her hands covering her eyes. Elaine jerked her purse from under the dead man's foot, pulled out the pistol, slung the purse over her shoulder, and with a look of steely determination in her eyes that Bill admired, pulled Sophie to her feet. "Come on, baby," Elaine told her. "We're getting the hell out of this place." "I'm scared, Mama," Sophie said. "I know the feeling, love," Bill said, giving the child a quick hug. "But you'll like the surface world. Don't believe what you've heard about it. Come on." They were surprisingly close.
Bill, Elaine, and Sophie were hurrying up to the open bathysphere that would take them up the shaft of the lighthouse to where Wallace should be waiting. A rogue splicer slid down the cable, jumping off the bathysphere's top and tumbling through the air like an acrobat. He landed on his feet in front of Bill. The splicer wore a small Harlequin-style New Year's Eve mask, splashed with the blood of the body he'd taken it from. He had long, dirty brown hair, a streaked red-brown beard, and glittering blue eyes. His yellow teeth were bared in a rictus-like grin.
"Hey, that's me, and ooh, that's you,"
he cackled, leaping from right to left, back again, blur-fast, an elusive target.
"Look at the little girly girl. I can sell her to Ryan, or keep her for play and maybe a quick bite."
He had a razor-sharp curved fish-gutting blade in each hand. Sophie whimpered in fear and ducked behind her mother. Elaine and Bill fired their pistols at the splicer almost simultaneously, and they both missed. He leaped into the air, flipping over them and coming down behind. Sport boost, and lots of it. The rogue splicer was spinning to slash at them, but Bill was turning at the same time, firing. The bullet cracked into one of the curved blades, knocking it away. The splicer slashed out with the other blade, which cut the air an inch from Sophie's nose. Enraged, Bill forgot his gun and rushed at the splicer, shouting, "Bastard!" He just managed to duck under the swishing blade, to tackle the splicer around the middle, knocking him onto his back. It was like tackling a live wire. There was not a gram of fat on the splicer. He was all muscle and bone and tension, and Bill felt himself overbalanced and quickly flung off. The splicer leaped up, stood grinning down at Bill, throwing the hooked blade before Bill could fire his pistol. Bill twisted aside, felt the curved knife shear a piece of skin from his ribs, and then there were 3 quick gunshots, each one making the splicer take a jerking step back. The third one went through the splicer's right eye, and the splicer went limp, falling on his back, feet twitching. Bill turned, panting, to see his wife with the gun in her hand, a wild look in her eyes. Sophie was clinging to her mother's leg, face buried in her hip. "You're a bloody fine shot, love," he told Elaine, "and thank God for that." "I had a good teacher," she said numbly, staring at the splicer's body. "Come on, into the lift." Elaine nodded and took Sophie into the bathysphere. Bill climbed in after them, found the release hidden under the control panel, and activated it. They took the bathyspheric lift up the shaft, out of the undersea, the 3 of them riding up into the lighthouse. Bill had cut power on the security bots and turrets guarding the way out through the lighthouse this morning, but he was afraid they'd be back on somehow to greet his family with a spray of bullets as soon as they stepped out of the bathysphere. But only quiet greeted them at first when they stepped out, and the echo of their footsteps in the dome. Sophie looked around in awe, stunned by the naked daylight coming through the entrance to the lighthouse, the unfamiliar sound of breakers outside. Then, eyes wide in fear, she stared up at the enormous electroplated bust of Andrew Ryan, glaring back down at them. Ryan seemed to be holding up a banner, yellow lettering on a red field, reading, "No gods or kings, only man."
"It's Mr. Ryan," Sophie gulped, stepping back. "He's watching us."
"It's just a statue," Elaine said. "Oh, but she's right," said Head Constable Cavendish, coming around from the other side of the bathysphere. Bill spun, raising his gun, but then he saw that Karlowski was there too, and Redgrave. They all had Tommy guns at the ready in their hands. Redgrave was pushing a despondent Roland Wallace, who had his hands bound behind him. If Bill fired, the constables would return fire, and Elaine would likely be hit. And Sophie. He couldn't get them all. Bill lowered his pistol, and then let it slip from limp fingers to the floor. "Drop it, lady," said Cavendish, pointing the Tommy gun at her. With a sob, she dropped her gun and clutched Sophie to her.
"Oh, God, Bill, we were so close."
He put his arm around her shoulders. "I'm sorry, love. I should have found a better way." Karlowski looked grim. Cavendish was grinning wolfishly, but Redgrave looked stricken, uncertain, deeply sad. "I tried, Bill," Wallace said. "I got the boat here, I climbed out to look for you, and there they were, coming up in boats." "You don't reckon Ryan has cameras none of you know about?" Cavendish sneered.
especially outside this place. You think you're the only ones who tried to leave? Others tried. They're big daddies now. The external camera caught old Wallace here slipping out."
"Ryan, is he dead?"
Elaine asked. Her eyes showed hope. Her voice was defiant.
"Yet," Karlowski said. "A headache, but he is a strong man, not so easy to kill. Your man, he did not have nerve to finish job."
"Couldn't do it," Bill admitted miserably. "He was my friend. There was a time he was like another father to me." Redgrave nodded. His voice was husky as he said, "I hear that, Mr. McDonough. I sure do. It's the same with me. I'm sorry, I'd like to help you. You're always good to me, but—" "I know," Bill said. "But let me ask you one thing. Did he send you to bring my wife and child in, or just me and Wallace?" Redgrave glanced at Cavendish. "I heard him say, 'Stop Bill McDonough,' and that traitor Wallace. That's all he said."
"He does not want anyone leaving," Karlowski said. "Now, all three of you turn around. We tie your hands, you go with us. We all go back down."
Bill looked at Karlowski. "I'll take what's coming to me. You can tell him anything you want about my girls. Tell Ryan that the splicers got him." Cavendish snorted. "Karlowski's not doing any goddamn thing of the sort." Bill went on, looking steadily at Karlowski. "We got drunk together, you and me, Karlowski. More than once. Christmas Eves, holidays, long nights with vodka. We fought side by side in battle." Karlowski licked his lips. Comradeship mattered to Karlowski.
"What's this horse shit?"
Cavendish growled, seeing Karlowski hesitate.
"You three turn around, like you said."
"Yes," Bill said. "Elaine, Sophie, turn around. Just do it." Their eyes welling with tears, his wife and child turned, and Bill locked eyes with Karlowski. "What you say, mate? One favor? I know you can't let me go, but you can let them go. With Wallace." Redgrave looked back and forth between them, looking like he was trying to make up his own mind. Cavendish frowned.
"What's all this horse-pucky? Come on, let's move. Stop wasting time, Karlowski, you damn Russian drunk."
Karlowski raised his eyebrows at that, looked thoughtful, but at last he shook his head.
"No, Bill. Sorry. Too risky."
Redgrave sighed and pointed his gun at Karlowski. "Ivan, this man here, he and his wife had me over for dinner more than once. Only white people in this place that done that. I can't let Bill leave Rapture, but we didn't get no orders about his family." Cavendish snarled, twitched his gun toward Redgrave.
"You black-ass son of a—"
But that's when Karlowski turned and shot Cavendish in the side of the head. 2 shots. Blood and brains splashed as Cavendish jerked sideways, took a shaky step, and fell.
"Bastard,"
Karlowski said, spitting on the body. Elaine and Sophie screamed, clutching at each other. Wallace stared in dull amazement.
"Christ, Karlowski!"
Elaine looked around to see what had happened, but she kept Sophie turned away. Karlowski glared at Redgrave, then looked down at Cavendish.
"I don't like to be pushed around, Redgrave," Karlowski said. "But Cavendish, he was asshole. Wanted to kill him many times. And anyway, if anyone is going to insult you, will be me."
Elaine turned slowly to them, clutching Sophie to her. She winced at the sight of Cavendish's shattered head and said, "Mr. Redgrave, can't you let Bill go with us?" Elaine asked. "Please?" Redgrave shook his head apologetically, swinging the gun toward Bill. "I'm sorry. Bill and Wallace gotta come with me." "I understand," Bill said, meeting Redgrave's eyes. "Ryan's the one who gave you a chance. It was the same with me." "The launch is idling out there, Mrs. McDonough," Wallace said in a dead voice. "Bottom of the stairs. All you gotta do is cast off, press the drive lever, head straight on the way it's pointing right now. That'll take you to the sea lanes. Someone will see you. There's a flare gun in the launch." Elaine was turning to Bill, looking stunned. "No, Bill." Bill took her hand and kissed it. "Elaine, you know what you have to do now. For Sophie." Elaine shook her head. Bill stepped closer, kissed her tear-stained lips. Then he pushed Sophie into her arms. "For Sophie." Her mouth buckled, but she nodded just once. Face white, lips trembling, Elaine took Sophie by the hand and walked away from him. They walked past the bathysphere toward the little corridor leading to the stairs.
"What about Daddy?"
Sophie asked, as they went, her voice quavering.
"We'll talk about it later, hon," Elaine said. "Daddy has some business right now."
Bill's daughter looked back over her shoulder at him. Bill tried to fill his mind with the last sight he would have of her.
"Goodbye, love,"
he called, waving once.
"Your old dad loves you."
Then Elaine pulled Sophie along with her, through a doorway and out of his sight. Karlowski looked at Bill, then nodded toward a nearby window. Bill walked to the window. Through it could see sun sparkling on sea, blue sky, white clouds sailing by. He waited, men with guns behind him, watching him. After a few minutes, he saw the small vessel moving on the surface of the sea, away to the northeast, to the sea lanes. Bill felt a hand on his shoulder. "Let's go," he said, turning away from the window. The four of them got into the bathysphere, Karlowski and Redgrave keeping their weapons on Bill and Roland Wallace.
"I'm sorry, Roland," Bill said. "This is my fault, mate."
Roland shook his head.
"I was going to try it anyway. Not your fault. Proud to know you."
When they got to the bottom, there were 3 more constables waiting.
"Take this one to Suchong,"
Karlowski said, shoving Wallace toward them. Wallace went meekly with them.
"What they going to do with Roland?"
Bill asked softly.
"Who knows?"
Redgrave said sadly. Bill tried to think about escape, but all the fight seemed to have drained out of him. He knew he wouldn't see his baby girl or his wife again, and Karlowski was good at what he did. He'd never let Bill get by him again. Bill walked ahead of Karlowski and Redgrave to the metro. The journey to Central Control was like a journey back in his mind, more than 10 years in Rapture. New York City, London, the war. That boy being sucked out the shattered fuselage of the plane. He'd always felt bad, surviving when that kid had died. That young man and other men, friends who'd gone down in burning bombers. Well, now he had a chance to be with them. They reached Central Control and he found himself in the shadow of the dead. He looked up to see the decayed corpse of Frank Fontaine, stuck on a stake, like a Jesus who missed the resurrection boat. Ryan had the body crudely sewn up, brought here and posted, a message to his enemies, which is what Bill was about to be. Karlowski handed Redgrave his machine gun, then drew a pistol from under his coat and stepped behind Bill. Bill heard the sound of Karlowski cocking the gun.
"Supposed to crucify you before killing," Karlowski remarked. "But I always liked you. So, quick death."
"I guess I should have killed Ryan," Bill said. His voice sounded thick and unnatural in his own ears. "He must be gloating."
"Yet, he understands better than you think," Karlowski said. "A lot of these others out here, he watched them die. But he can't be here for this. He told me. He couldn't stand to watch you die, Bill. Not a good friend like you."
Bill smiled. He never heard the gunshot that killed him. Park Avenue, New York City, 1959. A warm day in July.
"I'm too scared to go out there, Mama,"
Sophie said, for the 10th time in 10 minutes.
Elaine sighed. "I know, but you have to."
"You have something we call agoraphobia, Sophie," the doctor said gently. He was an expensive Park Avenue psychiatrist, a kindly middle-aged man in a sweater and bow tie. He had a trim beard, a large nose, a sad smile, inquisitive eyes. But it happened he wasn't charging Elaine much. He seemed interested in Sophie's case, perhaps even interested in Elaine herself, in another way.
"You have to do this, sweetheart," Elaine said.
"Well, no," said the doctor. "She doesn't have to. But she wants to, really. She just has mixed feelings about it."
"The sky scares me,"
Sophie insisted. "I know it does," the doctor smiled.
"In Rapture, we don't have sky,"
she said. Then she told him some more about Rapture. He listened patiently, then sent her out to wait with his receptionist, so he could talk to Elaine privately.
"She has a remarkable imagination," he said, chuckling.
"Rapture?" Elaine didn't try to explain. She couldn't tell people about Rapture. They would never believe her, and if they did, it could lead to Ryan finding her. So she just nodded. "Yes, Doctor." "She's been through something traumatic, perhaps in war," he said. "Somewhere overseas?" Elaine nodded. "Yes, in war." That was true, anyhow. "I thought so. Well, she will heal, but we must start by dealing with her fears. I think, despite appearances, she will go outside today for a walk in the park." To her surprise, the doctor offered to go with them. After a while, Sophie reluctantly agreed to try the park. They went down the elevator and walked slowly across the marble-floored lobby. Sophie became more frightened as they got closer to the street. Ever since they'd left the fishing boat that had picked them up off Iceland, she darted under cover as quickly as she could, hiding her eyes from the sky. Then the doctor turned to Sophie and said in a kindly voice, "May I carry you?" Sophie looked up at him gravely. "Yes." He nodded, equally grave, and knelt by her. She put her arms around his neck, and he lifted her up, carried her piggyback out the door, Elaine walking at his side. Elaine couldn't help making a grotesque comparison to the way Big Daddy sometimes carried little sisters, but she thrust it out of her mind. "Oh," Sophie said, as they stepped out into the hot sun, but she only clung harder. They walked over to Central Park. Sophie cried on the way, but didn't ask to hide from the sky. They got to the park and found an open green field with butter-colored flowers. On the edge of the field, birds sang in the trees. The doctor let Sophie down, and she walked slowly out into the sunlight. "Mama," she said, shading her eyes to look up at the blue sky. "It's nice out here. It just goes on and on. You know what?" "What?" "I think Daddy would have liked seeing this." "Yes, Sophie," Elaine said, just managing not to cry. "Yes, love. Yes, he would have." This concludes Bioshock Rapture. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.